Test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test. Good? Sounds good out here.
Good morning, everyone. As school board chair and on behalf of the School Board of Broward County, Florida, it is my pleasure to welcome you this morning to be part of this special occasion as we swear in our new Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Howard Hepburn. We can't wait to team up and create an amazing, brighter future for Broward County Public Schools together. At this time, we would like to recognize elected officials and dignitaries attending today's ceremony. Senator Osgood.
Woo!
Is there any other dignitaries or elected officials in the audience? Please stand. Marsha Ellison.
Woo!
Thank you so much. Now, I would like to welcome the Honorable Judge Zebedee Wright, who will be swearing in Dr. Hepburn and his wife, Sheba Hepburn, to join us for the oath of office. Judge Wright and Dr. Hepburn, please come to the podium.
Yes. So good morning, everyone. What an amazing day. My name is Marsha Ellison. I'm president of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP. The significance of this judge on this day at this time has to be considered history. And so we know we in the district are all about Black history, are we not? And so Casey Wright, this is her husband. So this is holy ground for us. What this building means and what it means to the community just can't even be put into words. But we thought it not robbery to have Judge Wright come in and swear in our superintendent in the Casey Wright building on this day. Senator?
Just to add a little more to that history, Dr. Kathleen Wright was a legend in our community. She was the first African-American school board member elected countywide, the first African-American school board member elected in the state of Florida, the first Black female African-American school board member. So it is a great day for us to continue to celebrate and promote Black history. We do know that Black history has a lot of educational value. So we are honored today to be here with our new school superintendent and to continue the great work of this community who thought it not robbery to memorialize Dr. Wright's legacy with a statue in front of the building. Today is a great day in Broward County Public Schools.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. I'm Zell Wright, Kathleen's husband, and I was the first Black county judge in this county. Now, I hope you bear with me. I I hope you bear with me because I'm having a sight problem. So I'm going to do this the best I can, and hope all of you appreciate it. I repeat your name.
Howard Hepburn.
Howard Hepburn. Do solemnly swear and affirm.
Do solemnly swear and affirm.
I will support protect and defend the Constitution
I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution
and the government of Florida,
and the government of Florida,
the United States,
the United States,
and that I am duly qualified
that I am duly qualified
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution of the state,
under the Constitution of the state,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
perform the duties
perform the duties
of Superintendent of Schools
of Superintendent of Schools
on which I am now about to enter,
on which I am now about to enter,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Nice big smiles.
Step in here. Where is he?
1, 2, 3.
There you go. Good Dwayne.
Once again, congratulations to our new Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Howard Hepburn. And thank you to everyone who was part of this momentous occasion. Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and the entire board. It was a true honor to be sworn in by Judge Wright, who not only proudly served our community and was also the spouse of former board member and headquarters namesake, Dr. Kathleen C. Wright, both trailblazers in their own right. I'm incredibly excited and humbled by the opportunity to serve our students, staff, and community. Together, we will navigate some immediate challenges, including our budget and the need to redefine our schools for the future. We will provide stability and focus for our schools. My administration will be laser focused on the work ahead, striving to achieve an A-rated school system and ensuring full transparency with our community as we continue to redefine our schools. My team and I are committed to creating an environment where every student can succeed, and we'll work tirelessly to make that a reality. On a personal note, let me take a moment to acknowledge a milestone today. Today also marks my 19th wedding anniversary. Happy anniversary to my beautiful wife, the mother of my children. As I fondly call her, babe, happy anniversary. I love you. And thank you for sharing me with the amazing school district and all 200,000 plus kids of this school district. I love you. Also, I want to also express my gratitude to my mother, family, friends, and my mentors, and all of my supporters. Your guidance and encouragement have been invaluable. Additionally, I want to thank the board again for their trust in me and their consistent support. I appreciate it. Together, let's redefine our schools for the next generation of BCPS students. Thank you.
The swearing-in ceremony is now over. Thank you. The regular school board meeting is now reconvened. At this time, the school board will continue with the remainder of the agenda. The next item of business on the agenda is F1, a motion to approve the interim financial statements for the period ended March 31st, 2024. May the chair have a motion and second on item F1.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Fogelhoy, second by Hickson. Is moved and second to approve F1, a motion to approve the interim financial statements for the period ending on March 31st, 2024. Is there any public comment?
No, Madam Chair, not at this time.
Okay. Board member comment? Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I'm curious if you noticed the fund balance report on page 5 of the F1 report.
Yes?
Thank you so much, Chair. And I'm curious if this number is projected to grow from now until the end of our school year on June 30th.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Marte.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So the staff is meeting weekly as we prepare for year end, reviewing revenue estimates versus collections as well as expenditures. We do not expect it to grow. We are hopeful that it stabilizes, but there is not an expectation currently, sir, that it grows.
Thanks so much, Chair. I just also want to point out to my colleagues, when you look at this monthly closeout, you see that our revenue is up $200 million. Our operating expenses are up $150 million, so we are spending that additional revenue. And we're outlaying on the capital side for our DEFP budget another $100 million this year compared to last year, which is exactly what we want to do. We have a big backlog in construction and buildings. And so increased revenue, increased operating expense, which we would expect given the tremendous amount of inflation that's affecting our workforce, and additional money being spent on capital. So to me, this is exactly the kind of report that we need to see. We need to make sure that the public's aware of it, and that we continue to highlight fund balance as something that this board has said is of great importance, and I look forward to talking more about that next month. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Mr. Alston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I know during our the prior portion of this meeting, we had a conversation or direction around $100 million of cuts that we were hoping for from the administration. Will we see that today? Do we know that?
Dr. Hepburn?
No, we will not present that today. Currently, the team and I are currently working on that.
Okay. And the intent is for that to come back to the board at what point?
Dr. Hepburn?
Hopefully by June, our next board meeting. I don't think we have another workshop between that time. Dr. Wanza, can you confirm? Do we have another workshop in June, before June 18th?
No, it would be the June 25th.
Okay.
Yes, June 25th. School board workshop was the plan to bring it back.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a question for the board chair. We've asked for $100 million. My assumption was that was on the operating cost side, not on the capital side. I just want to clarify that with you.
That's correct, operating side.
Super, thanks so much.
Any other board member questions? Ms. Pham?
Yes, I'd just like to know our balance on 2023 compared to 2024, remaining balance, an account.
Page 6, but Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Marte?
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Ms. Pham, for clarity's sake, you're talking about our ending fund balance?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So at this point in the year, for March of 2023, the total fund balance for the operating fund was $176,935,600, and for the same time for the current period, it is $165,990,653.
Thank you for that.
Any other board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor of F1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No, Alston.
F1 passes with one dissenting vote. Mr. Alston. May I have a motion and second on J6?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
No, Madam Chair.
Board member comment, Dr. Zeman?
Thanks again, Chair. This is a largely good news story with a complicated ending. City of Dania Beach has made a significant investment in one of our middle schools on our property. In response, we've of course signed an agreement about use. The use will continue to prioritize the students of this school, so it's an incredibly generous gift from Dania, like we've seen from other cities in Broward County. What's really remarkable about this is the school wanted to make changes in what was being built and continues to have a few ideas about smaller changes to what is being built by the City of Dania. And Dania, to their credit, accepted all their changes and are building a playground and a recreation facility next to the school that is primarily designed and will be built for student use and then community use after school. So I wanted to make sure that we gave credit to Dania Beach, number one. Number two, it makes issues very difficult on the repurposing side. We're going to get into plenty of discussions over the next year, I suspect, on repurposing, but it highlights to me like how complicated these decisions are. Some folks want to focus on enrollment, others want to focus on proficiency of academic success, others want to focus on demographics of the area or what schools the students would end up going to if something is repurposed or closed. And then you add on top of that municipalities deciding to take their scarce dollars and spend them in support of our students. It makes the decisions on things like Olson Middle School in Dania Beach a very difficult decision. And Chair, I just wanted to point out that as we move forward, these repurposing decisions are a lot more than just about enrollment or just about money or just about academic success. They're also about municipal support, future projections of demographics in certain areas, and all kinds of things. So this is one issue that kind of highlighted kind of the generosity of a city, but also pointed out how difficult the decisions are going to be going forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, all in favor of J6, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. J6 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on O1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment? No. Board member comment? Ms. Pham? O1, pre-qualification of contractor, superintendent's recommendation.
I don't believe that's one that I put into poll, but I have no comment.
Any other board member
agreement.
comment? Seeing none, all in favor of O1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. O1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on O3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
Madam Chair, we have one registered speaker, but I do not know if she's in the in the meeting space. It's Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh.
Okay. Dr. Holness?
I have my questions answered on O. Thank you.
Perfect. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of O3, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. O3 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on HH2?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment? Board member comment? Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I just had a question. I believe when we approved this, we approved it for one, but it seems as if we're aiming for two. So I just wanted to verify if we had approved having two of these school safety officers, or if, as a board, we had only approved one.
Dr. Hepburn?
Chief Alberti.
Good morning, Ms. Hickson. Jamie Alberti, Chief Safety and Security Officer. Yes, ma'am. The funding is on my budget. We are waiting for the approval from the board for this job description, and we're ready to post a position as soon as it's approved.
So as a board, we approved two of them.
Yes, the
Okay.
funding, well, we approved $200,000 and I have $50,000 for the canines officer. So as soon as the position is approved and we can get a body to fill that position, we will move forward with that unit.
Okay, because I thought, what I remember is that part of that funding was coming from an outside source, and they were funding,
The funding for the outside sources for the canine dog itself,
okay,
the funding for the officers, it's in my budget.
okay, thank you, that was the confusion, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
All in favor of HH2, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. HH2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on BB2?
Moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment, board comment. Hickson? Oh, no, sorry, no one pulled that. My only comment is that, and I know it's in the new policy, when board members go to conferences if they could come back at the end of a board meeting and give a 1-2 minute summary update, anything they can bring back to the board to help us all improve. All in favor of BB2, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. BB2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on JJ1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. No public comment. Mrs. Hickson.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but on BB2, if I can make a motion to open the agenda, I want to withdraw my application to travel to that particular conference. I have a conflict.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Mrs. Batista, can you weigh in?
Ms. Batista.
Is it okay that the board, but then she just doesn't take the trip, and then that way the finances aren't expended by the board?
Exactly. I'm withdrawing
Okay.
BB2
Yes.
in reference to me. You said BB2, but you went into a lot about attending conference. This is solely, the BB2 I have is solely directed at my expenses for attending the conference. So I was going to open the agenda and make a motion to remove that and withdraw it.
Right, so to avoid having to reopen the agenda, if you, as suggested, if you just don't take the trip, then that expense will not be seen by the board.
Whatever way you prefer. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Mrs. Hickson, JJ1.
Thank you. I just, as I do every month, just wanted to point out this month we had very high expenses for consultant error and omission. Altogether total was $700,000. So that is concerning. It was going down. It was less than 100,000. Now it's jumping back up to where it was when I started calculating this. So I just hope that we're keeping an eye on this, making sure that it doesn't continue to rise like that. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of JJ1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. JJ1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on JJ9?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. No public comment. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you. In reviewing this, I noticed this adds an additional 3 years to this change order would bring about an additional 3 years for construction completion. And now it would push the date back to 2027. I looked in, according to the contract, this started back in 2019. This is almost going on up to 10 years. Although I know we need to do this, I just wanted to point out that these delays, we need to look into them and why it is taking so long to complete this work, because it's hurting our students. They don't have the facilities, and 10 years, that's how many years that we've lost, that students that should have had access to these facilities. So I just want to bring that out. It's a long term, like I said, in order for them to complete this in 2027 or later. Okay, I recognize we have to do it, but we need to be cognizant of all these change orders and the impact they're having on our students. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. Chair, I'm curious what the impact is of this extension. 1,191 days is 3 years and 3 months, roughly. What's the impact on the students at West Hollywood Elementary School?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Dorsett, West Hollywood, any impact with this change order and the length of time, the increase in the length of time?
Good morning, Board. Through the Chair, if I can ask Shelley Maloney to come to speak to the impact of the delayed project.
Go ahead, Ms. Maloney.
Thank you. Good morning. Shelley Maloney, Executive Director of Capital Programs. Dr. Zeman, to your question, as well as Mrs. Pham, these buildings are already being occupied. If you look to the left of the executive summary, you will see the actual substantial completion date. It was 6/15/2023. Yes, it did add significant time to the overall construction schedule. However, the buildings are in use. So right now, at the bottom of the page, you see status of work. The project is in substantial completion phase, which means that the buildings are being used.
Chair, thanks so much for that. I appreciate the insight. We have to continue to be honest, though, with our community about this. The substantial completion took 4 years for a $3 million project.
Yes.
We continue to underperform in this area, and then when we add things like 3 years and 3 months to the timeline, the community has just completely lost faith with our ability to maintain and increase the capital stock of our schools. I'm tickled that we have a new chief facilities officer, chief operating officer, or whatever title we landed on last week. But at the same time, we continue to see kind of the vestiges of previous decisions and previous behaviors that just make it inconceivable to our residents of Broward County about why would a $3 million project take 4 years to get done on an elementary school in West Hollywood. The students deserve better and the community deserves better, and I appreciate the efforts for making it better going forward. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of JJ9, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. JJ9 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on JJ19?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Fogelholy. No public comment. Dr. Zeman. Additional funding request for Nova Blanche Form in elementary school.
Yes, Chair. This has kind of an interesting aspect to it when you get into the details, which is, we had an easement on an elementary school from Broward College, and they requested that we do some construction to free up some transportation space for them to get into Broward College. What I'm concerned about with this is kind of our negotiating position, which is this is an easement that was granted to an elementary school, and it's uncommon for the person who gave the required easement to come back and say, hey, why don't you go spend a couple $1 million and make it better for us without helping to pay for it. I'm a huge fan of Broward College. I'm a huge fan of every university. But at the same time, everybody's got to find the resources to pay for the things that they need. So the question is, did Broward College offer to contribute to the redirect of this this property, which they had granted an easement to?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Dorsett or Ms. Maloney?
Dr. Zeman? No, they had not offered.
Terrific. I will not support this then, and I would happy to table this to if other members of the board felt like it was worth talking to them. But this is a case where Broward College gave an easement to Broward County schools, and then they said, oh, we want it back. And we said, sure, we'll spend $1 million. And then it comes back and it says, oh, it's not $1 million. It's going to be over $1 million. And then there's some other potential increases, costs that are going to go beyond that. I would prefer for us to sit down and negotiate with Broward College and find out a way to find a mutually agreeable solution rather than us just paying the full cost for an easement. So I'm curious if any other colleagues are interested in that as well. Otherwise, I'll just be the lone nay vote, which is fine.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, can you have staff talk to the fact that this was something we were doing in terms of improving traffic flow for that whole NOVA complex? It's part of the DEFP that we approved, and why they're asking for this extra money, but I believe it's a project we already approved.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Maloney?
Yes, Mrs. Hickson, that is correct. This was, I guess, triggered by the Broward College wanting to regain use of that easement, because that was the entry point for Nova Blanche Foreman. We had a driveway that, obviously you could enter from that point and circulate on site. When Broward College asked for that easement back because they wanted to be able to build a roadway to access, I don't know, they're doing a lot of development on the campus. We worked with them to see what options we had. Also, they had, the town of Davie was very concerned about our stacking on Davie Road because of the, waiting to pick up, drop off, pick up. So those were things that precipitated the need to make improvements on Blanche Foreman as well as the middle school and high school. We also included in the design, even though we don't have the money for construction, but we also included improvements to Eisenhower, because the entire campus, as you're familiar with the way it works, it's all sort of interconnected, even though they are separated by fencing. However, all the traffic tends to flow from going from north and then going across on 39th, where you access both the high school and the middle school. So we have significant improvements in the area that will support some of the improvements the town of Davie is making as well. But in addition, obviously, the trigger for the entire project was having to move from the easement.
Chair, thanks so much. Last question on this topic. In our facility needs assessment work, are we going to be looking at transportation around our schools?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Maloney?
I believe we are including transportation as part of the needs assessment. I have to verify, but I recall where we talk about site conditions and site circulation. So I'm not sure about off-site, but on-site, definitely.
Terrific. I look forward to getting that data. We are funding some projects for traffic mitigation. It is an issue of great concern to our neighborhoods.
Yes.
We continue to get calls and emails from people who get frustrated at buses and parents lining up 2 times a day to do their required transportation. So I look forward to getting that data, and I hope that this board chooses to find DEFP money to fix those problems on a prioritized basis, not based on a college requesting their easement back, which I think is something where we probably should have thought a little bit about shared expenses rather than bearing the full cost ourselves. Thank you very much, Chair.
Any other board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor of JJ 19, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No.
No. 2 dissenting votes, Aldaff and Zeman. May I have a motion? Item passes. May I have a motion second on 001?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. No public comment. Mrs. Hickson?
These are the grants, so again, just want to say thank you so much. We have 2 $3 million grants, and very exciting to continue with the Perkins grant. That's over $30 million that helps our college and career readiness post-secondary programs. Also, thank you to Seminole Coconut Creek Education Foundation. They're funding a couple of grants in here, so thank you to all of the hard work that our staff does on securing these grants. Thank you.
All in favor of 001, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. 001 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on 006?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. No public comment. Ms. Pham.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Both these agreements are for materials that examine or track, keep record of our students and their independent reading. 006 and 007 combined comes to $150,000. I think at this point in time, we are trying to cut corners, and I'm trying to support my...
Mrs. Pham, just for clarity, 006 is to vote down. So you're going to be voting no, and then, so it's only a $74,490.75 impact.
When I combined it with the following, which is also Zoom Beam, that's why I came up with 150. Well, that's why I said 006 and 007. I was just going to speak to both of them. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to say I am supporting voting down it, and the reason being is because we can do either we can do manual things to keep track of the children and what they're reading. We can do a graph, we can put together a spreadsheet, but at this point in time, we are, as a board, trying to save funds, and I want you to know that that's the reason. Although it would be great to have some kind of app that does that, we can manage this on our own. We just have to go back and do some things, cut some corners, but this will be approximately both 006 and 007, $150,000 savings. Thank you.
Okay, so 006 is to vote memo to vote down, so you'd be voting no. All in favor of 006, say aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
No. Item fails. May I have a motion and second on 007?
Moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hohenholy. Public comment, seeing none. Board member comment. Ms. Pham?
I already gave it, that's why I combined the two.
Any other board member comment? All in favor of 007, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no.
No.
1 dissenting vote, Mr. Fogelholly. Item passes. May I have a motion second on 0013?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
Madam Chair, we have one registered speaker. I'm not sure if she's here, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
And Ms. Pham?
Okay, this is,
Cognia Annual Accreditation Membership and Online Platform.
okay. What I have here is, I'm agreeing with this. The reason I have this here, I sent an email in reference to getting some information between Cognia and the school, but I have no opposition to it this time. Thank you.
Seeing no other comment, all in favor of 013, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion, second on 015?
Move.
Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment. Mrs. Hickson.
I don't have any questions.
All in favor of 015, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion, second on 016?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholy. Public comment, seeing none. Ms. Rupert? All in favor of 016, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion, second on 028?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholy. No public comment, no board member comment. All in favor of 028, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on 0029?
So moved.
Moved by Fogelholy, second by Zeman. No public comment. Board member comment, Ms. Pham.
Yes, I will not be supporting this motion. At this point in time, I don't think the district should be expending $3,600,000 per school to get turf for the fields. I think we need to wait and see, take that approach, see how our budget is next year. I think at this point in time, we've held on and dealt with the grass in addition to that, in researching whether the injuries with turf are greater than injuries with regular grass. It is a higher likelihood that a student will get injured. So I will not be supporting this or 0030.
Thank you. Mr. Fogelholy?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just wanted to add on there that, of course, the item, because there was confusion with this item, turf fields were approved, right? This is just looking at the vendors, but I did want to add on there, and I wanted to compliment our student advisor, Landon, and he did such a great job. I had questions, of course, about the turf fields, but when they talk about feedback from our students and our athletes, he did such a good job. But I wanted him to talk about that if we could, at least.
Through the chair?
The hard work that he did. Thank you, Chair.
Landon?
Good morning, Landon Spellberg, student advisor to the school board. I sent an email about a week ago to you all with survey results. I had the wonderful opportunity to hold focus groups at South Barrett High School, at Dillard 6 through 12, and at Deerfield Beach High School, with a really good cross-section of their athletes to get really meaningful feedback regarding the turf fields. What was very disappointing to learn from many of the athletes, and specifically at South Barrett High School, is that they have dealt with more injuries because of the condition of their bumpy whole field that has led to them not even being able to play on their campus. The South Barrett High School football team has had to move games off campus, pay for that, in order or because of the condition of their field. In addition, in speaking with Dillard 6 through 12 and with Deerfield Beach, they were very concerned that their performance on the fields has been limited because of the condition. Whether that's football players, soccer players, lacrosse. I really had a great conversation with them all. So there's detailed survey results in your email, but I want to say thank you to the administration and athletic directors at those schools for taking the time to host me and really having a great conversation, and a big thank you to the students for sharing their feedback.
Thank you, Landon.
I'm still going, Chair. Sorry.
Ms.
So
Fogelholy?
thank you very much, Landon. I appreciate that. And I really ask that my colleagues do look at that survey, because it had a lot of information in there, not only just about the fields. And we talk about the athletes that do use the fields, but we talked about there were athletes, basketball players, right? Softball players that were giving feedback saying, hey, the representation on our fields are unacceptable, and it's safer if we have a field that looks like that. But also, I appreciate Landon putting the extra work in to get feedback from the students, because one thing that was really clear with all of that, regardless of turf fields, was new uniforms, right? New tool, like new cleats, helmets, equipment, right? We talk about it, and we talk about school choice, and we talk about private schools and charter schools, and the one thing they're doing better than us is that. We look at universities. When we talk about enrollment at universities booming, what happens? You make it to a state champion or a national championship, if you make it to the playoffs, if you make it to the knockout rounds, Sweet 16, you see the enrollment boom because the representation is there for a school. Students get excited with that. And that's one thing that private schools are doing way better than us. Students aren't going out of their way, or parents aren't putting them out there for a lot of these schools, and I'm not going to name the names, but just because of the facilities. No, it's everything. It's the representation of when it comes to the athletics. So when we talk about the representation of our schools, when kids put on a jersey and it has South Broward on there, Fort Lauderdale, when it has Deerfield Beach, Dillard, that's a representation of us. So I, again, get offended when we see our kids take the field and uniforms don't look good. Helmets don't match. Fields have holes in them and they keep getting hurt on them. It's unacceptable. So these are the type of things, it's a start, but I believe we need to start looking at that. If we really want to start competing with these private schools, charter schools, we need to do a better job. So I appreciate Landon getting this feedback, but it's a lot of good information in here, and it's really good to hear from our student body firsthand. So I appreciate it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Landon. Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. Also want to mention I was in Michigan/Ohio a couple of weeks ago for my niece's soccer game, and the industry standard is turf fields. Everywhere you go, they have turf fields in other places. So that I feel like doing this is moving us to what is becoming an industry standard. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pham.
Point of clarification. I'd like to know the difference between repairing the field, the holes in the field, as compared to purchasing the turf, and also why our fields aren't being maintained currently. Why have they been allowed to get in this condition where students actually can get hurt? So we're now at a place where we have to look at millions of dollars had we instead maintained the field in an appropriate way.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, I'll let Dr. Brown provide some additional information, but for our grass fields for many high schools, due to the amount of use from multiple outdoor sports, football, lacrosse, girls and boys lacrosse, flag football, so many soccer, girls and boys soccer, so many athletic teams utilize the field, and if they don't have adequate practice space to get off of the field during practice, the continued pounding of the field. We know that our growing season stops in around November, and it doesn't start back up until this time of the year, so the grass is not growing. It just turns into literally a dust bowl. And if you want to add anything, Patty, Dr.
Yes,
Brown.
thank you. I appreciate the title of doctor. Working on
Ms.
it.
Brown.
We're not there yet.
I'm speaking it into existence.
I really appreciate that. I definitely want to speak to the need to install the turf fields now for several reasons. One, it is a safety issue when we talk about the safety of our athletes on the fields that we have now. When we compare artificial turf to natural grass at the NFL level is completely different. After each game, they roll up the field and they put down a brand new one. We don't have that luxury in Broward County schools, so we're not comparing the same. If we are comparing natural fields in that aspect to our natural fields, ours are a disaster. Ours are a safety issue. Just walking on them without the repairs that are necessary will cause our students to be injured on a regular basis, as Landon has shared. We've had to move several games to private schools, to Broward College, where they have the artificial turf to play these games. We have one person in our district that is responsible for maintaining the fields, which is a little unreasonable. He does a phenomenal job, but it's not easy to sustain, especially with the condition of the fields in Florida. The fact that it could be a resource for us. We have an international rugby team that would like to partner with several of our schools, reaching out to our schools as we speak. Just got a phone call this morning. They would like to do a lease agreement with our schools. That won't happen with our natural fields. We could be renting out our fields in addition to ensuring all of our athletes and students, marching band, all activities can take place on our fields. Another reason I don't think we should prolong this is, as Landon has gone to the 3 schools that were awarded and afforded this opportunity, they are excited for this. A press release went out and informed the entire Broward County community that South Broward High School, Dillard 6 through 12, and Deerfield Beach High School are to receive these fields next school year. I would hate to have to roll that back. And as these 3 schools are extremely excited about being the first 3 and knowing everybody else is next in the series to come, would be yet another disappointment for them to hear that you're getting a turf field. Sorry, you're not any longer. For the safety of our students, for the upkeep of our programs, we need to please keep with what was already voted on and install the turf fields. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. I just want to say this is what I love about debate, because she just persuaded me. Thank you for coming forward. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So I would just suggest moving forward, Dr. Hepburn, that until everything is approved, there's no press releases that should be going out. So that's my first comment. My second comment, I just want to circle back to my question I had previously as far as the turf and having carcinogens inside the turf. Can staff speak to that now?
Mr. Dorsett or Ms. Brown?
Good morning, Mark Dorsett, task assigned Chief Facility Officer. Yes, we actually receive information from EPA with regard to carcinogens in the crumb rubber that I spoke about before. And it's an industry standard to use crumb rubber. There is no scientific evidence, if you will, to indicate that this product causes any harm to anyone at this point. The information is still, the investigation is still going on with that, but you have major industries, football fields. I think there are like maybe 30 football fields that uses crumb rubber right now. It's the exact same product that we're trying to install in our schools right now.
Okay, so I would just, I mean, obviously best practice is if you have an open wound that it's covered, but that we make sure that that is followed. The other thing I know we're just approving the companies and we've already approved the artificial turf, but I would like to have a bigger conversation, because now if artificial turf is going to be our standard on our football fields, then we need to figure out a longer term plan of how we're going to fund these at all the schools. And I did like the conversation we were having as a board about how do we bring in companies and outside partners to partner with us to help with the funding of, or cities to help with the funding of these turf fields, so all of our schools could have turf fields. Any other comments? All in favor of 0029, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. 0029 passes unanimously. Okay, at this time, we're going to need to recess this meeting for attorney-client session. Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene an attorney-client session in order to discuss litigation pending before the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida, in the following matter: the School Board of Broward County, Florida versus Ohio Casualty Insurance Company, a foreign corporation, case number CACE 24-004156. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session: school board members Lori Alhadeff, Chair; Deborah Hickson, Vice Chair; Tori Alston; Brenda Pham, Esquire; Daniel Fogenholy, Dr. Jeff Holness, Sarah Leonardi, Nora Rupert, Dr. Alan Zeman, Dr. Howard Hepburn, Superintendent of Schools, Oscar E. Soto, Esquire, and Marilyn Batista, Esquire, BCS. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, May 29th, 2024, at 9 a.m. in accordance with Section 286.011, parent 8 of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client session is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or litigation strategy relative to the pending litigation. A certified court reporter will record the session. Only those persons noted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome back. I have a motion and second on 0030.
No, second.
Moved by Fognoli, second by Hickson. No public comment. Ms. Pham. Artificial turfs.
As I previously stated, I was very much persuaded by Principal Brown's explanation and the partnering, very favorable, and I've reversed myself on that. Stan,
Okay.
thank you.
And my only comment is that we do have some schools that do not even have football stadiums. Right, so that needs to be a priority of this board moving forward. And if Dr. Hepburn, if you could just follow up with the board with a list of those schools. I know JP Terravella High School is one of the schools.
Hollywood Hills.
Hollywood Hills. So that needs to be a priority to get that in the DFP so we can look to fund this and so that they can have a football stadium
Definitely.
like other schools. Mr. Fognoli?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I appreciate you saying that. Just like Terravella, Hollywood Hills, unfortunately, they have to play their games at 4 p.m. in the hot sun, and it feels like a disadvantage. No lights at either school. So one of those things and ask is if we can talk to those cities also, right? How can we do a partnership? Can we do a partnership of somehow meeting us halfway, seeing how we can do that? Schools like that. My sister went to Terravella for years. That's class of 2001, if I'm not mistaken, that she graduated, and they don't have lights. And they deserve that. Hollywood Hills deserves that. Such history. Again, first state champions coming from Broward do not have lights. You want to talk about a field, we call it the sandbox. That's what they're starting to call it now because they don't have grass now. It's just sand. So again, I appreciate that, Chair. And at the same time, when we're talking about turf, I don't want those schools to be bumped to the bottom of the list because they don't have lights. It's happened. So I want them to be considered the same, and how can we partner up to see if we find a solution for those schools? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair. Last week we talked a lot about our org chart, and there's a piece in there for partnerships, and that partnership ought to be talking to all the folks that we know all too well, not just our sports franchises, but to universities, to philanthropies and the like, about sponsoring a field with seats to eventually grow stadiums and things like that, so that we can have the kind of facilities that fit, at the same standards that we have for academics, we ought to have for our athletics as well. It's a huge part of this community, and we would do great in terms of enrollment if, in fact, we invested in how our kind of curb appeal looks at a lot of our schools. You pull up sometimes and you wonder if you're in a commercial warehouse zone, not in a public school, Broward County. And then the second is athletics. But I think that partnership division, as it gets stood up, and foundations, they would love to put their name, in the places where we've underinvested historically. That's actually where they want to invest. And, to me, that's a great synergy with that new department. And over time, I'm not sure that we made that department big enough. They may need more staff just to deal with all the money that we get flowing in. Thank you very much, Chair.
Perfect. All in favor of 0030, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. 0030 passes unanimously. We have a motion and a second on PP2.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment? Mrs. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to direct the board to page 3 of the purchasing policy 3800, and the second paragraph on the bottom, prohibit unauthorized purchases. If you go back to the last sentence in that paragraph, it says payment for any unauthorized purchase shall be the personal responsibility of the person placing the unauthorized order. I'd like to make a motion to expand the language of that and include instead payment for any unauthorized purchases shall be the personal responsibility by the persons involved in placing the unauthorized order and financially responsible for that. Because if the chain of command is ordering a subordinate to do something and they have no choice but to place an order, I think the person that made that placed that order or put that person this is subordinate in the position where they have to abide by what they do or what they're instructed to do in order to keep their job, I think the higher up should also be held accountable. So that would be my motion, just to remove where it says unauthorized person shall be personally responsible of the person, and make it instead responsibility by the persons, plural, in parentheses the S, involved in placing the order and be financially accountable.
Is there a second? Moved by Pham, second by Alston. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion.
It's in my ear. I can't hear them now in my ear.
Ms. Rupert, we hear you. Can you please mute? Mr. Alston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Board Member Pham, it's on 3 or 820, right? You're just expanding what that is. I don't think that's harmful.
It says here prohibited unauthorized purchases. That's the name of the subsection.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Okay, and it's the last sentence in that paragraph.
Got it. Okay, I'm good.
Ms. Batista, can you comment as whether that is necessary? Or is it already implied in this sentence?
Well, it is implied. I don't think there is any harm in adding that additional information.
Okay, thank you. Any other board member comment?
If I can respond. I'd just like to say it's in the singular, it says person. So I'm asking that the entire team that participated in making that happen be accountable. So everyone looks over other people's shoulders and saying, should we be doing this? So it's almost self-monitoring, because now it's not just the person that's acting on it, but it's the people that are instructing them to do it. Thank you.
Any other comment on the motion? All in favor of the motion to say persons, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion passes. Back to the main motion, Ms. Dixon.
Thank you. I also would like to make a motion on page 5 or 822, depending on what your package looks like. District purchasing forms. I'd like to add at the end of the sentence to require them to use electronic signatures to expedite the process. There seems to be a holdup when they need handwritten signatures and it sits on a desk waiting for someone to have to sign it. I know they can do it electronically, but is it possible for us to require or either or? I mean, I don't know, but the idea that it can be electronic is not helping the process because we're not utilizing that to the extent that we should be.
Second.
If I may, Batista? Yes. So I think what would probably be appropriate there would be to say that if an electronic signature is allowed or permitted, that it be used, because there are many times when it is not allowed.
Right, yes, in the instance where it is, because their folders are sitting on desks and it's not moving through the process.
Believe it or not, still in this day and age, you have certain items and transactions that require an actual signature.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Second.
can you say that again?
When permitted.
How about whenever permitted?
Whenever permitted.
Okay, whenever permitted, staff will use electronic signatures, period. Do I need to put expedite the process?
No.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Holness. Public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries. Back to the item. Mr. Alston?
Yes, just a question. So when it comes to, and I'm going to just jump to cone of silence. I know kind of it's both procurement, but just kind of big picture. At the county commission, the county, for example, they have, I'm going to call it, I guess it's a part of their process policy, that the public official can call a vendor during the cone of silence, but the vendor cannot call the public official. Have we considered that for the school board? Why or why not?
Ms. Batista?
I think that's a better question for staff.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Andrea?
Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director Operations. Good morning. Board Member Alston, we have not considered that, and that feedback hadn't been given previously, but if that is the will of the board, I can work with General Counsel on adding that language, but it was never considered in the past.
Okay, thank you. Let me just go down to my other items, Madam Chair. So on page 5 or 822, we have the word deputy superintendents with an S. I don't believe we're going to have more than one deputy superintendent, I think, whenever that date comes. So probably all throughout the document, that's in one place. Also on, let's see here, on page 7 or 850, again, it refers to the superintendent's delegated authority to the deputy superintendent. I think that also, at some point, goes away. So we need to clarify that, I'm assuming, before this passes. I also have a question on page 847 or page 4 or 847, and I've raised this before, the term lobbyist. And I think it's going to come back on another item as well. We are very exclusionary when it comes to a union or a bargaining group. Is now the time to make that change if we want to be inclusionary? When anyone is lobbying the board for anything that comes before the board, council?
Ms. Batista?
So the language regarding lobbying, where it would be pertinent, would be in the lobbying policy. We have an actual lobbying policy. This is the purchasing policy.
Correct. However, through the chair, on page 4 of 847, we are tinkering with the definition of lobbyists. So my assumption is if we're tinkering here, it will also revert back to any other place in our policies where we refer to lobbyists, including the lobbyist policy. So if we're opening up the lobbyist definition, then I'd also like to move that we amend the lobbyist, or how the school board defines a lobbyist, to also include a union or bargaining group. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Alston, second by Fogelholy. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to strike the definition of lobbyist from this policy document, please.
Is that substitute motion?
Yes, it is.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Holness. Public comment.
If I could, Chair, just while I...
Wait, 1 second. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much. We have an entire policy on lobbyists, and that's where we should have the single definition. It would be much cleaner and easier to understand by the public and by our staff if we just refer to that definition in this policy. And then to the extent that we want to change that definition, we ought to pull that policy through the process and change that there. Doing it here is kind of doing it in a derivative document. We really need to go to the root document and make that change if we want to. I think what we're doing here is just not necessary in a purchasing policy.
Or other board member comment?
So I have a question, Madam Chair.
Mr. Alston?
So if the substitute motion passes and you strike the word lobbyist, which is all throughout this policy, what is the impact, General Counsel?
Batista?
There has to be, in lieu of the definition here, if it needs to be referring back to another policy, or I think that would be appropriate to refer to the lobbying policy.
Well, that's not my motion, so let me repeat the question. The substitute motion on the floor is striking the term, the definition of lobbyist in this policy. So my question, I'm going to repeat, is what is the impact of striking the entire lobbyist definition in this policy?
So as we, sit here today, I would have to look at the policy with that in mind, because I did not consider that as a possibility. So I would have to look at the other provisions in the policy to see how, if in any way, they would impact the remainder of the policy. I don't know if there is, I think Ms. Andreu is nodding yes. So what would be appropriate, the definition here is the same as the definition in the lobbying policy. So perhaps that would be one way to take that definition out of here and then just have a reference to the lobbying policy of the district.
But that's not my motion on the floor.
I understand.
Oh, okay.
Just answering your question.
Got it. Thank you.
Mrs. Leonardi?
So I guess I don't know if I would offer like a friendly amendment or recommendation. I don't know the number of the policy for the lobbyist policy, but I might add, instead of just striking the definition, I would add something like definition of lobbyist as referred to in policy, whatever.
I agree, Chair. That was my intent, was not to just strike the word lobbyist or the definition, but to reference our lobbying policy. I think it's 1120, because that's where our single definition of lobbying ought to be.
Okay, so you're amending your motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Pham?
Yes, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion that we table this particular policy because I want to compare the definition and policy 1120 exactly to this, and also consider the impact that the effect of changing this would have on here, because we also have the definition not just of lobbyists, we have the definition of lobbying, we have the definition of competitive solicitation, we have the numerous definitions that affect purchasing, and I think this is the primary policy that deals with lobbyists, is the purchasing aspects of it. So before I make a decision, I want to know exactly what we're looking at in the other policy, and I'm worried about the inconsistencies if there's other definitions like lobbying that may be ambiguous because we have one definition in one place and one in the other, so we need to cross-compare. So my motion would be to table this and bring this back.
I'm sorry, you can't make that motion right now. We have Dr. Zeman's substitute motion on the floor. You have to wait to see if that passes or not. Any other comments on the substitute motion? Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Andrea?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, for clarification, would like to tell you that the policy that's being referred to, the lobbyist policy, is policy 1100B, and it is the exact same verbiage, as well as the other definitions that Board Member Pham alluded to. Those are coming from the Florida Administrative Code. So we are consistent with state statute and FAC, as well as our current 1100B policy.
Thank you. All in favor of Dr. Zeman's motion to remove the word lobbyist and to reference 1100B, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
Alston?
No.
Roll call. We hear you, just. No.
Mr. Alston?
No.
Mrs. Pham? No. Mr. Foganholding?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-4.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Olson?
Now that I can't talk about the lobbyist portion, since the substitute motion has passed, thank you, board members. I'd like to move that we remove all references to positions that no longer are reflected on the prior organizational chart.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Alston, second by Pham. Public comment? Board member comment? Ms. Batista?
Just to, I need the staff to weigh in on this, but in lieu of the named positions that are here, if there is a different name position in the new org chart that would like to be replaced, that is in the same level, I think that would be appropriate.
Yes, I think it could be replaced as executive cabinet.
You want to give it to a person?
Go ahead, Ms. Martha.
If I may, I thought the intent would be your direct report who supervised the procurement operations.
Correct.
So I think in that case, it would be the chief operating officer.
Right.
Correct.
Mr. Olson, can you confirm what page you're on?
Every page. So, I mean, I can go throughout. I think you all have seen all the different references, and I know that everyone's nodding. So anywhere where there is a reference to, it's Scrivener's error. Yeah. I don't think it's agreed. But I just want to make sure that it's reflected because it's all throughout the document.
Can you just repeat the motion again?
So my motion was actually more broad. So then that gives the superintendent and staff latitude to replace all titles or positions that no longer are reflected in the board previously approved organizational chart. Effective July 1, correct? Right? Yeah.
Any other comment on Mr. Olson's motion? All in favor of Mr. Olson's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now on page 8 or 851 under annual report of P-card transactions, another favorite of mine. So I'd like to add a sentence. Actually, I'm going to add two things. I move at the end of that sentence that we add by December 1st, and then the second sentence, the report shall include vendor name, dollar amount, description of the service or good, address, and the principal.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Olson, second by Leonardi. Public comment?
Just a point of order, Chair. Could you give us a page number if you don't mind?
Yes, sir. 8 or 851. So annual report of P-card transactions, I'm adding a date of December 1st. Typically, I know that when the new fiscal year starts, it's not hard to reconcile and have a report that's ready by the end of the calendar year. And I'm adding clarity on what should be included in the report. No, page 8. 8 or 851. Depending where, yeah.
Board member comment? Seeing none. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Mr. Olson?
Aye. Bentley?
I think those are all of mine on this one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Batista, I do have a question regarding all the motions that just passed. Are we in compliance with state statute at this point in time if this passes?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Any other comments? Seeing none. All in favor of PP2, say aye.
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 Oh, as amended.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Passes unanimously, as amended. We have a motion and second on PB3.
So move.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment. Board member comment. Mrs. Pham.
Sorry, I have that. I have no comment on that one. That was a typo.
Board member comment. Mr. Olson.
Yes, similar to the last item, I move that any reference to positions, I'm sorry?
PP3.
Oh, I'm on PP4, sorry, my apologies, yes, sorry, yes.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I have a couple of motions. So on page 7 of 13 or 927, for number 1.
Mrs. Hickson.
We're on PP3.
We're on PP3.
All in favor of PP3, say aye.
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 Those opposed,
Aye.
say no. PP3 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on PP4?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholly. Public comment, Dr. Wanza.
Madam Chair, we have Ms. Jackie Luscombe. It's registered to speak, and I'm not sure if Dr. Lynch Walsh or Mr. Chris Nelson are here, but they've registered to speak, but I know that Ms. Luscombe is here.
You may begin.
Hi, good morning. Speaking as ESC Advisory Chair. I want to speak to the part about the requirement to have all advisory chairs and committee chairs submit a written report 2 days before a board meeting. We've had so much discussion about this, and what's being captured on documentation here is actually not correct. So Ms. Hickson asked in a memo of staff saying, I thought we asked to remove the written report requirement if they're not present, and they should send a report, but if they are, they can just give an oral report. That pretty much was the message that we had given. Please stop trying to put on volunteers more and more and more requirements. We come, some of us, to these meetings faithfully, and we report to you. We have minutes of our meetings. We're now being asked to submit written reports 2 days before your board meetings. I write my reports sometimes here. I've been writing this one right here, right now, and I write it in shorthand, so good luck reading it. I'm not going to be able to, so if you're going to make this a requirement, maybe also think about what the penalty is going to be for me and others, because you're going to have to penalize me, so if there's a trial or some kind of a fine or whatever you want to put me through, you better be thinking about that too. This has not been to a rule development workshop. I did actually email yesterday, and in the last 20 minutes I've had a reply back with yesterday's date on, but it was sent to me today, saying that there already was a rule development workshop. In the hurry to actually read that 2-page memo that's just been sent to me, I've done some checking, and there was not a January 30th, 2024 rule development workshop. There was a scoreboard workshop at which there was a rule development item. That's a whole different thing to having a rule development workshop. We have to look at how this requirement or proposed requirement got on the draft policy in the first place. You did not put it there. There was discussion about whether people did or didn't agree that board chairs would have to file a written report 2 days before board meetings. We're being told it's now on the draft because there was board consensus, and that you would now need to make a motion to remove it from the draft. It was put on the draft by staff. It was not put on by you. We actually, as advisory chairs, first heard about this requirement in a memo from Dr. Wanza over Christmas on December the 22nd, saying from now on we would be required to make written reports. A number of us objected, and then there was the board workshop, but it was not a rule development workshop. If you're going to make us write written responses, written reports, I'd love them, please, to have written responses to every item we bring up, because pretty much every time I do stand here and bring things up, it's not listened to, it's overruled by staff, you don't come back to us and check what you're told, and I've got billions of outstanding items that have never been finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I'd like to make a couple of motions. The first one on page 7 of 13, number 1, one member of the public may speak for no more than a total of 15 minutes instead of 12 minutes during a single meeting, including that person's submitted written and general comments.
Second. Moved by Hickson, second by Leonardi. Public comment? Board member comment?
Hi, it's Nora.
Ms. Rupert?
I agree wholeheartedly on the motion.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. There's a hidden cost to additional time, and I actually appreciate the change in this policy. And the hidden cost is the disinterest that there is in the public on coming here to speak. There's incredibly important information that we get from the public, and we want to encourage everybody to come and speak. And when we have time reserved in totality for people to speak, and they take it up, it discourages other people from coming to speak. We're a county now of just over 2 million people. I'd love to hear more from those people, and we've had the 15-minute policy a long time. I value all the people who come here and speak. It's interesting to learn from them all the time. But over time, as Broward County has grown, and it's grown a lot, we want to make sure that we're encouraging people to come here and speak. And when we allow individuals to take up more time, it actually discourages other people from coming. They come, they wait. They either get less than 3 minutes because there's so many of them, or they just get discouraged by people talking at multiple opportunities during the meeting. So I think that 12 minutes is reasonable. It's just kind of an adjustment you make as you grow. But one of the critical things is to make sure that we always encourage people to come and talk. And I would prefer to hear more voices at our school board meetings. So thanks, Chair.
Okay, so my comment on this is to say that, so this number one, this whole 12 minutes, 15 minutes, this change, I think, and staff can tell me if I'm wrong, I think only happened maybe 2 years ago. There was never even a number. Staff speak to when that changed?
Dr. Walter. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So that is correct. It was about 2 years ago where an actual time frame was placed in the policy.
Right. So this is relatively new. There was never a time restriction on someone. Someone can just come and to speak on the item. So I'm just bringing that up to the board because there's another side to this that should be considered. Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. Yes, and how often have we had to tell someone they've gone past their 15 minutes? Maybe 3 or 4 times that I can remember. If people are coming and they want to speak on an item and they've sat here all day, we have a few of them that are here today, that if they want to do that, then we should be listening to them. They've given their time, they're coming to share their thoughts with us. Not everyone wants to write a public comment, and it's 3 minutes. And I don't think there are people abusing that power or that time limit at this time. There are a few people that maybe get to the 15 minutes, but it sends a message. It sends the wrong message to the public that we want to limit the time that they're coming to talk to us, and I'm not okay with that. Thank you.
Ms. Pam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a point of clarification. When you're saying a total of either 12 minutes or 15 minutes, are you talking about on the agenda of items, or does that also include general speaking time? So in other words, would someone come in there be able to talk to 4 agenda items for 12 minutes or 5 agenda items for 15? Please clarify.
Right, so they can speak to the items so it would be 4 items for 12 minutes, plus they can be a public speaker for their 3 minutes at the beginning of the meeting or the end of the meeting. And then if they're a committee chair, they get 5 minutes for each committee chair that they represent.
Thank you. So just to clarify for the public, so you're saying that they would be able to speak, if we keep it at 50 minutes on 5 agenda items, plus the public speaking time. Thank you.
Mr. Olson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I recall, and I think you're right, Madam Chief of Staff, that all of the, I guess there was a time and a limit placed on folks, BT, before me too. But I also recall on this board where we also used to read public comments. People on this board, you all were very adamant about reading every public comment. So let's go backwards. So if we're going to hit rewind it all the way back. Many on this board wanted every public comment that was emailed to the board read out loud. Remember that? We went from reading every public comment to trying to be orderly, because this is a $6+ billion enterprise. Let's remind everyone where we've been. Then it was, okay, you know what? Let's slowly move away from reading every public comment to posting all public comments, which we did. Then it was, well, you don't have to read all those comments, just post it. Then it was, placed it on the website, then it was emailed to every board member. We have gone through every iteration of increased public engagement. I support public engagement. We have increased speaking time slots to members of the public. I'm only talking about the last 2 years. Let me speak for my time on the board. I know what I did. We added the open comment period at the beginning of the meeting less than 2 years ago. That's why people can do it today. Separate from the amount of time you can speak on multiple agenda items. So if the intent is for us to increase public engagement, Broward Schools has done it on steroids. More than the county commission, more than probably any municipal government in the county. Good job, school board. But are you going to let that get in the way of doing the public's business that we still haven't gotten to, Madam Chair? We're going to push today's agenda back for a third, fourth, or fifth time because we want unlimited talking, more speaking, reading out loud public comments. How about I make that motion? Let's read all the public comments. Let's do that. Let's go backwards. I remember I got pushed back on that, Madam Chair, when I sat in that chair. But look how times change. Folks want to hit the rewind button, but you don't fully rewind. If the intent was for us, as I recall this first conversation around rules of order, Madam Chair, it was to, one, I think put a time limit on me and many of us up here. That's what we talked about. We also talked about making sure that we don't have 14-hour board meetings. That was the big picture intent. The other intent was, of course, to increase public engagement. We've done that. But we're going to rewind the clock. So no, I don't support, Madam Chair, because I actually know that over the last 2 years, we, which I'll say we, increased public engagement. We added a public open comment period at the beginning of the meeting. I didn't say I said we. But guess what also has happened? We've pushed meetings back. We continue to have to grapple with agenda item after agenda item on meeting 4, 5, 6, and 7 because we just can't get the business done. Every other government agency laughs at the Broward School Board because we have 15-hour meetings and we don't get to the business until hour number 3, barely sometimes. Please be reminded of why we're having this rules of order conversation, because it sounds like we're going backwards. Madam Chair, what I'd like to do at this point is make a motion similar to what I did before, now that I realize I'm back on PP4. Any reference to a position that is no longer on the organizational chart that the board just approved, we should... What am I on? Oh, that tells you I already forgot what I'm talking about. All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry. We're still on Ms. Hickson's motion to increase the 15 minutes. Any Ms. Leonardi?
I just want to call the question.
All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, passes. Call the question passes. Roll call. Increase to 15 minutes.
Okay. Roll call. Mr. Austin?
No.
Mrs. Pham? Yes. Mr. Foganholy?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman?
No.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
No.
Okay, motion passes 5-4.
Ms. Hickson?
And if I
Thank
may,
you.
Madam Chair, if I may, just want to clarify that I think Mrs. Pham had asked the question as to the 15 minutes or the 12 minutes, what it includes. It includes the general public comment time as well. So it speaks as to the entire time for a speaker.
Unless you're an advisory chair.
Correct. If you're an advisory chair, that is not included within that time frame.
Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Okay, last motion that I'd like to make is on page 8 of 13, letter E, where it says 2 business days prior to the scheduled regular school board meeting, each advisory committee shall electronically submit their written committee reports if they will not be present at the board meeting, and associated formal motions to the deputy superintendent. So I do not believe we should require people who are coming here to speak orally to also do a written report, but if they're not going to come, they should be writing an oral report to let us know what's happening. So.
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Leonardi. Public comment?
Thank you, Jackie Luscombe. At the risk of labouring a point, I support this motion. There is a lot of unsung work that folks are doing for you. I don't think you know the half of it, some of you. And I would just point out that when I did write a report this week, last week, a number of you still haven't read it, and I can tell you haven't. So no thank you to any more reports. If we come to meetings, we speak, you listen. It would be wonderful if we don't get treated like the 7th inning stretch where you get up and walk about or go and get your lunch or whatever. If we're here to speak and you listen, then we're good. And that way we have reported to you. But yeah, if we're not able to come, a written report would be helpful. And I think to the point of 15-hour meetings, also folks making speeches on the dais does make those 15-hour meetings too, but we will keep to the time that we're given. Thank you.
Board member comment?
Madam Chair.
Charleston?
Thank you. As someone who was an advisory committee member more than 20 years ago, I definitely know the role of advisory committees and members who add value to what we do. My question is on E, how does that differ from D? So by striking E as suggested by the maker of the motion, keeping D still requires written committee reports? And again, I'm looking at 9 and 15 from the recommendations that staff has proposed, not from the original text. So that's why I'm asking the maker of the motion.
Ms. Hickson, can you clarify? It was the opposite you were saying.
Yeah, well, it just says written reports to the committee. Nowhere in D does it indicate that they're required. It's required in E. So if they're going to make written reports, they should be typed in all of that. But on E, I'm just saying that we're just requiring them to do written reports if they're not going to be present at the school board meeting. You can still dictate what the written report looks like, but you're not requiring it in D. You're just making the guidelines of what the written report should look like. But in E, you're saying they have to submit it. I'm just asking to say they'll submit it if they're not present at the meeting. So they're either going to give an oral report or they're going to give a written report. They don't have to do both.
Got it. Is your intent, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, and I just want to make sure because we're now talking about the motion and you're not debating. This is, I know, where folks lose sight of what happens with time. So D versus E. D just provides the framework for written committee reports. E is that targeted to all advisory committee members? Which is your intent for all advisory committee members to include the chair? Or, because as we just had on a separate motion, if it is solely for the chair, so just talk to me your psyche around this.
Okay. So yes, the chair traditionally comes to give a report.
Right.
Right. So, and that's actually a great question because this says advisory committees, but when we do those reports, it's also ESMAB, BEF can come, all of those. So I guess that's a bigger question is I think everyone should be reporting to us every month. It's kind of frustrating when people don't show up. So they either should, all of them listed under those reports, should either be coming to give an oral report or give a written report each month so we know what's happening.
But the intent is always a report, verbal from the chair or designee or whoever head of the group, or a written report if they're not attending.
Correct.
That's the intent of what you're proposing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. Again, I like the change, and here's why. We're asking as a board for advisory groups to share with us 2 days in advance what they want us to know about their advisory group meetings, including motions that have passed that on recommendations to this board. One day earlier, those reports get to us. So now we have 24 hours to read ahead of time. So when our distinguished volunteers come in and say they'd like to talk about things, now we've had some time to think about it. We know how to react to some of the motions. As a chair of an advisory board, even more than 20 years ago.
There you go.
And as one 6 years prior to joining this board, it was standard practice. I wanted to submit written reports to the board because I wanted to know in writing what our board had done. I don't think it's onerous for them to do it. I think it's an important thing to keep us informed, particularly on the formal part of what they've done, which is the motions, recommendations, conclusions that they've made. I'd love to do that so that the chief of staff under any org chart can put those together and get them to us, because that's an important thing and an addition that we've done recently. But I think 48 hours in advance makes sense, 24 to us. It's the minimum amount of time that they can collate it, put it together, and get it to us so they can read it before these meetings. So I like it as written. Thank you.
Just also to clarify, we do now require those motions. It's a board item, right, Dr. Hepburn, that they are writing their motions and recommendations, and we are accepting them and then either writing our own motions. So we've addressed that. I'm not changing that about formal motions. It is about the report of what happened for the month. Pam?
Yeah, I'd like to get, through the chair, some input from Ms. Luscombe. I've attended her meetings, her ESE meetings, and it's a huge group of parents, of very active parents, and there's a lot involved. She has a lot on her plate. And one of the considerations is I just want to know how to make this easier for these committee reports to come in so it's not as time-consuming but still as thorough. And I don't know, my phone, I dictate into my phone for messages to go out as far as emails or text messages. I don't know if you're using that, Ms. Luscombe, would that be something that would help you? What can we do to make it easier for you? That's what I'm asking.
Thank you, but you can vote in favor of not making us do one more thing. I know I'm a writer for a living. I know how to write reports. I know the technology that can write reports for you if you want to dictate it. That still takes my time. I come here faithfully and I report, and even when I do, with all due respect, all 9 of you aren't always engaged. I've written a 42-page report this week. You're still blindly going ahead with something that is dangerous, dangerous, dangerous to kids. So please, at this point, thank you, but I'm not up for tips as to how to write a report. I'm just wanting to hear that you're not going to make me do one more thing. I copy you in on issues all the time that with some of you I just never, ever hear back from. Open items that I'm bringing cases forward that are affecting our students and our parents. I'm sitting in these board meetings listening to you to get to the item I want to get to sometimes, constantly texting, messaging. I'm sitting here, that's what I'm doing here, is your work, is the parents that are coming to me because they don't feel they can come to staff anymore, because they don't feel there's a system in place to help them. I've got staff lighting up my phone saying, I'm done, I'm quitting this summer because nobody is listening to us, but thank you for trying. They're coming to me, they're not coming to you, and they're not coming to staff, and they're not going to their principals. They're coming to me, and I faithfully try to represent for them, and I still don't feel it's heard. So please don't one more thing me, to use somebody else's phrase, by putting on me a requirement to write a report 2 days ahead of a meeting when it's not even clear 2 days ahead of a meeting what needs to be in that report, because quite often before a meeting is held, there's a staff scramble to suddenly maybe attend to some items that they know you're going to be up here talking about, and sometimes I'll be very fair and say, hey, I'm going to be speaking about this at a board meeting. So I think that there is, and to Mrs. Vice Chair Hickson's point about motions, you already have a system for making us submit motions, and they're falling down right, left, and centre as well. Dr. Holness was kind enough to pick up 3 ESE advisory motions and say he wanted to move them forward, but only one of them ever ended up on one of your agendas. So the other 2 have fallen by the wayside, even though I know from some of you that you would have supported it. It's the cameras in ESE classrooms matter that's going to time out, and none of us then have time to fix what's going to happen after the summer. You get told stuff by staff that then we don't have an opportunity to counter in these meetings. So we come, we say our thing, we follow up afterwards. You know those of us who are working damn hard, and if there are people who don't, then ask them to. But within the limitations of their own volunteerism, what you require or what would help you. But stop requiring volunteers to do things, because we already do that and more. Thank you.
Board member, comment?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we all needed to hear that. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Hickson, can you just clarify your motion before we vote?
On page 8 of 13 or 928, wherever you're looking, letter E under 3, 2 business days prior to the scheduled regular school board meeting, each advisory committee shall electronically submit their written committee reports if they will not be present at the school board meeting, and associated formal motions to the deputy superintendent. Well, I guess that'll have to change also, the deputy superintendent. I think that's Mr. Austin, so I'll leave that part.
Okay, and you're not doing anything with D?
No, because D's just the guidelines of if you do write a written report, what it should look like. It's not requiring people to write a report in D.
Okay.
Could she repeat it one more time? Sorry.
Say that
Would you mind repeating it one more time?
E.
The
Two business days prior to the scheduled regular school board meeting, each advisory committee shall electronically submit their written committee reports if they will not be present at the school board meeting. So that's what I want to add.
Could I ask a question?
Mr. Olson?
So what if they are present at the school board meeting?
Then they don't have to do a written report.
No, I got you. So now I'm going back to process. Do they now submit how do they submit their formal motions and everything, a part of the agenda item?
That's a different, that's
a
piece
different
they
process.
already have, yeah.
Okay, so got it. Okay.
Okay, any other comments? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no.
No.
One dissenting vote, Dr. Zeman, and, okay. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, okay, I know regarding the has the superintendent determined the appropriate placement of certain functions in policy 1020 since we changed the role of the chief of staff, and there's a lot of reference to that. And I know Board Member Austin will be coming later with changes to other positions in here. So I'm just concerned about the chief of staff. There's a lot of reference to that here in 1020, and that role has now changed. So are we to assume that these functions will be assumed by the chief of staff, which will be the communications director?
Dr. Coburn?
Yes, that's correct, Dr. Holness.
Okay, very good. So I have some motions on the red line version, item 5B on page 6 of the red line version. I have a question first. What is Robert's rules on board member speaking time?
Ms. Batista?
Robert's rule says that is 20 minutes per item.
Okay, so I am not so much in favor of item B on page 6 of the red line version. So I would like to motion to go back to Robert Rules guidelines as far as speaking time for board members.
Is there a second?
Oh, point of clarification.
Ms. Pham?
Did he say C on page 6? Because I don't have it.
D.
Red line version, page 6, 5B. The item is asking for board members to have an initial 5 minutes to speak and 3 minutes of rebuttal. I don't believe any of us have overly abused the speaking time. I think we're respectful of that, and I'd like to move back to Robert's rules, guidelines for speaking time for board members.
Is there a second? Second. Moved by Holness, second by Fogelnoller. Public comment? Board member comment? Ralston?
Thank you, Dr. Holness, and I love the oxymoron of your motion. So the last motion, we were in favor of increasing the amount of time for the public, but it appears the staff recommendation is to decrease the amount of time for board members, right? I'm assuming that's what's before us, Mr. Superintendent. Right. So I understand your point, but I also, if the big picture, and this is for the board, not you, is for the board to have a procedure in place that allows for ample engagement back and forth, to allow us to get through our agenda in a timely manner, we have to have some push and pull at some point. And we haven't pulled anything. We just haven't. I mean, we get weak knees when it's time to pull something. That's what this board does. And it's frustrating that, I'm just put a period there. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I just want to do some quick math. Last week at our school board meeting, we had 137 items. We've had read-ahead materials that have gone well over 6,000 pages. If everyone gets 20 minutes to talk on a meeting times 9 people, that's an hour, that's 3 hours per item. Times 137 hours, that's 501 hours, which I can't do the division by 24, but it's a lot of days. I believe 5 minutes is more than sufficient to make your points. On the actions that we have before us, 5 minutes and then everyone gets 5 and then 3 again, is really important to have these limits, the pull, to Mr. Alston's point, because it's important that the community watch this on Beacon. It's important that they come and sit through our meetings. They will not come when they're 15 hours routinely. And it forces all of us to get a little discipline in preparing for items. If you've got something to say, please say it in 5 minutes or less. It's also, by the way, according to Robert's rules, at the discretion of the chair to waive those rules. So if we're talking about a former superintendent's departure package, if we're talking about repurposing schools and there's a whole bunch of critical decisions, it may very well be that the chair at that time allows for both greater public comment, great school board comment, and a series of meetings, including workshops, before we get to any final decision. So I really think this is a strong pull. And if you have a 9-member body, I'm surprised Robert's Rules gives you 20 minutes each to talk about an item. They must be talking about items that have, agendas that have 3 items or less, not 137 like we have according to our current policy. So I think we got to keep this, otherwise we're going to be making mistakes for the system that we have in terms of engaging the public.
Dr. Holness?
So, Madam Chair, while that may be factual if we all use 20 minutes, it's actually not a reality statement, because none of us has really spoke for 20 minutes on every single item. I think there are occasions when we need to speak longer on specific items, but if we look at it in its ideal form, yes, 20 minutes for all of us to speak on 139 items, we would be here for a very long time. But that's unrealistic because we have not done that. That would be the extreme. But I am not in favor of limiting public comments as well as limiting the board members' comments. I think we're all reasonable, and I think there are times when we have to debate for a long period of time, depending on the significance of the item. So I don't want to be placed with those limits, and I don't think there has been any case where all of us are speaking lengthy on every single item. We all have pulled items that we focus on, and giving us the appropriate time to do so, I think, is important. Not only for us, but for the public.
Mr. Fogelnoller?
Thank you very much, Chair, and I appreciate the motion, Dr. Holness. I think we've had the conversation, I don't know what board meeting it was, I think it was one of the town halls, but it's frustration sometimes, because it feels like, of course, debate is good, but not being able to make the point. Of course, we can maybe change the verbiage to just keep it specifically to Board Member Alston. Maybe that way, I'm joking. I'm joking, we won't do that. But no, I appreciate the motion, Dr. Holton. I like that. Yeah. So I don't think we should be limiting.
I love it.
And debate. Thank you very much, Chair.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you. I think we're all mature enough here to self-limit and to try to get to the point as quickly as possible. I enjoyed the debate. I think we sometimes face very complex issues, and then sub-issues come into play that haven't been considered, so we have to go off into other areas. Therefore, I don't think you can say one subject is limited to this, because it can lead to so many different other areas that are affected. So I am not I am not in favor of limiting the speech of board members up here, but those that choose to want to limit their speech, they're free to do that. So, and I think the most people that speak enough, I think I learned the most from, and I really enjoy listening to different points of view. I do. I value that. So, and I'm sure the public does, because remember, we're reading things or we're getting memos that they don't get to see. So a lot of information is things that's available, but the public hasn't seen it. So it's important that we verbalize it and vocalize it for them. Right? But a lot of the questions, and people say to me, why do you ask so many questions? Because a lot of times I know the answers to the questions, but the public don't. And I am accountable to the public to keep them informed. So I ask the questions, so then it's right there. You weigh it. You weigh the pros, the cons. Everybody's inside the circle of love. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm willing to try this recommendation. I think we need to do something. If you always do what you always have done, then you'll always have what you have right now. And all I keep hearing is people want to go faster, get the meetings done, but that can't happen when, and no offense to anybody, but people go on dialogues and rants and repeat themselves over and over, and they don't get to their points. So this will help people be concise, get to the point, and I think that we should try it. Maybe things will change. That's my
Madam Chair, may I say something?
Ms. Rupert?
Yes, I wanted to kind of remind people that the chair also has in her arsenal, her toolbox, the ability to say, does anybody have anything different to add to the conversation, or another option to add to the conversation? And that seemed to work for me, where we were pretty much out of there by 6 p.m. every night. And we certainly had a board that was prolific speakers, but it was one after another after another. So I just say, I believe at this point that the chair has the ability, and I know she has the strength of character to do that. So I would suggest that the chair be a little firmer and say, is there something new to add to the conversation, Ms. Rupert? If I say no, then it's no, and we're done. So that's just my point. Thank you.
Any other comments on Dr. Holness's motion? Dr. Holness, can you repeat the motion?
Okay. I motion to move back to Robert Rules Guidelines for item 5B on page 6 of the red line policy.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. Mr. Alston.
I am against. No, sorry.
Mrs. Pham.
He did.
I did what? I did it wrong?
All right. Could you repeat the motion again? Because then maybe I misunderstood.
No problem. I motion to return to Robert Rules Guidelines for item 5B on page 6 of the red line 1020 policy.
Ms. Pham?
No, I did mishear it. Thank you for reading that. I thought you said roll back, and you said remove, just to clarify. Thank you.
Move back to Robert's rules.
So that, again, Ms. Pham, is a no vote, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Foganoli?
Yes, the board dialogue, yes.
Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Mrs. Leonardi?
No.
Mrs. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
No.
And Mrs. Al-Hadef?
No.
Motion fails 7-2.
It's me and you, Holness. Okay.
Okay, back to the item.
Okay, I still have more, Madam
Dr.
Chair,
Holness?
thank you. Okay, so on page 7 of the red line, policy 1020, I motion to remove the second and third sentence of item D under Roman numeral 5.
Is there a second?
Hold on, Roman number 5.
Should I read it out, Madam Chair?
Yeah, what was
Yes,
that again?
please.
Okay. No member can speak more than twice on any agenda item on the same day, referring to school board members. Contingent upon the sum of business before the board of subject matter of the agenda item, the number of speaking rounds may be extended at the discretion of the chair. I am motioning to remove those two sentences. Again, I am not for limiting the time or the number of, or the frequency to which a board member can speak. I think we have very significant items at times, and I think just limiting this is actually tying our hands in being able to significantly discuss items and to come to a good decision.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Moved by Holness, second by Foganholly. Public comment? Board member comment? Mr. Olson?
Yes, I appreciate the motion, but the second part of what's being recommended to be taken out is actually, I think, the positive part, right? Where we're trying to give discretion to the chair, or if you were in a friendly mode, maybe it's discretion of the chair and or a majority of the board, right? Okay. So a majority of the board could, do with what I think you're attempting to do. But I think to remove these, I get the motion.
You can do the friendly.
Meaning to keep it, but add that at the end of the word chair. You see where I'm referring to? The number of speaking rounds will be extended at the discretion of the chair or a majority of the board.
There you go.
Right, my motion is to remove the two sentences. Are you implying to keep the third sentence and remove the second? Is that your friendly amendment?
So if you kept them, so that's why I'm talking out loud. If you kept them both, but added in a majority of the board to that second part of the sentence, that still gives you the discretion, right? You maintain the 2 rounds.
Okay.
If you need to do more, the majority of the board or the chair can do something different.
Okay, friendly amendment accepted.
Okay, just remember, we don't do friendly amendments, but you can make a change to your motion.
The motion is changed
Yes.
to add the majority of the board.
Okay. Other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries with 1 dissenting vote, Zeman. Holness?
Okay, Madam Chair, I have 2 more, and here's the brave move now. Since we're all talking about saving time, so I make a motion on agenda item PP4 to revise Rule 1, Section G, to read as follows. And if this motion passed, then it would insert in Section G. And the motion is, regular and special meetings shall not commence past a duration of 8 hours unless 2/3 of the present school board members vote in favor of extending the meeting. And Madam Chair, I have a second motion that's coming up that I would like to read because it will help with the decision of this motion. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, so the second motion is, I make a motion that the agenda items are moved in the following sequence for the regular school board meetings. First, priority items selected by the superintendent, then items that have been pulled by board members, and finally, any agenda items for which 10 or more individuals have registered to speak. If the board meeting reaches the 8-hour duration, that's if the first motion passed, all remaining agenda items shall be recessed to the next regular scheduled meeting time of the board or to another date established by the board. So the first motion is to limit the board meetings to 8 hours. The second motion is the priority at which items are discussed up to the 8-hour time limit.
Okay, so let's work with the first motion, and that was seconded. Was that seconded?
I'll second the motion for
Moved
discussion.
by, wait a second. Moved by Holness, second by
Alston.
Alston. Public comment, board member comment. Pam.
Point of clarification, here's Dr. Holness,
Yeah.
directly to the doctor through the chair. You're saying for 8 hours, and G says 8 p.m. I just want you to clarify, are we talking about 8
Understand.
hours?
8 hours.
I am talking about 8 hours, not 8 p.m. So whenever the meeting starts, 8 hours, because I believe as a human being and respect to the public as well, keeping your concentration for longer than 8 hours, you start to lose focus, you start to get exhausted and tired. I think if we prioritize the items, which is in the second motion, at the end of 8 hours, we can recess the rest of items for another scheduled board meeting or workshop.
Board member comment, Alston.
Yes, I like the spirit of the motion, but so the reason I seconded it, so the second part of the motion, if I heard it correctly, was a supermajority to extend.
Yes.
I would hope, I would ask for you to consider making that a simple majority, right? You never want to hamstring the board, because there will be time, well, let me not even add.
Understand.
It should be a simple majority.
That's accepted.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm good.
Ms. Pam?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, through the chair, ask Mr. Holness, in the past, the board actually had approximately an 8-hour board meetings, and they had 2 meetings a month. So when they took away the second meeting, that's what really extended the current meeting to such a long period of time. So I'd like to make a motion, if possible, for us to go back to 2 meetings so we can at least get through everything during the month and we don't have a problem, because I think we're going to get backed up, because we're not going to be able to get things done. It's not realistic. You've
Ms.
been down
Pam,
that road.
Let's vote on Dr. Holness, and then you can speak to that. Any other comments on Dr. Holness's motions to send the 8-hour meeting and to have a majority?
Simple majority.
Yes, simple majority.
To extend.
To extend the meeting. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. I agree on the second and third part, but not the first part, because we have a lot of decisions to be made, and we will get behind. We are already behind. We're behind. So I would not agree with the very first part. I understand Dr. Holness' reason for it. However, sometimes it takes 10 hours to get the business done. That's my point, but I would support parts 2 and 3.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Okay, so to Board Member Rupert's point, we can always extend the meeting beyond 8 hours with a simple majority vote. So if there are items that we feel that we need to continue and get to, a simple majority can achieve that, but at least we're holding ourselves to a reasonable limit of time that is respectful to us and the public in proceeding. And then the second motion, prioritize the items to make sure that we're getting through the significant items up to that 8-hour limit, and we can always change the 8 hours with a simple majority. I think we need to have some guidelines. We sat in here last week for 13 hours. Straight hours. That's just too much. And I think unless we set some limits, we're going to end up continuing to do that. So I think prioritizing the items and limiting the time with a simple majority to extend it is reasonable.
Okay, so let's vote on Dr. Holness' motion, 8-hour meetings, and with a simple majority vote to extend beyond that 8 hours.
That's the first one.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
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 Rupert, Bogenholly, no. Motion carries.
Okay, so the second motion in regards to that is I make a motion that the agenda items are moved in the following sequence for the regular school board meetings. First, priority items selected by the superintendent, then items that have been pulled by board members, and finally, any agenda items for which 10 or more individuals have registered to speak on. If the board meeting reaches the 8-hour duration limit, all remaining agenda items shall be recessed to the next regularly scheduled meeting time of the board or to another date established by the board.
Is there a second?
Let me second for discussion.
Moved by Holness, second by Alston. Public comment, board member comment. I just would say that that does already happen, but I'm okay with it. That's what already happens. Mr. Alston?
Well, I was going to ask, so priority items by the superintendent versus pools by the board members. What's the rationale in one versus the other, or what goes ahead?
Well, for the board members versus superintendent, I have no problem in which goes first with those two.
So if I could, so now to the chair, I don't know if this is what happens now. So a majority, I agree, and I don't know if this is your intent. I'm assuming this is after, just call it committee reports. I don't know what your intent is, right? After you pass that piece, right, then this is how you flow. Is it priority items? You know, right now, technically, you don't start with priority items by the superintendent today. Is that right?
No, it's only one where you see we're running out of time.
Right.
Then we'd go to what has to be voted on today.
Right. And once we get to we're at 7 hours and 45 minutes, right? That's when we revert back to what are the items that need to pass. Go ahead.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
I can work with the chief of staff and the superintendent. Maybe we rework like priority items in the single letters, priority items in the double letters,
True.
So that they get voted on first.
Absolutely. That's the intent, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Any other
With
comments?
that change, right?
Yep.
So it sounds like it's going to go back to board, then soup, then 10 or more speakers. I think that all shows priority items, right?
Yeah.
Single letter versus double letter. Yeah,
Right.
That makes sense.
Dr. Zeman?
Ma'am, I'm ready.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries with Fogan-Hawley dissenting. Any other comments?
That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
How are you, Chair? We spent some time on this. It's important. I think the comments that we've had today kind of reflect some of the goals that we have, which is, you know, we'd like people to watch, we'd like people to attend, we'd like critical information to get to the board, and we'd like to have some cognitive abilities left throughout the meeting to have good, honest, open debate, to inform each other, to make sure that we have critical information. But there's some other changes that I think make sense. I'm going to point us to page 2, rule number 2, section C. Give everybody a minute to go there.
Page 2.
Page 2. I'm on the red line version.
Yep, that's
2 of 15.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier. You can see what was there and what wasn't. Rule 2, section C. I'd like to make a motion that workshop agendas be prioritized to focus on students, progress monitoring, and learning-centered topics. All remaining topics are to be shared with the board in advance and briefly summarized at the workshop.
Is there a second? Moved by Zeman, second by Pham. Public comment? Board member comment?
Madam Chair, can you please orient me to what page we're on?
Page 2, Rule 2, Section C.
Red line.
Can you just read what it says, Dr. Zeman?
Right now it says, school board workshops are explorations of matters concerning the business of the school district. Workshops are for the sole purpose of communicating information and engaging in general discussion on operational and policy topics. The school board will take no official action in a workshop. My motion is to, in essence, strike workshops are for the sole purpose of communicating information and engaging in general discussion. Excuse me, that's all good. But instead of on operational and policy topics, it would be replaced with a focus on students, progress monitoring, and learning-centered topics. And in a new sentence, all remaining topics are to be shared with the board in advance and briefly summarized at the workshop.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much. To me, and I've heard this from my colleagues, I've heard it from people that used to go to workshop meetings, is that there were things discussed at workshops that were about our core mission, our K through 12 education core mission. We talked about students. We talked about progress monitoring on things related to learning and to students and to learning-centered topics, including budget and things like that, which are essential for it. But there are now topics that we talk about in workshops that take a significant amount of time and are of little interest to the community and, frankly, are not part of our core mission. Our goal is to become an A district and for every student to achieve at the level of their potential. And I believe that our workshop should primarily focus on that. This doesn't tie the hands of us to do other things, but it just says, you know, our job is to become an A district and get everybody to their potential. Why aren't we talking more about that? Why aren't we talking about student absenteeism? Why aren't we talking about staff absenteeism? Why aren't we talking about days that are dedicated to things that are not academics? These are core issues, and we should be talking about them in workshops, and instead we load workshops with other things which are all important, but they're not the core mission. And I would like workshops to be cool again. I'd like people from national groups like Education Trust and universities to come and talk to us about things that matter. But the things that matter the most to me are the core mission of Broward County School, which is K through 12 education.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Zeman, I do appreciate having workshops focused on student achievement, progress monitoring, and learning centers, and so on. However, are you asking to remove operational and policy topics from workshop discussions? I mean, I like the idea of adding these very important student-oriented topics, but I do believe occasions where we have to discuss policy or operational issues. So I can support the motion if we're adding these additional focus as priority, but not completely removing operational and policy topics. So can you elaborate on what your motion is?
Yes, and with your comment in mind, I'm going to strike the second sentence. I don't want to say that all other topics should be done in advance and just summarized. I mean, I would like that as a general working rule, but I don't want to write it into a policy. What I want the policy to say is our priority should be on students, progress monitoring, and learning-centered topics. All it is a statement of priorities. There's plenty of room for operations and policies and other things. So the only part of my proposal that remains is that we focus on students, progress monitoring, and learning-centered topics.
Okay. My question to the superintendent is, how does this affect staff's ability to workshop any of these policies or operational matters if we do this?
Thanks, Chair. I think it's more about, we will be happy to bring more academic student-focused topics to workshop. I think it's more about time management because we know with this redefining process that's coming up, we have facilities issues to discuss. We have fiscal issues to discuss. So this would be the point that Dr. Zeman is making with the other topics to add would be in addition to this, but it won't tie our hands. We just have to manage our time appropriately and preempting the board with the right information and informing you as such so you don't have a lot of questions. You can provide input and feedback to the staff prior to so that the workshop flows a little bit more efficient.
Dr. Holness?
So, Madam Chair, I want to make sure that I'm voting correctly on this item, and I hear Dr. Hepburn's response. And what I gather from that response is that we will include these other focus areas that are student-oriented, but we will not be removing items such as policy and operational issues. And I want Dr. Zeman to concur that that's what he means, so when I vote, I know what I'm voting for.
Charleston?
Yes. I want to actually double down a little bit more on where I thought you were. Because I don't think we disagree on anything we've heard, right? Including all of these items, student focus, operational policy topics, where we can get the temperature of the board. We can't make any votes, right, Madam Counsel? But when we had the conversation before, I thought we talked about having a very clear percentage of the agenda, for example, right? Because we don't do that now. I don't know, 5% of this agenda is academics, okay? So if we had a metric where we said we want, whether it's 70, 30, 60, 40, right? 60% of the agenda is academics. The other 40% is operational and policy, right? Staff, you figure out how, but we want a majority, overwhelming majority of workshop agendas to reflect that. That is the type of statement that we can make to push back to show that, yes, we do focus on that, or we will focus on it going forward. So I would love for you to, as part of your motion that you have on the floor, if you'd add in maybe like a 60-40 split, right? 60% on academics, 40% other, right? To include operational, policy, et cetera. That's when you now say a majority of our workshop is focused on students.
Dr. Beeman?
I would like it to be a majority. I don't, again, I want always to be flexible, you know, after a storm, after a hurricane, after, you know, a big town hall around repurposing. We may need a workshop for 8 hours on repurposing. And I would say that that's a learning center topic because that's where we learn, you know, in schools. So I'll amend my motion, Chair, and say that the workshop, a majority of the workshop agendas will focus on students' progress monitoring and learning-centered topics.
Okay. And I like that add, Mr. Alston. What I don't want to see, though, is bypassing the sunshine law where there's, you know, individual board crawls with staff where then decisions are being made not in the sunshine. So we need to make sure that whatever materials or information that it's posted on public agendas and that we workshop, have public comment, and do everything in the sunshine. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I want to clarify the change. When we refer to majority for workshop items, are we speaking in terms of majority for each workshop or cumulatively? Majority of items in our workshop for the year is student focused, or are we saying the majority of items for each workshop should be student focused? Are we looking at it on a comprehensive level, or are we looking at it individually?
Dr. Zeman, can you clarify?
Yeah, it would be a majority of each workshop agenda.
Yeah. Okay. Ready to vote on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries. Voting wholly dissenting. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, ma'am. Three more.
Aye.
Ms. Rupert, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Second is page 5, Rule 4, Section C. And this is just more of a legal issue than anything else. But on page 5, Rule 4, Section C, I'd like to make a motion to add an additional bullet that reads, any other matters limited to statutory responsibility of Florida school board members.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Holness. Public comment? Board comment? Seeing none, all in favor,
I have
say
a question.
aye.
Wait, before we go to a vote.
Mr.
So
Alston?
under 8 and 9, isn't that, well, let me not make an assumption. What is, I support what you're saying, right? What's in statute is actually, because we limit ourselves. But what's under 8 and 9, what's being proposed, is that in the entirety? What's different from 8 and 9, that citation to statute versus what you're proposing?
So there are 22 specific statutory responsibilities of school board members. They're not all listed here, and I just want to make sure that our policy is consistent with state law that gives us the authority to do everything from attendance checks to open and close schools and the like.
No, I'm with you. And I have it in my bag. My question is Chapter 120, 1001.43. That's not, what is that?
Ms. Batista?
That is the section that talks about the rights of school board members.
Is that the same passage that we're talking about? All the roles?
That's part of it. That is part of it. That is not, all of the sections are not included in here.
Okay. I'm fine.
I just wanted to be complete.
So, Dr. Zeman, is there a Florida statute number that you're quoting?
Yes. To be honest, there's not just one single section that gives school board statutory authority. There's several. And I just want the point to be clear in our policy that the state provides us things that we and only we could do. And I just want those to be clear. And I'd also like it to be flexible for laws they pass in the future and add or detract. So I just want that general statement there.
Sure, but I would just recommend that we list all those statutes in there after that, your motion.
I agree with that amendment, Chair.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
As amended?
No, we're not there yet. Motion carries. Dr. Zeman?
Yes, ma'am. Page 7 and 9 on the red line version, Rule 7, Sections 2B and 4C, both talk about yielding time. And my motion is to strike all language permitting the yielding of speaking time to other registered speakers.
Is there a second?
Eight of 15.
Can you repeat the motion, Dr. Zeman?
On page 7, Rule 7, Sections 2B and 4C, I wrote down it's also on page 9. I think it's repeated on 9.
Page 8 of 15. That's where it starts.
Yeah, thank you.
941.
The motion is to remove all language permitting the yielding of speaking time to other registered speakers.
Is there a second? Motion dies.
Terrific. Last motion, page 10, Rule 7, Section 4E. Page 10, Rule 7, 4E. I'd like to make a motion to strike the words "school board member" from the sentence. Derogatory comments expressed against individual school board members or school district staff are strictly prohibited. My intent here is to open the door to anybody that's frustrated with something that I've done or one of my colleagues have done, to come to a public meeting and exercise their democratic rights to say what they don't like. I do not feel that it's appropriate for them to do that at staff. But we stand before the public for everything that we do and everything that we don't do. And if they want to say derogatory statements about a school board member, I'd rather them come here and say it in public, and I'd rather them be able to say it in a forum like this, rather than to have those derogatory thoughts about any school board member and keep them to themselves or express them in other forums.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
Leonardi.
Was that second by Ms. Leonardi?
Page 11 of 15.
Okay.
9.
Public comment, board member comment. Ms. Leonardi, do you want to speak?
Nope, I just wanted it noted that I seconded that.
Okay. Board member comment. Pam?
Yes, ma'am. I would be against that only because there's a lot of defamatory statements and untrue statements that are made that come flying across, and I've been subject to them. And the chair has not stopped at where I've been called literally someone that carries pornography around with me. Other board members have implied that I have some kind of connection or I am a Proud Boy, and it's ridiculous that I have to face these false defamatory and inflammatory statements, all because it's a political guise. And I am absolutely against that. If you want to be constructive in your criticism, but this labeling, that's hate speech because you don't agree with someone, that's outrageously inflated. That does away with the best quality that we should have as a board on here, the ability to debate. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, thank you. I believe there is a reciprocity in how the board deals with the public and how the public deals with the board. It adds to the professional decorum. The board should have no right to speak in a derogatory way to the public, and neither should the public do so to the board. I believe that we can have a professional, constructive dialogue with the public but I cannot support either way for any board member to be derogatory in their remarks to the public or the public to do so to the board. So, and the term derogatory, although we all know what it means, may be relative to other people. This may provide a permission to then have individuals starting to be significantly disrespectful to each other. And I don't want to see that premise for neither the public nor the board.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make some comments, actually.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, it is a fact that many of us have been the subject of derogatory comments. That is part of being an elected official, I believe. I agree with Dr. Zeman that this is a freedom of speech issue. Madam Chair reads the district character traits at the beginning of each board meeting, and I would hope that we can all, whether or not we are board members or members of the public, adhere to those character traits. We as board members have a platform, and we can use that for better or for worse. I don't believe in limiting the public and their ability to make certain comments about us, however distasteful they are. And I would I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Any other board member comment? Roll call on Dr. Zeman's motion.
Can you clarify the motion, Chair?
Yep, Dr. Zeman.
The current sentence says prohibits derogatory comments against school board members and district staff. The motion is to leave in school district staff, so it'll read derogatory comments expressed against individuals, school district staff are strictly prohibited.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. Mr. Fogelholy?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
No.
Mr. Alston?
No.
Mrs. Pham? Okay. The motion fails 7-2, or 2-7.
Thanks, Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you. Does any other board member have a motion? Mr. Alston?
Yes, so back to the original motion, the original thought of a motion. I move to strike all references to positions not reflected on the org chart that the board just approved.
Is there a second?
And replace with appropriate positions.
Second.
Whomever. Yeah.
Moved by Alston, second by Fogelholy. Public comment, board member comment. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries.
I do have one more question.
Mr. Alston.
So, and actually, Board Member Holdness has stepped away, but he raised the question, Mr. Superintendent, around Chief of Staff. I think your response back was that you intend to now replace the position titles that were not approved on the org chart to reflect which role, because we voted down Chief of Staff.
Chief of Communications and Legislative Affairs.
Got it. Okay. I just wanted to confirm that. All right. So everywhere where there's a current reference to the Deputy Superintendent, Chief of Staff, that now will be the Office of Communications and Legislative Affairs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other motions on this item?
Just one point.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. Meetings will be different on this. I do want to point out something that we left in, which is our speakers are supposed to identify themselves if they're lobbyists. And I don't know exactly how we enforce that with the folks that come and stand before us, but I think it's critical for good government to make sure that anyone that stands here that's being paid to come in and lobby is clear about that. So I'm glad that that stays in. And also, Chair, I think these rules, did they create agenda categories called open and consent items?
Dr. Hepburn?
Repeat that, Dr. Zeman. Can you repeat that, please?
Does this policy create categories for agenda items that are in plain English, like consent items and open items?
Dr. Wanser?
Yes, it does, Dr. Hepburn, Dr. Seaman, yes, it does. In Rule 3, letter C.
Thank you. And I just wanted to share with that with my colleagues. When we come back, we'll actually be able to communicate with the public. There won't be double C and single F and things. There'll be open items and consent items, and it'll be clear to everybody, including the employees of Broward County Schools and the public, that we have two different agendas. One, which we think, unless there's some objection, can be passed on consent, and others which, if there's any, discussion on those more significant items, that they'll be included in the open agenda. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Ms. Batista, I just need some clarification on what we did pass, which was B, with the speaking of the 5 minutes and the 3 minutes for the rebuttal per motion. It says while debating a motion. So I just want to clarify, we're in the school board meeting, and anytime when the board member speaks, is that considered the 5 minutes?
Yes.
I want to make sure that there's nothing else like giving their opinion, whatever, that is encompassed in their 5 minutes when they start speaking.
So pursuant to Robert's rules, the way that it works is that when there is a motion on the floor and there is any discussion about it, that's called debate. That includes whatever the board member will be stating, whether it's opinion or argument for or against the motion.
Okay, I just wanted everybody on the board to be crystal clear about that. So once you start speaking, whether you're giving your opinion or telling a story or debating, Dr. Zeman.
I thought we just said you couldn't disparage a school board member, but wow. I plead guilty, by the way.
5 minutes.
No, I plead guilty.
You said it was okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Or now go to speaker jail.
Any other motions? Okay. All in favor of item PP4 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. I have a motion and second on PP5.
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Fogenholy. Public comment. Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is where my question goes or not, but it was a good place to start. When we have school board members that use the P card to sign up for a conference or a workshop and something comes up and they're not able to go, where is it that we indicate that they have to reimburse the P card? Because often if it gets charged like for a conference, can someone explain, Dr. Hepburn, how that works, so that we're just sure that if they're not able to attend for whatever reason, that the district isn't getting charged for that?
Dr. Wanser.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So Ms. Hickson and Ms. Batista can opine. It may be appropriate for that to come to be embedded in the professional development policy that's coming to the board. Actually, when we get to the workshop.
Okay.
It would be in.
Wasn't sure where it went,
Not a
so
problem.
I'll bring it back then.
Okay.
All right, thank you. The next one.
Any other comments on PP5, school board policy 1080, ethics code for school board members? Mr. Alston?
Yes, I'd like to move that school board members have a zero gift policy, removing the $50 amount to $0, reflected all throughout the policy. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Alston, second by Fogenholy. Public comment? Board member comment? Roll call?
Madam Chair, can you repeat the motion, please?
My motion is to have a $0 gift policy for school board members, as opposed to the other, so it's explicitly starting on page 4 of 12, 966, section D, limitation and acceptance of other gifts under section E. So I'm explicitly asking for a $0 gift policy for school board members.
Any comments? Ready for roll call?
Roll call on the motion. Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Mrs. Leonardi?
No.
Mrs. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
No.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
No.
Mr. Austin?
Highly in favor of.
Mrs. Pham?
Go with yes.
Mr. Fogelholy?
Yes.
Motion fails 6-3.
Thank you, board members. Council, is this also the place, I know we've had the conversation before, I think in any other environment, everyone would go crazy because we just went against a $0 gift policy for ourselves. Where is the appropriate place to also look at the same gift constraints for executive members of the district and all employees?
So this is the this is the policy for board members. As you know, the $50 limit is actually less than what that's the specific rule for just board members. That is $50 because normally for other governmental agencies it's $100.
Right, I'm used to $0. I come from the state. I appreciate that. All right, so council, my next question, I know we've debated before on a separate policy, so I believe I can bring this item back, where we refer under section 6A, report of lobbying activity. We expressly are now including one new area, so I also believe I can also add an area or take out an area. So this, I know, refers to I'm assuming the current lobbying policy that's in place, but I can't tell because I don't believe that the new recommendation of 6 applies to that, or maybe it does. So let me just go backwards to what I was attempting to do before. So we explicitly exclude several groups, which I don't believe we should exclude. So I'm going to attempt again on this policy, which is the ethics code for school board members in this policy. And if there's a distinction, then we can deal with whatever that difference may be. So I move that we remove the exemption for several groups, explicitly including section 1, which is school allied groups, and section 2, employee bargaining groups. That's my motion.
Second. Moved by Alston, second by Alda. Public comment? Board member comment?
I like it. Thank you.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, I have a few questions about how that would work. So when we talk about employee bargaining groups, would that be like members, any member of that group, like a member of FOPI, for instance?
Batista?
Yes, it would include any member of the of any union that is coming to speak to the public official in their capacity to speak about either something related to the union.
Would that include a lot of times during negotiations we get emails from members of those groups. Would that include those emails?
Yes.
Okay. We would have to file the appropriate paperwork for each email?
Well, Ms. Batista, can you clarify though, because if it's to the whole entire school board, you wouldn't, only if it's specifically to you, correct?
Normally, yes. That's how the lobbying activity would work. If you would not have to, so normally if there is something that is addressed specifically to a board member, that's when you have to complete the appropriate paperwork.
Right. We do get those emails. I mean, I certainly get those emails as well that are just addressed to me. How does this?
And if I may, because normally, so if it is addressed specifically to you, even if everybody received it, sometimes you don't know that everybody received it. So then you would have to fill the paperwork.
Right. What if, so let me back up. How does this fit in with Florida? What does Florida statute say about this?
Ms. Batista?
Florida statutes do not specifically, have that called out as the board does, but is obviously allowed. It's permitted if the board would like to keep it out, or if now you want to change it.
I wouldn't be in favor of doing it for every single member. I, could support potentially, officers of those labor groups and bargaining groups. I think it's a bit excessive to have to file that paperwork for every single email we get from a teacher or an SRO or, I could go on down the list. Thank you.
Mr. Olson?
Yeah, just to Board Member Leonardi's good point in question, which I didn't get to the second motion if this passes. I hope it does. The reporting onus could be on the individual. So the way the county commission works is if you, when the ethics code originally started, I should add, the onus was on that other individual. So if you were meeting with, in this case, a school board member, the reporting onus is on that individual to report. To your question, to your point, as opposed to the reporting onus being on the school board member in this case. So that's just another way to deal with it if this were to pass.
Ms. Leonardi?
I could support that. I would be hesitant, again, to include every single member of those bargaining groups because I don't know how many, teachers might be aware of that report. If we were to implement a reporting requirement that would put the onus on them, I think that makes it very difficult for them to reach out to public officials. And I don't know, there would have to be like training around all of that. So I could support something on like the officers of those bargaining groups, not every single member.
Mr. Olson?
That's fair. Let me ask a question, because there's a difference between advocacy and lobbying. So back to definitions, right? I know we wanted to strike out. So I don't believe in this policy we are clear on and to Ms. Leonardi's point, anyone can be an advocate, right? Advocating for something. That's different than, I think, lobbying, right? Or is it a gray area? It's maybe more for council. You think it's gray?
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's just splitting hairs.
Okay. Okay.
Are you changing your motion?
No, the motion I think is perfect. But what I like is, I think I'll add, if you want to be explicit on, let me just go back and read the exclusion. Because I think the intent is for transparency. I think that's what everyone wants to know and see. Officers or the leaders, right, maybe broad of these organizations, when they reach out to public officials, that, that is reportable. I think that's what the intent is. So I'm good with that recommendation if that's what you're supporting, because some of these groups don't have officers. I'm looking at it, right? They may have leadership.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I support the piece about transparency. If we're going to say leaders, I just want to be very clear so that no one is, caught off guard or it's a gotcha, right? So if we're going to include leaders, I support that. I just would like there to be a clear definition of that.
Other board member comment?
Ms. Al-Hadaf, can you put me on the list?
Go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
I would not be able to support this item, although I, of course, love Mr. Alston. But it would make my job exceedingly different, and it would also make holiday meals around my house a little bit difficult. My child, this is going to be no surprise to you, is very opinionated, and she's a teacher, and she's a member of the union, right? I understand the difference between advocacy and lobbying, but I don't believe other people do, and we'll really see it very different. So I do know that I meet with employees, and I emphasize the word employees all the time, from food and nutrition to our bus drivers, to some of our chiefs, some of our COPA members. It would be very difficult to even know what kind of education Actually, it would be very difficult. I'd actually have to report every single conversation, email, and meeting that I miss. Meeting that I attend, and I would find it onerous on not only on me, but on the public and on my assistant as well. Right now, she does, if people say that they're lobbyists, or even if they're not saying that they're lobbyists and they're actually with the company, I still sign the thing and I send it forward just to be super safe. But I worry about that as it is. We have tens of thousands of members of our organization that are our employees, are part of our family, and it would be very difficult to do my job without meeting them and without listening to them and what the problem and or solutions that they actually are asking about or offering, and additionally policy changes. So it would be difficult for me, and I would have difficulty supporting this as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, Chair, I'm curious. Do persons representing PTAs meet our definition of a lobbyist?
Ms. Batista?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question?
Do people representing a PTA meet our definition of a lobbyist?
So depending on what they are...
So they could?
Yes.
Thank you. Do members of the District Advisory Committee meet our definition of a lobbyist?
Again, it depends on their message.
Do members of a band booster or other athletic booster association meet a definition of a lobbyist?
Mm-hmm. So right now, they don't, right? That clearly is something that is carved out.
No, I'm not asking about what it says in this section. I'm asking, we have a definition of lobbyist in 1100B, and according to that definition, could a band booster association or athletic booster association meet the definition of a lobbyist? Our definition of lobbyist?
Most likely not, because those folks are not, they're not asking for something that would inure to their benefit.
Mm-hmm. So, my sense is that the conversations that typically come from members of a PTA or a SAC or a booster group of any school, any member of an advisory committee, those conversations, at least the ones that I've had, don't meet the definition of lobbying. They are not asking for anything that would help them. And if they're advocating and lobbying for anything, it's to help their school, which to my definition does not meet the definition of lobbying. Is that correct, General Counsel?
That is correct. That is correct.
Thank you very much. So I think one encourages the kind of conversation that I want to have and want to make sure they share their information with school board members who might be able to understand something better after those conversations. I feel the same about number 2. I learn a lot from organizations that we work with. We share common goals about compensation to our employees. I think that the exception for this is well-meaning, and I wouldn't support having to report even leaders of bargaining groups or meet and confer groups as a lobbying activity. They come and talk about our employees, which I care about very much, and I'd love to be educated about them, and I'd love to hear from them often and in great depth. But they're not lobbying for the benefit of their organization. They're arguing for the benefit of our employees. And I like that debate. I like to hear what matters to the employees. I like to hear where we've missed it. Last year we had a raging debate here about SLPs that would not have been as fully informed if we didn't have open and direct communications with the folks who represent SLPs. And as a result of that, we took action, and I think we've had improved retention behavior otherwise. So one, I just think, is wouldn't pass the public muster. I of course want these groups to come talk, and I don't view them as lobbyists in general. If they did come and say, I want you to do something that helps me, I would report it because it's lobbying. It fits under the lobbying rule. And regarding folks that represent our employees, I also want to encourage that. I understand what they are in favor of. It's the same thing I'm in favor of, which is to give people the appropriate wages that live in Broward County who come to work every day to fulfill our mission and to help us achieve our goals. So I like these exceptions in our policy, and I'd like them to remain. Thank you, Chair.
Ma'am?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Zeman because I myself has received hundreds, if not thousands, of the same emails where it's just cut and paste, where it's just a different name and the signature line. And a lot of these are from union members, and they go on about the same topics. And it's very, very wasteful for our staff because it ties them up from hours. Where I have to sort through these emails, and they have to make sure there isn't one phrase or something different that would kick in, which needs to be addressed. And they have to pull them, they have to sort them, they have to keep them. And plus our servers, we've actually had to turn down, I think, our servers at one time or something. We did something to the point where we blocked out because we were just being inundated. And it's not helpful. It doesn't change anything when you write the same letter over and over and over. It's just cumulative. You know, if we got the message for the first 10, we don't need 1,000 more. We understand what you're saying. So, because I think it's more of a group effort to overwhelm, and frankly, it almost seems like bullying. It really does, because it takes our time away, as well as our staff, away from what we could really be focusing on, and that's the students. So we understand that you want higher wages. We get that. We know that. We want to have the money for you. I don't think one person at this board disagrees with that. Not one. But for people to do this mass mailing over and over again is really wasteful. Thank you.
Any other board member comments on Mr. Alston's motion? Mr. Alston.
Yes, if I could close out. Thank you, board members, for the good discussion. I think I did say I accept I call it the Leonardi suggestion. But I want to be clear, because this is not, for me, focused on any group, but it's also about us being transparent. So, council, if you would just help me out. The item actually says, well, let me answer just a very specific question. Let's use PTA as an example, and then I'll give a personal example that I'm sure we all can relate to. So can a PTA, quote, encourage a school board member to pass, defeat, or modify any proposal or recommendation before the board?
You're saying as the policy is now? Yes, they can.
Right.
Yes.
Can a district advisory committee, quote, attempt to encourage a school board member to pass, defeat, or modify any proposal or recommendation before the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So the point is, and I appreciate the prior questions, Dr. Zeman, any of these groups, if there's an item on the agenda or not on the agenda, can influence or encourage a school board member to do something, right? So that is the intent behind this. And we have many current looming items that are currently in the atmosphere, along with many others that may not be so prevalent. So that was the intent behind this, just so we're very clear. The other point is, just like all of you all get emails from, I'll just pick on PTA ABC, not calling a PTA, who said, hey, I hope you pass JJ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right, for this reason, right? I hope that you consider adding playgrounds to for this reason, right? We get those all the time. So back to, I think, Mr. Nardi's point, how we then get to step 2, which I agree, how we do the reporting, how we track that, I think we can come up with the right way to do that, because my intent is not to put additional burden on these groups, but it's also to be transparent about the types of things that we're asked to consider as a board. Thank you.
If I may, Ms. Marita, just to clarify that, the definition of lobbyist right now in the policy states that is any person that for compensation seeks or sought during the preceding 12 months to influence the governmental decision-making. So just wanted to clarify that, Mr. Alston, that when you stated whether the PTA or any other group is able to influence, or speak on behalf of the passage or defeat of a particular recommendation? The answer is yes. The difference would be that they are not doing it for compensation. Okay.
Any other comments on Mr. Alston's motion?
Just one more. I'm sorry, Chair.
Dr. Zeman.
Chair, possibly to the General Counsel, would a collective bargaining unit who gets compensated by members only and not by Broward County School Board, would they fall under the lobbyist definition of Broward County School Board?
Batista?
So that's a difficult question because we actually reimburse, I believe, the salaries. Do we not? For purposes of FRS, we reimburse the salaries of the leadership of the unions. So they are not just being, or we are reimbursed by them.
Dr. Hepburn.
Need a little
Ms.
help.
Martin.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. The portion of the union leadership's earnings that they would make as an employee, they reimburse us, so those dollars are eligible for FRS. They're on release to the union, but they are still employees.
So there is a portion, with that answer, there is a portion that the district is paying because we are paying the FRS contributions toward those particular employees.
Okay. Mrs. Leonardi.
I just was going to ask for some final clarity on the motion before we vote.
Okay. Ms. Nixon?
I just have a question. So a lot of union members are constituents also. So how would people know whether they had to report or not report? If they're emailing us because they want a raise, whether they're a union member or not, they're still our constituents. So it seems like we're getting into a lot of sticky area here.
Madam Chair. It's not sticky for me. I'm not into a sticky area. That's kind of the next step. So let me go back to, I think, your question, which was important. I'm only focused on what's included or excluded right now. And 1 and 2 are clearly excluded. I'm suggesting to put that back. Ms. Leonardi raised a point. If we can be specific around officers, leadership, right, just being very clear on these groups, which I think is the right answer. So I thought I accepted that, back to your question, the motion that's on the floor, to include that, right? Limited to that group. So whether it's officers, leadership, I call that scrivener's error. I think everyone, if it passes, understands the intent around these groups.
Okay, I just want to clarify something that I thought I heard but maybe misunderstood. Is we're the ones that are doing the reporting. We're not asking for anybody else who's lobbying us to make any type of reports, correct?
Correct. If I do a second recommendation, okay. That is correct. Yes, so that's what I want to stick with. Yes, correct. Based on this.
Ms. Batista?
There is a separate policy that prescribes that lobbyists also have to register. So they also have to, there is a component for lobbyists to do certain things. This is not that part of the policy, but yes, there is another section that pertains to lobbyists.
Okay. Roll call.
I'm sorry, before you do a roll call, Chair, I think we have to be clear about whether it's officers or leaders. They're two different words, and they would encompass different numbers of people. So I think we need to be clear in what the motion is. It's more than just a scrivener's error. There's a difference between officers of a organization and leaders of an organization. So I need to be clear about what I'm voting on.
Mr. Alston.
I'm good. I am fine with officers as suggested, but it's just maybe a question to council. Does the district advisory committee have officers? Using this as an example, yes? Does band booster associations have officers?
Yes.
Yes? So all the groups under 1 and 2 all have officers? Back to the wording, just because it all means something, which I agree.
think I need a little help with the boosters and the band booster associations, because I'm not familiar whether they would have.
So for boosters, what I'm familiar with, and staff can add additional information, sometimes they have an officer, maybe a president of some sort in some of the booster clubs. Go ahead, Dr. Monson.
So I think what probably needs to be clarified is, so Dr. Hepburn is absolutely correct. Most booster organizations will have a president, a vice president, a recording secretary. I think the question needs to be clarified, particularly as Board Member Leonardi raised around leadership of organizations. For example, you have, I was a member for X amount of years of BPAA. They have a president, a vice president, but they also have an executive director whose leadership but is not an officer.
Okay.
That didn't help. That did help, by the way. That didn't, yeah.
We ready to vote?
So, I know before Leonardo asks, is your question, is it officers and or leadership?
I was actually going to say that if this passes, we should make sure that all of the people who this policy, that they should be aware that they need to now register as lobbyists. That was my only, and then ask for clarity on the motion again.
Madam Chair, so back to the word, I understand officers, but you just gave another exclusion, which is not my intent, right? So, and you just gave one specific example. So, how about this? Let me go with officers for now, and then I'll come back to it. Let me just make it simple.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. Dr. Holness?
Could you repeat the motion, please?
Robert's rules. The motion needs to be read. Thank you.
Mr. Alston, for the 5th time, can you please read your motion?
Thank you, ma'am. I am going to try. So it is, we're on page 7 of 12, 969, under section 6A, reporting of lobbying activity. My intent is to not exclude number 1 and number 2, but only for the officers making that requirement for reporting. That's the intent. Right now, 1 and 2 is expressly excluded. The intent is to expressly include officers by all of these groups.
I'm sorry, Chair, I still need a literal reading of the motion. What words would be in this policy if this motion passes?
All right, well, let's pause. So with the word persons, we could make none officers. Is that the intent? Right? I think we all can, since we have to go to school here, replace the word persons with none officers, because the intent would be to report officers. Did I do that correctly, Council? Or is it the reverse? The intent is to report officers of these groups, right? It's the opposite, because the sentence before it is saying not required to report.
So if I may suggest that the word that needs to be changed would be right above number 1, where it's talking about, so the reporting of lobbying activity as defined in this section is mandated for all forms of activity to lobby an individual school board member, inclusive of written correspondence or any form of electronic or telephonic communication. School board members, instead of saying are not required, you would say are and cross out the word not. I think that's what you would like, if I'm not mistaken.
Got it. You're putting the onus on the school board member. That's your change, right? I got you. I'm with you. No, I got it.
I'm not sure if that's what you want.
No, keep going. I got it.
Okay. School board members are, then strike the word not, required by this policy to report any contacts made. Number 1, it would be persons.
Officers.
Or officers representing school allied groups, PTA, district school boards, band boosters, etc.
I got it. And the same for 2. Persons will be officers?
Yes.
Right? Okay. Okay.
That general counsel, you'd have to repeat that sentence to say that you would not be required to report starting with number 3, 4, 5, and 6.
So you would be required, so the motion is, to your question, Mrs. Pham, the motion is to, on page 7 of 12, to strike on the 5th line the word not, on the 6th line the word persons, and change it to officers. And on the next line, cross out after the number 2, the word persons, and add officers as well.
No, but Ms. Batista, you'd then have to repeat the not sentence, starting with number 3.
Which is why I took it out, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
And then add, however, not required to, by this policy, to report 3 public officials or employees, representatives, etc.
Okay.
So probably change also the 3 and 4 and 5 to 1, 2, 3, because that would be a new section.
Thank you. It is clear.
Roll call.
Roll call. Dr. Holness?
No.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
No.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
No.
Mr. Alston?
Yes.
Mrs. Pham?
Yes.
Mr. Foganholly?
Yes.
Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Okay.
Motion
Motion
fails,
fails.
5-4.
I think I'm done.
Any other board member with a motion? Seeing none. Roll call on PB5.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I have one quick correction, Chair. In the previous policy, we struck the definition outside of 1100B of lobbying. I make a motion we do the same on this policy. It would be striking the definition of lobbyist on page 2 of 12 on the red line version, and refer to our policy that does define lobbyist, 1100B.
There a second? Second. Moved by Alda, moved by Zeman, second by Alda. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Dr. Hepburn, is a lobbyist, do they pay to register as a lobbyist? And if they don't, why not? And should they be?
Currently, they do not for Broward County Public Schools. I'm going to let Mr. Sullivan add some additional comment, or even Ms. Marte, but go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
I know in other districts and government agencies, they do charge a fee, and that fee is utilized for the person who mans basically the operations of registering lobbies for the organization. But we do not charge a fee. And most organizations that do charge a fee, it's an annual fee. I believe Miami, and Ms. Marte might be able to correct me, is about $350 a year or so.
Okay. So my suggestion is that the superintendent brings back an item with the fee involved with registering to be a lobbyist.
Chair, would that be an annual fee?
Annual fee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Dr. Zeman, can you repeat your motion?
My motion is to remove paragraph after number 1 on page 2 of 12 to define a lobbyist in this policy, and instead refer to our policy on lobbyists, which defines lobbyist, so that we have a common touchstone for what a lobbyist is across all of our policies. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries with, I think, Rupert and Foganholly dissenting.
I said yes.
Oh, sorry, Pham. Sorry, Ms. Rupert. It's Ms. Pham and Foganholly dissenting. Any other motions on this item? Ms. Pham?
I have a legal question on
Use your microphone. Move your microphone.
I'm sorry. This is page 1 of 10, so it's in the inception, and it's under the Ethic Code for School Board Members, General Provisions. And I'd ask Baptista to address the provision in B that talks about the standards of conduct prescribed by this policy and any other standards for conduct. The stricter standard shall be applicable to the school board members. Now, if the school board is writing a policy that is stricter than the state statute, that would be in violation of law. They cannot put an additional restriction on. They can expand it, but they can't restrict it. And the other thing, that's part 1, in my opinion, that we would be entitled to what's provided by state law. That would trump the school board policy. The second issue is they have here that there would have to be a determination of which is stricter, which I think calls for a legal opinion. And if you go down to under B, there's 7 different statutes mentioned there that someone would have to sift through, a layperson included, sift through these statutes to compare that to the board's policy, which I think is overbroad, vague, and ambiguous. And I think that that would be just not reasonable under the circumstances to expect parents and residents to make a legal comparison, and I think it would be confusing to all of them. So I think that language should be removed, and that comparison should be removed, and they should rewrite this provision to say what the policy is, and that it can't be stricter than what the state law provides their rights are, and other speakers' rights.
Are you making a motion, Ms. Pham?
There was point of clarification. I'm asking her for a legal opinion.
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the answer is that you're correct, Mrs. Pham. Normally, when there is a law, you can't do something that is stricter than what the law requires. And that is because you are normally affecting a group of people that have no ability to change the law. In this particular case, because the board is setting standards for its own conduct, if you wish, if it is the board's wish, you can set standards that are stricter than what is provided for in, let's say, the principles of professional conduct or the code of ethics. For example, Mr. Austin was asking for a $0 amount instead of the $50 that is allowed under the statute. So that would be a stricter standard that you could have voted for and approved.
Okay. Thank you. Any other motions? Seeing none. All in favor of PP5 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No, Alston.
No, Alston. No, Pham. Item passes with those two dissenting votes. May I have a motion and second on PP6? Moved by Hickson. Second.
I'll second.
Second by Fogenhall. Public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one registered speaker, Mr. Jason, is it Coring or Loring? I'm sorry.
Loring.
Loring, I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Jason Lee Loring. I'm a veteran of the United States Army, and I'm also an Oakland Park resident. I want to start off by thanking the Office of the Deputy of Superintendent Chief of Staff for editing this. Originally, there wasn't much to it. Now this looks great. There's a lot of legalities in it that I appreciate. I want to look at F, general powers. Number F, school board members should practice governing excellence by preparing for meetings, conducting official school board business, and ensuring quorum is maintained by attending meetings in its entirety and practicing good stewardess and school board district resources. Some of the stuff you guys talk about and your other things you guys passed recently. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Board member comment, Ms. Pham?
Yes, thank you. I have a motion. I move to amend the policy 110 at section 2F to add a sentence stating, school board members are permitted to access unredacted student records if they have a legitimate educational interest, in parentheses, need, to know student
PII, personal information.
Oh, they put P2. PIA, as part of their duties and responsibilities as a school board member, otherwise they're entitled to records which have been redacted of PIA. This is in reference to the FERPA law, which is the Federal Education Protection Act, which protects education records that can't be released. But however, school board members have a access to this information on with a right to know. If you have a right to know, for example, you have safety issues, you have a right to go into these personal FERPA, Federal Education Protection Act records, and either have the information redacted or you can be permitted access to the unredacted student information in order to address the safety issues or other issues that are pertaining to your job description and support your obligations as a board member. So that's what everyone's been provided with a copy of this. So
Is there a second?
Let me second for discussion.
Moved by Pham, second by Alston. Public comment on the motion? Board member comment?
One more thing.
Mrs. Leonardi.
I think the maker of the motion had one more thing she wanted to say.
Ms. Pham?
Yeah, just one last thing. Ms. Batista worked on this with me to make sure we came up with the appropriate language that would be acceptable under the law, so we wouldn't be in any violation of laws, in order to allow school board members to access essential information in order to employ fulfill their job obligations.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I just had a few questions, Madam Chair. Are school board members considered mandatory reporters?
Dr. Hepburn?
Defer that to Ms. Batista.
Yes, every individual, yes, is mandatory reporter.
Okay. So if a school board member had a safety concern about a child, whether it be abuse or neglect, what is the mechanism for them to, well, let me back up. If they have a concern about the safety, whether it be abuse or neglect of a child, is it appropriate for them to do an investigation themselves as a mandatory reporter?
Ms. Batista?
That would not be appropriate. The appropriate process would be for just like any other mandatory reporter, you would have to call the hotline and report to the agency.
Right, to the Department of Children and Families.
Correct.
Okay. I can just speak as a parent myself. I would not want school board members to have access to my children's records. I think that parents and children have a right to privacy, and there are mechanisms if you do have a safety concern to report those safety concerns. So I cannot support this. Thank you.
Mr. Alston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Simple question. I am not an academic expert. So now that I've said that, and I get the motion that's on the floor, but I think I just had a separate question for you, counsel. And back to one of your items that we dealt with earlier, on all the items that a school board member is allowed to do. So very simple question. Is a school board member today permitted to do this?
Madam Chair. Thank you. So school board members are permitted to access unredacted student records if they have, as the amendment to this policy suggests, as if they have a legitimate educational interest. So they have to have, a need to know, the personally identifiable information of the student. But if you do, then yes, you would be able to access that. And if you do not have a need, then you would be receiving the records in the same manner as any other person would, which would be with redacted information if you receive it at all.
So let me make sure I understand. If without this motion, we can do this today, all 9 of us.
That is correct.
All right. So that's why I'm wondering, and I don't know why, I know it's your motion, right? So technically, every board member can do this right now. Let me ask another question. So where the legitimate educational interests need to know, who makes that determination?
So, there is prescriptions under FERPA for how those determinations are made. At the end of the day, it is a legal question. So, normally, if it's something, so let me back up. So normally, there isn't a need to know personally identifiable information, which would include, the name of the student, just the birth date, information such as that. There would be really rare circumstances in which a board member, as part of their role, would be entitled to that information. So most of the time, that if, let's say, there was a request at a school for all of the records of a student, it would be an answer that the principal can provide to the board member immediately. If it's something, where there is no need, it's a, pretty obvious response. If there is a question as to whether that particular board member, for example, if it's part of an expulsion process or something along those lines, then there would be, then you would be entitled to that personally identifiable information, and actually those records are provided to you at the exclusion of the rest of the public. You receive certain information that no one else does.
So because I don't think I understood. So technically, we don't need to pass this motion today. We can do this now, correct?
Yes.
All right.
I think in discussions with Mrs. Pham, she was having some issues where she felt that she was not receiving certain information, and that's why she wanted to come up with some language that would just place something in a policy for everybody to understand what the rights of the board members.
So back to the second part, if we can do this now under state law, who is making the determination around legitimate educational interest? The principal or council? Who's making that determination?
Well, so whoever is the person who the information is being requested from, it would be the principal, ultimately the principal, probably the data processor at the school, whoever it is, and then if they have questions, they would call my office.
Right, because you're representing the principal, the district, the employee, as well as the board member side, the board interests, right?
Yes, that is correct. Well, I would be representing whatever it is that, so I'm both the general counsel and the school board attorney.
Yeah.
So in that particular instance, I would have to make sure that whatever the board member was requesting was something that was not violative of the rights of the students.
So me not knowing, and then I'm done, and I'll go back to you, Ms. Pham, not knowing kind of what's going on, why can't we just say the law is the law, and whatever Ms. Pham is asking for? I don't get why we need to pass a motion to reinforce a state law.
Okay, hold on.
Right, I just, that's kind of where I'm at before I even get here, I don't know.
The
If you're being denied.
Wait, Ms. Pham, wait.
Okay, I'm done, but my point is, and then I'm done, I don't see the need, based on what I just heard you say, to pass this. If someone is not doing their job or following the law, that's a different question, right? That's what we need to deal with, separate from passing a motion that passes the law. I don't get that.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. Just a quick 2 points. One, we just amended a policy to make it very clear that any Florida statute that gives a board member the authority to do something exists. And that's important because it really reiterates that you can never numerate all of the statutory responsibilities of a school board member. And, oh, by the way, they change. And so if we put this in a Broward County policy, which I absolutely don't think is necessary, to second Mr. Alston's point, if in fact the law changed, then we have to go back and change our policy as well. So when you just call out the statutes and say, hey, whatever the statutes give us the authority to do, we can do, is great. As soon as you start cutting and pasting from existing law, especially FERPA law, which is very volatile, you're kind of inviting need down the road to change this. We have this according to Florida statutes. We can do it now, and this motion is not necessary, nor is it necessary to add it to this policy. Thank you, Chair.
Pam.
Thank you so much. And I want to give the public as well as the board the circumstances around this, and it's very needed, this clarification, because the principal in question has advised me that they're not allowed to give me any information based on general counsel. So there's been a misunderstanding here. and all information has been blocked. So I have an instance at one school where 4 boys managed to get out of their PE class, get down the hallway, get to a room that was locked, get inside that room, somehow it became unlocked, don't know, and I'm not entitled to information whether it was they had a key, whether the lock was broken, or someone opened the door. And they proceeded to beat up another single individual boy in that classroom. Video was taken of it, and then the students afterwards were threatened that if they showed the video or told what happened, then they would also be targeted. So absolutely, is there a need? I need to know how those kids, one, got out of that PE class without the PE teacher missing 4 students. 2, how no one in the hallway picked it up, or no one with any video picked up these 4 students coming down the hallway from outside in the PE, coming in to this class, how they got in that room. If someone opened that door, and it wasn't the teacher, or even if it was the teacher, we need to hold them accountable. They had no right to open the door to a gang of 4 boys, period. Then, them getting in the classroom as well to intimidate and to actually beat up someone. And just so you know, I am also working with Ms. Batista about the principals asking the students to delete the videotapes that they take of criminal actions or breaking of policies. Because under Florida law, that's called spoliation of evidence. You can't destroy evidence that's going to be used in an investigation or a trial. That is not private property. It's on, you lose your right to privacy when you commit crimes. So therefore, those videos need to be protected and preserved and produced to the people that are involved and not destroyed. Not those students can't be intimidated or threatened if they don't turn over and delete those videos. So they are important evidentiary issues that can either show guilt or it can clear a person of guilt. So as far as the FERPA, I don't need the names. I know who the players already are from the parents, but I need to know the circumstances of how that happened so I can make sure it doesn't happen again. So that's the issue here. It's not about digging into someone's educational records. It's about protecting other students from this happening to them. There's no reason we should allow this bullying. There's no reason that that boy at Cypress Bay should have had his head fractured. And we have to step it up as a board. We have to be on top of things and say safety, safety, safety. That's what we campaigned on, and we mean it. I mean it. So I'm hoping that my other fellow board members will vote in support of this so we can properly get to the bottom of what happened and fix it. If our locks aren't working on those doors, then we're going to get better locks. If too many people have the keys, then we're going to put on combination keys to those locks. But we have to do something. We can't just sit by and let our children be injured like this. So I hope you'll support me in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pham. So I'm going to weigh in. So first of all, this motion is already permitted by law. So that's number one. Number two, I think that as a board member, it's vitally important that we stay in our lane and we do not get into the operations of the matter until the superintendent brings an item before this board to vote on. And so if this was a situation in my district, I would be meeting with the superintendent and discussing it with him and giving him an opportunity to fix this. Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Would this motion, Ms. Batista, do any of the things that Mrs. Pham was discussing about making sure the locks are fixed or that students couldn't have walked into a room or any of those items that all of us are very concerned and want to be sure don't happen again?
Ms. Batista?
So the example that was provided by Mrs. Pham would not, this motion would not be affected.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call.
On the motion, Mrs. Leonardi?
No.
Mrs. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
No.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
No.
Mr. Alston? Mrs. Pham?
Yes.
Mr. Foganholy?
Yes.
Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
No.
The motion fails.
6-2.
6-2.
Okay, back to the item as a whole. Any other motions on PP6? Seeing none, all in favor of PP6, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
Item passes with one dissenting vote. Mrs. Pham. May I have a motion and second on PP7?
Moved. Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
We don't have public comment, Madam Chair, but I believe the student advisors do want to have an opportunity to speak.
Student advisors, you good? Okay, thank you. I have Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I have two motions. First motion is on page 2 of 4 to strike out I. Students may not serve in an advisory capacity while campaigning for a seat on the school board of Broward County. I just don't think we have the legal ability to do that. So that's the first one.
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Leonardi. Public comment. Board comment. Ms. Batista, can you weigh in? Do we have the legal authority to keep that in?
Well, because you are you are the school board, you dictate who you would want to be serving in an advisory capacity to you, so that would not be in violation of any law if you wanted to have that restriction.
So I have another question then. We have people on district advisories who are campaigning for school board, and we don't deny them that option. So I don't agree with denying students that option. So that's why I'm not supporting I. So if we can vote on that.
Any other board member comment? The only thing I would just say is that I know when this did happen, it was disruptive to this board. I'll just leave it at that. Okay, all in favor of Mrs. Hickson? Ms. Rupert, you want to speak?
Yes, I'd like to speak. I'm sorry. This just seems very non-democratic. And quite honestly, we should have absolutely no bearing on somebody who is campaigning for a seat to be a colleague of ours. I mean, if we're going to do this, then we're going to, what's next? We tell employees they can't run either because they work for us? I do not believe I is appropriate in this situation. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other board member comment?
Just a quick question, Chair, and I think you'll know the answer to this. If a student advisor decides to run for school board, they're currently prohibited from campaigning while working as a student advisor and while on property owned by Broward County Schools. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we already have a prohibition that prevents them from campaigning while they're in schools. I prefer to keep this in, but I just wanted to get that fact out there for my colleagues to consider as they think about voting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yep. And it's not really enforceable. Okay. Any other comments? Roll call on the motion.
Roll call, Mrs. Rupert.
Do you want to remember? The motion is to strike I.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Concussion. Sorry. The answer is yes, I agree with it. Thank you, Ms. Hicks.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
No.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
No.
Mr. Alston? Mrs. Pham? Mr. Fogenholy?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-3.
I have one more motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Last motion, I would like to add on page 4 of 4 a number or a section 5 called term limits. Originally, it was only a senior that could be a student advisor, but now they can be, at any level in high school. So I'd like the term limits to say the student advisor term will be the length of 1 year and they can serve no more than 2 terms.
Second. Moved by Hickson, second by Alda. Public comment? Board member comment? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carried. Oh, one dissenting vote, Hogan Hawley. Any other comments? All in favor of PP7, say aye. As amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. PP7 passes unanimously. Okay, Dr. Wanza, we have gone through the agenda.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have addressed the entire agenda.
Okay, at this time, do any of my colleagues have student success or something to bring forward to the board? Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. It's with great sadness that I will report that my confidential assistant, executive assistant, will be leaving. And I just wanted to share to anyone who's listening that there's a great job opening to come and support a countywide school board member and come behind the current executive assistant. If you're working in another job or outside Broward County Schools and want to come be a great executive assistant, there's a tremendous opportunity waiting for you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wanted to mention this in a last meeting, and we ran out of time, but during the 24th Annual Kids and Staff Character Year and Award Ceremony, I had the honor of witnessing students and staff from across the district being acknowledged for their outstanding character. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my personal recognition to Ethan McFarlane, a student from Lauderhill 6 through 12, Juan Martinez, a student from Thurgood Marshall, Katie Perez, a student from Plantation High, Miss Farisian, a teacher at Parkway Middle, and Miss Gresham, a teacher from Plantation Middle. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Two quick things. One is congratulations to all the Community Involvement Award recipients. It was a great event, and we're so thankful to all the volunteers and community partners that we have. And a great big congratulations to the class of 2024. We will be starting graduations next week, and just want to say, great job, and we look forward to seeing all the amazing things you do as you move your journey forward. Thank you.
Ms. Leonardi?
May I go?
Actually, I'll bring it up.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I wanted to implore the superintendent and my colleagues to really take a close look at switching over from Ed Plan to Focus. This has caused a lot of problems. I know that you've received emails, texts, etc. I've taken the other, an extra step before I got bonked on the head. To call other districts and see what they're using around the country. And this is I know we don't like to kick the can down the road, but sometimes we kick the can down the road through multiple chief changes, and we keep moving on and on. What I would say is Duval County had a heck of a time. They had the focus group doing part of their programming, but they also actually personalized it for their district. I don't know if we have done that, but I'm asking that we stop, we take a moment to breathe, have the superintendent brief us, and not just a little conversation from Dr. Joe, but brief us and listen to what our parents are saying, right? They're having a lot of difficulties, and I do not need us to have our ESE population, our at-risk group, and our teachers having difficulty doing some of the programming and not understanding, and above all, meeting compliance. We will have trouble meeting compliance if we're not doing the right thing. So that is my plea today, Mr. Superintendent, and to my colleagues. Please, let's put a break on this right now. Thank you.
Landon?
I'd like to congratulate the Western High School softball team for winning the Class 7A state championship. Congratulations to coaches John Bradshaw and Eric Solo, as well as seniors Emma Mosher, Alana Cypress, Jade Castillo, Arlette Caravaca, Ashley Zamorano, and Sophia Nasse. Congratulations, Wildcats.
Thank you. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. This workshop, the School Board of Broward County, Florida, is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat in the boardroom with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of fire alarm system, please exit from the room in orderly fashion. Continue to exit the building. Remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed this building safe to return. We ask all attendees to maintain a respectful and professional demeanor during this meeting. Disruptive behavior, including but not limited to yelling, interrupting speakers, or engaging in personal attacks will not be tolerated. Board Member Hickson will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. It is a pleasure to introduce the students of Forest Glen Middle School to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, followed by a song by the all-male chorus.
All rise.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you. I would like to request a moment of silence for a student from Silver Lakes Middle School. I would like to request a moment of silence for Raquan Laster. Raquan was a 6th grade student at Silver Lakes Middle School. He was a very loving and happy young man with great humor. His infectious laughter and radiant smile brought warmth to the classroom and hallways. He enjoyed playing games while interacting joyfully with his peers. Raquan was with Silver Lakes Middle for 6 short months, but in that limited amount of time, he was able to leave a lasting impression on the staff and his peers alike. He will surely be missed. Please join me in recognizing a moment of silence in his honor at this time. Thank you. As we prepare to begin this school board workshop, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students aspiring to become an A school district. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. In achieving this goal, we are committed to ensuring everyone counts. Our culture will be student-centered, teacher-supported, and principal-led. The following topics are scheduled for the board discussion at this time: Bond Oversight Committee report, fiscal year 24-25 budget workshop, student generation rate and school impact fee update study, Office of the Chief Auditor audit plan forecast, update on Office of Inspector General Services, redefining our schools, and school board policy review project rule development. At this time, we will now move into our closed door session for about Ms. Luscombe, would you like to come to the podium to speak on one of the agenda items before you leave?
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Because I've got a kid to pick up mid-afternoon and it's going to clash, so that's my reason. Thank you. I just wanted to speak to item 5, where you have the Office of the Chief Auditor setting out the proposed plan of audits for the coming year or years. There is identified in their audit of the focus project. I would love to see, and I'd like to humbly suggest that you specifically state in that audit, proposed audit plan, that the focus SSS module, not just the student information systems part, the part that's called SIS, but the module that kind of comes under that umbrella that is specifically focus SSS, that needs to be specifically in the audit too. Ideally, we wouldn't even get to the point of having to audit it because it wouldn't happen. I wrote a 42-page report saying why, and I can only just keep coming up here and just please begging you to read the report and understand why I'm not just here for fun spouting off about this. I do think if you were to add that into the proposed audit draft, that would be helpful. It also says in the audit plan that the audit will look at, quote, the consideration of the needs of key user groups. Hence, it's really important to record that you're going to assess whether that was done with the Focus SSS module. I could save the Chief Auditor some time, actually, and tell you that it wasn't. I do want to just stress why I'm not just being flippant here and just trying to mention EdPlan at every possible opportunity. But the migration from transition from EdPlan to Focus SSS, you have days left to turn this around. I can see that a number of you are saying, yeah, isn't this awful, but nobody's actually doing anything to do so. It's scuttling off to the IT department and getting answers that counter mine, and then it's just being written off that I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. I've given you a 42-page report on what's wrong. And to follow on from Ms. Rupert's point about what the other districts are doing, I can give you what all 66 other districts in Florida and all top 30 districts in the country are doing, and I will send that to you as an addendum. Please, please, please listen. I'm going to be out of the country in a couple of weeks, and this system is going to be upon us. Part of what I'm doing here still is liaising with staff on this matter who are just saying ESE specialists are going to be quitting because they're grumbling about, or there's grumbles among ESE specialists about their concerns about compliance and the compliance fail-safes that check and balance them and check and balance for our kids every time they write an IEP and every time they open a process are not there in Focus SSS. Whatever you're being told they are not. It has taken years to build a system to do that. You've got that system. Why go all the way back to the beginning and start building another one? This is serious, serious, serious. Please listen, and I would love to see that in the audit plan, but ideally you wouldn't even have to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll now move into our closed door session for 45 minutes. All attendees for this session, please remain. All other guests, please exit the boardroom at this time. Welcome back. The school board workshop is now reconvened. The first item for discussion is Bond Oversight Committee Report, fiscal year 24, Q2. I will now turn it over to staff for a presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Mr. Superintendent. Tommy Demopoulos from the, Omar Shim, Director of Capital Budget. Tommy Demopoulos was here from the Bond Oversight Committee. Unfortunately, he had to go. He did leave a few bullet points from the committee meeting. In addition to that, you have materials from the workshop, including questions and answers from TaxWatch's report. So I'll just go over what he had to present. The meeting was held on March 21st at Northeastern High School. And before that meeting, our chair, Adam Rabinowitz, who was with the committee from the beginning of the committee, he resigned the committee. He just had other obligations that he had to do. So the committee wanted to send, that they really appreciate his service on the committee. A vote was held for a new chair, which was Mr. Hilberg, and Mr. Demopoulos as the vice chair. They wanted to also thank the media and social media outreach efforts by staff and consultants. They also wanted to stress that there was a discussion about needing assistance filling Bond Oversight Committee vacancies. Now that the Florida Bar seat's vacated, there's an open seat for special needs children seat, a construction contracting and minority builder. Just on a side note, I did get a reference at that meeting from one of the members to follow up on an interested party for the minority builders position. I followed up with them. Unfortunately, they had conflicts, and based upon the resolution that established the committee, they couldn't participate. In addition to that, there were 19 projects that were identified as not being completed in the schedule by October 2025 deadline, as per the new resolution that the school board passed. And so they wanted to know what happens to the BOC after that deadline. So there was some discussion about that, about the program itself, and when the program comes to a completion, that those projects would be continued in the capital program, as well as, according to the resolution, it appeared that the committee's role would be completed at the completion of the program. There was a discussion about 5 schools, which include Collins Elementary, Lloyd Estates Elementary, Oak Ridge Elementary, Riverglades, and Virginia Schumann Young, that were identified as high level of risk, with some of them that had legal issues or were on hold, and they were to get weekly updates along with the superintendent to get weekly updates on those schools. The district, they discussed that the district should stop adding items that are not approved on the plans or the scope of work, causing risks to costs and delays. And they talked about some items that included the new sprinkler systems or egress or doors. And I think some of these issues were code issues, but they stressed that if there was a way that in which those things could happen after as not a part of the program, but would be included in a program for PPO or another entity to complete as a priority item. And then they talked about having training or better...
One second.
Yes.
Mr. Alston?
Madam Chair, you're doing a great job. Just a question to that point. So items, let me make sure, and I thought I heard you correctly. So there are, the recommendation, which I read, was not to proceed on items not previously included in scopes of work. Is that correct?
I believe the discussion was about expanding the scope and to try to minimize expanding the scope of the SMART program, and that anything that could be excluded from the scope be pursued as a different scope of work.
Program or project specific?
Projects.
Got it. But when you expand the scope, that doesn't come back to the board?
Yes. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, they do in change orders, and you see those things as in each board meeting when the board gets a J item.
But the warning was just to stay away from that?
That's correct.
Got it. But there is no instance where the board will act and then there is a separate change on the scope that the board is not aware of?
No, the board approves all change orders during its business meetings.
Okay, thank you.
So though, to your point though, Mr. Olson, if I'm reading you, it sounds like we're being warned not to do that, but not saying maybe not to fund it, but to just categorize it or label it or bring it to the board in a different manner. So that sounds like a good way to move this forward. Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, we can possibly work it out where we can actually bring it back to the board in that way. Go ahead, Judy, you want to add something?
You know, Dr. Hepburn, you're absolutely right. So we have a habit of calling everything SMART, but we've added projects like the auditorium. That's not SMART. So I believe Ashley and AECOM are now reporting it in a separate section of their monthly report. Okay, so we've already separated it out, so it's not part of the expectation of the October 25 deadline. Records is not SMART. So if you look at those monthly reports, they are categorized separately. Part of what the Bond Oversight Committee was concerned about is unavoidable. If when you're doing the work, there was an omission of a fire sprinkler system, that's a life and safety issue. We've got to come back to the board with those, and they should be categorized as part of SMART if the original program to which they're attached is SMART. But we'll take specific care. I can assure you, because Perla and the building official's office, anything that is out of scope is flagged. And as her supervisor, I would get it. And it would have to come through an approval process and funding with this board. So there's nothing being added. I'm not going to tell you that was the case before, but since the grand jury report, that is absolutely the case.
You okay over there?
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn.
You didn't break any toes, did you?
Dr. Zeman, do you want to weigh in?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Thanks, Chair. What's absent from the Oversight Committee's report is two things that are really, really important, and they get to your point, Omar. Right now, it may be that with change orders, we're creating more bureaucracy than value. So there are some change orders, Mr. Superintendent, that come through that are relatively straightforward. It's clear that the engineer thought we needed this AC. It turns out we need that AC. Right now, those are taking north of 12 months to get through the process because we keep doing time impact analyses for every change order. Some of them are just unnecessary. But guess what? Time impact analysis that takes 12 months costs you at least 12 months delay. So when you're trying to figure out what the time impact is for a relatively modest or an obvious change to the building department, to the engineers, and to AECOM, for some reason go through very expensive time impact analyses, and then they, in essence, cause another delay. So that's something worth thinking about. The other is that there certainly are change order speed with which, once a change order is needed, it gets to the board. So the faster it can get to the board, the faster we can make a decision. But I would ask us to think again about time impact analyses and whether or not things under $500,000 really need to go through that. And again, two impacts. One is it causes a time impact, a delay on its own. And two, these things are not cheap. You can spend a couple $100,000 on a time impact analysis, but it's never put on the project cost. It's just put into the overhead PMOR cost. But when you put all that stuff together instead of things costing us twice as much, they might have cost us even more than twice as much compared to what we told voters in 2014. So those are some ways that we could speed it up too. In addition to not having change orders and scope changes, we might actually do the appropriate change orders and get them done and maybe avoid the time impact analysis, which is expensive and causes quite a bit of delay on its own. I'll leave that for others to think about, but it's an area that our GCs and our big primes are saying is just not something that exists in other programs.
Ms. Dixon? Thank you. Yes, I agree wholeheartedly. Most of the complaints that you hear from the contractors and the other vendors is those time analysis, whatever, the TIAs, that they're very cumbersome and that it doesn't make sense, and it really is slowing down some of the issues, which is also why we have payment concerns. So we could solve a lot of problems by looking at that and doing it a different way.
So if I get this straight, we're paying to do time impact analysis, knowing, we already know we're delayed. So we're paying someone to tell us we're delayed. So I would say we need to stop doing that immediately. I don't see what the benefit of it.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. The analysis, and I might need Shelley to help me, but the analysis isn't necessarily about us. Part of it is because of the delay, there's a cost to the contractor that they now want compensation for. So the time impact analysis measures if there is any money's owed to the contractor because of delays. So it's more of a negotiation between, and it is part of a routine construction project, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
What we need to do is avoid the delay. And to the point of Board Member Zeman, if the board is willing to further revise the policy to give the superintendent more latitude to sign off on change orders without coming to the board, we could move faster. But one of the biggest issues this program has had is the threshold of items that must come to the board that is lower than most big construction projects of this size.
But with all due respect, Chair, we have changed that.
We
have changed the limit.
But not
there are
500,000.
still time impact analyses that are done that are far below the threshold that we've allowed. And so it's a judgment call, but some things are just so obvious. You know, an engineer, a GC, and our own building department and our chief facilities officer / COFO, or the appropriate title, would look at it and say, don't take $200,000 in 12 months on that one and do a TIA. You don't need it. I know how much it's going to cost. I know it's going to take 6 more months. We can get it done in 6 months, or we can wait 12 months to get a TIA done and then do the work for 6 months and then pay costs that are in 2026 instead of 2024 and not give this service to our client. So I just feel like we've got to make better decisions about when do we do TIAs and when we don't.
Good point. Okay. Anything else?
Thank you. No, that's basically it. He also wanted to note as well that we did have the meeting in the new media center at Northeast, and I think the committee itself really liked the venue, and they also wanted to mention that the Beacon did a really good job at the meeting. We also have included, there's a presentation in the packet. There's, of course, the Tax Watch report and staff's response. So we'll save some time, because a lot of this information is from December, and I know that the board gets regular updates, monthly updates. So if the board has any questions about those responses or any of the material, staff is ready to take questions.
I just have one comment on the high alert projects that you spoke about. If there's any lawsuits, Dr. Hepburn, if you can include like just the statements, saying that this is under legal litigation.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, thank you very much. The next item up is the student generation rate and school impact fee update study. Excuse me? Fiscal year, sorry, yes, I skipped one. The second item is the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget workshop number 5. I will now turn over to staff for the presentation.
Staff.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. I am going to turn it over to Ms. Matawala. She's going to do the presentation today. Today's presentation focuses solely on the capital budget, and what we're asking for is the board to try to give us some final direction so Iram, Omar, and the team can complete the DEFP. So we're going to need some final decisions about recommended expenditures. But I am going to sit in the passenger seat today, and I will not speak anymore unless Iram tells me to. So Iram, take it away. It's all yours.
CFO.
Good afternoon.
There you go, Judy.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Superintendent. Today we will be presenting the 5th budget workshop that focuses on the capital budget and the DEFP, the District Educational Facilities Plan. During this presentation, we will provide updates on the revenues, appropriations, and available capital funding. We will also discuss the funding categories and the new funding recommendations for board feedback and discussion. At the conclusion of the presentation, we would like the board to provide consensus on each of the new funding recommendations as we go through them and provide direction to develop the 24-25 DEFP that will be presented for approval in July. Slide 4 shows the projected revenues and appropriations. The difference between the revenues and appropriations would be available for the new capital funding initiatives. The 6.64% increase in millage revenue projections on this slide are based on the preliminary estimates that we received from the Property Appraiser's Office on May 6th, as compared to the July 1st, 2023 estimated certified school tax roll. The June 1st estimates received on May 24th from the Property Appraiser's Office provides for a 7.69% increase in millage revenue projections, which is an additional increase in revenues of about $4.6 million. The estimates will be updated again through July. The fiscal year 2025 available funding would be $139.5 million based on the information received on May 24th, instead of $134.9 million shown above on this slide, which includes the $55.3 million in capital funds reserve. On slide 5, it shows the available funding from the previous slide and also the recommended allocations. The minimum capital reserve, which is 10% of the millage revenues, it's based on the proposed fund balance policy 3510, which has been discussed with the board. The policy will be coming to the board for approval in June. The cost index shown here is a 3.5% increase to those categories in the DEFP subject to inflation and set aside in future years of the plan to address inflationary costs. This is based on a 10-year average consumer price index. As information is available through the discussions on the long-range facilities plan and redefining our schools plan, we will incorporate it in the DEFP for board approval. Slide 6 summarizes the new funding recommendations that were collected after meeting with individual departments, and those departments are here today to answer any questions regarding these recommendations once the presentation is complete. Slides 7 and 8 cover the facilities project and recommendations. The largest item on this slide is the pool replacement for MacArthur High School for $8 million in fiscal year 2025. Nova High School's request is to re-roof the small buildings. Noah Blanche Foreman Elementary School's request is to construct traffic improvements. Larkdale Elementary School's needs include windows. Palmview Elementary School needs to repair the structure and install a new roof. Pompano Beach Middle School requested to repair the structure and install a new roof. Crystal Lake Middle School's request is to replace the covered walkway. Maplewood Elementary School's request is to replace switchgear. The Roof Asset Management Report addresses the roofing issues district-wide for $4 million in fiscal year 25. Americans with Disabilities request is for district-wide projects that affect fiscal year 26, 27, and 28. Funding of an estimated $23 million for the final year of program management for the SMART program is also included here. The item will be presented to the board in June. Next, we have the funding for the IT initiatives. The capital funding is recommended for the implementation of enterprise software for SAP Ariba, SuccessFactors, Employee Central, and Maximal for a total of $9.4 million. Additional funding needs include upgrading servers and equipment, funding needs for E-rate equipment and upgrades, phone system upgrade, funding an increase in radio communications, and funding for the intercom project. The request for athletics includes additional funding for 6 artificial turf fields per year, protective netting for baseball and softball fields, and football helmets. Funding for PPO, physical plant operations, includes a 3.5% increase to cover inflationary costs for goods and services performed across the district to maintain the district's facilities. The requests from environmental health and safety include the underground storage tank replacements and the HVAC controls at specific schools that are impacting indoor air quality and energy efficiency. Additional requests include traffic and pedestrian improvements, flood control, and site modifications and storm water maintenance. That concludes the presentation of the new funding recommendations, and we will take any questions from the board and summarize the feedback for the next steps.
Okay, thank you. Do I take public comment first? Yes. Any public comment on the budget discussion?
Madam Vice Chair, we do have one registered speaker. It was Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh. I do not see her in the audience, but that's our only registered public speaker.
All righty, thank you. Board members, discussion on the DEFP? Do you have something? Okay, Dr. Ziem.
Thanks so much. There's a lot of work that goes into putting one of these presentations together, and I appreciate the staff's perspective on things. What I'm curious about, Chair, and maybe the superintendent wants to comment on this, is we're making a bunch of decisions about walkways and IT equipment and continuing the purchase of electric buses and like on this, spending money on ACOM for PMOR support and things like that. All of this is supposed to help us achieve our strategic goals. All of this is supposed to allow our students to learn more. That's why we're here. And I keep asking about this, but are we going to figure out a way, or can you opine now about how this proposed way of spending money is going to help us achieve our strategic goals?
Dr. Hepburn.
Sure, and I'll ask staff to weigh in if needed. I think, first of all, making sure our students have the best experience possible with the right upgrades in the facilities. Also addressing our transportation issues by replacing old and worn buses that probably need to be surplus with new and available technology, so we can be a little bit more efficient when it comes to transportation. So it's more about ensuring that we can accommodate our students the best way we can and providing the best learning opportunities with the right facilities in our district, so they have the best learning environment also.
I appreciate that. And the concern that I have, and I hope that maybe we talk about this a little bit, is if in fact this is approved in a workshop format today, we generally concur, and it comes back in the DEFP budget for us to formally vote on, we will have in essence spent all of our capital budget for next year ahead of any decisions about repurposing. And I worry about that because another way to do this would be to take $30 or $40 million and set it aside and say, hey, let's wait and see what schools might be closed in 25, 26, so that we don't spend money on schools that we're not going to have anymore. Let's think about what money we want to spend on the schools that are gaining students, and we need potentially some DEFP money to do programs, because programs aren't just people coming in and teaching. Oftentimes it's a lab, it's a robot lab, it's a marine science capability and things like that. So in the absence of, criteria and an analytic method of looking at all these expenditures, there's some thought about, do we want to hold back some of this money or at least create some off-ramps on some of the projects so that as we start to make decisions on repurposing in the November timeframe, there are funds available to do some things that we would like to do. I would advocate for that rather than obligating all the funds right now, because if we obligate all the funds and then there's one school closes and the students there go to 3 other schools, but the community really advocates for a robotics program and I need $3 million in one of those schools to build that, we're going to be tapped out. So I just see a lot of hard work that went into creating these priorities. There's certainly priorities from the staff's perspectives, but from the community's perspective, they may or may not be limiting our ability to do the right things in the 25-26 school year to make sure that all the repurposings actually work in the best interest of the community. So I'm curious if my colleagues have any other thoughts about that.
Anybody? Mr. Fognoli?
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. No, and I agree with Dr. Zeman. I think especially going into changes, we're going to keep looking at these schools, but I think some of these things we might want to look at and say, hey, just pump the brakes on them a little bit until we understand what the next steps are. But of course, we know that this is a living document. We like to say that all the time. I like that. But I am glad to see MacArthur High School on here talking about replacing the pool. For me, I had those questions, right? Let's just fix the pool. But I know it was a bigger problem when we went to go look at it, and it's starting to sink into the ground, so it's a bigger fix. Yes. Now, just a question. MacArthur High School does have a pool. South Broward does have a pool. So schools like Hollandale that do not have a pool, how much to get a pool if nothing is there right now? Do we have that?
It would be, sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Matwala.
It would be roughly around the same, 8 million.
Why is that not? Yes, please.
Dr.
Wanza.
So, thank you for allowing me to speak. I would say approximately 15 to 18 years ago, the city came with the same request that the district looked to do that. And architectural, engineering designs were rendered, studies were done. Because that school is built on what was wetland at the time, a rock, you can't dig deep enough.
It's right on water.
It's right on water to put a pool there. So that's why then the city then built the other pool in what was B.F. James Elementary School. That's now B.F. James Pool and Park over on in the northwest section. And for the long timers, they will remember Dixie Park Pool on Pembroke Road way back when that was the pool in the northwest section, and the city decided to close it, and then they rebuilt a pool in the northwest section right in front of it's right in front of Ebenezer Baptist Church.
Understood. Thank you very much, Dr. Wanzik. It's good to have the background on that one, because that was always one of my questions, especially talking to staff there and community in Hollandale. Yeah, that was just my point. Very much. That was it, Chair. Thank you.
Dixon?
Thank you. And to weigh in on what Dr. Zeman said, I still have another point besides that. I agree, but I have a question. So is all the money accounted for in here, or is there money left over where we have, if something came up, we would have money to use it?
Ms. Matawala?
So slide 5 shows available funding after all those funding recommendations. So for fiscal year 25, it shows 16.5 million. And yeah, and then the reserve is set aside for any contingency purposes. That's the 10% reserve for the fund balance policy proposal that was brought to the board before.
Okay, so the 46.4 plus the 16.5
Correct.
is not accounted for?
Correct.
Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. So it's kind of in the plan already. I just had a couple of items in discussions with Ms. Chupkowski and having her look at a few things. Margate Middle School, their cafeteria is extremely too small for their student body. It holds like 200 and something students. They were promised a cafeteria, bless you. There's drawings for it. It was supposed to happen, and then it kind of got pulled to the side. And so Margate Middle School cafeteria was supposed to be added on the DEFP, but I don't see it on here. So I'd like to ask that we add that on there.
Through the chair, we didn't receive that request.
I have
Seems
it.
like-
I actually have an email from her that said she would put it on the DEFP.
The capital team didn't receive it, so I don't know what happened. But we can follow up with
Right,
them.
so I'm asking
Correct.
for that to be correct.
Okay, any other board members? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for Piper High School, there are 38 unused portables with wildlife intrusion. And I had requested that these are removed. It says the response was 14 of the 38 portables of Piper High School are deemed unsatisfactory. However, we are working on adding all 38 to the list of portables to be demolished in 2024, 2025 DEFP as they are vacant. So I need some information on whether or not this is going to take place, the progress of this, and what are we to look for.
Ms. Matawala?
Mr. Dorsett will speak to that.
Go ahead, Mr. Dorsett.
Good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, we do have funding for the portables at Piper. I think there were like 38 portables on site. So that is included. That is a request that we were made, and I think that funding is available for us now.
Okay, so all 38 will be gone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Any other? Mr. Fogarty?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. For removing portables, how about Hollywood Hills? Can we take a look at that as well? Because on portables not being used and being on top of tennis courts is a little frustrating. Thank you.
So I just want to make a comment about like our process here. And
Here we go.
yeah, I'm
That's a question.
Okay, hold on. My comment is this, right? We all could sit up here and say, for our District 4, I want A, B, and C, and everybody can go around doing that. However, that is not what we should be doing. And so Dr. Hepburn, my hope, and I see there are some recommendations that were brought forward to us, that there is a strategic plan of how this is being brought forward to us for these recommendations. And so I caution the board with taking certain, asks as we are voices not just for our district, but for the entire school district. So Dr. Hepburn, can you just speak to the process staff went through to bring these recommendations forward to us at this time?
Yes, Ms. Marte and also Mr. Dorsett can provide additional info.
Thank you, Superintendent. So we can provide the board with whatever level of documentation they'd like to see, but a request goes out to all the departments, all of them, as to what their capital needs are. They have to provide a justification. They're all put together in a document, and then a committee goes through, with all the stakeholders involved, goes through every single one as to why and what happens. In addition to that, during the year and in the early budget workshops, the board has told us some of their priorities. Covered walkways are priority, getting all our buses in line with an average lifespan of other major urban districts in the country. These are all things that the board has told us. So as we put this together, those are the things that we have in the back of our mind. So please know that what is in front of you is not anywhere near the original ask at all. Some of the asks were much larger, but we had to take all of the information and synthesize it into the priorities. Some of the asks are health and safety. The ask from Allison Wodashinsky in environmental health. Some of those are EPA issues that have to be addressed, and we don't really have a choice about them. But as far as marrying the asks of the departments and the needs of the departments that work out in our schools with the board's direction, this is our best recommendation to do that. Once the committee goes through all of that, then Iram, Omar, this year I didn't do it, but they did, sat down with the superintendent and went through everything with his, with his final approval to present to the board, because the budget is a recommended budget of the superintendent of schools to the board. It does not address everything. But systematically, programs that you are concerned about, like the lack of covered walkway space, we're trying to do some every year. The baseball netting, we did some last year. Last year you told us to try to do a few every year. We've done that. The turf, 2 this year, you want a couple every year. So that's what this plan lays out. And if the board wants to go in a different direction, staff certainly can do that. But that's the process of this. And it started back in November.
Okay, and then just my last comment, it's pretty obvious that these recommendations, if we were to approve them, we wouldn't see one of these schools hypothetically down the road in the closing of schools. Obviously, we wouldn't be putting or allocating money into a school if we're going to be closing it. Catherine?
That is correct. Ms. Martel, you want to add?
So this is a workshop. So if over the next few weeks, as Dr. Hepburn's plan for redefining schools is discussed, if something in that plan were to be decided that went against this, you would not see it in the final DEFP. So we're going to have a preliminary DEFP vote in July and a final DEFP vote in September. So today is preliminary direction. It's not a final direction at all, and we can recalibrate as the redefining discussion progresses, Madam Chair.
Yep. Mr. Austin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I have won you over. I think your comments were spot on from a series of comments I held before. And by the way, great presentation. Thank you for the feedback. But it was, and I think you made the point that all school board members represent county schools. Is that correct?
Right.
Oh, okay. All right. So I just want to make the same point I've said meeting after meeting. This board has to make comprehensive decisions that impact all schools and all of our students. So we've had a couple workshops where, to your point, it has been very evident that we could have done a different approach. So I'm not talking about the current approach that staff has taken, but a different approach, so it feels as if we clearly are doing countywide. To your point, Madam Chair, all of us could just spit off probably 3 to 5 big needs in our respective districts. I don't think that's conducive to what we want to do. I agree with actually your comment, Dr. Zeman. I was listening intently because, actually before I make that point, I think you just made the comment or your question in response was this is a tentative blueprint. That's true. This also, Madam Chair, does not, and I can't speak for the superintendent, he can speak for himself. I don't think this in any way limits what's a part of the redefining plan, okay? So for me, by that statement being a true statement, I am not ready to give any green light to this today, me. I'm also not in favor of the remaining available funds. 16.5 is nothing. So based on not knowing what the appetite of the board will be, because I guess that's a coming discussion, so we'll put this before that one, right? Not knowing what year it will be, not knowing the number of schools will be impacted, it's hard for me to make an informed decision, to make an informed poll or or contribute to any consensus building today as a board. So I'm not ready to do that. That's just where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, I did reach out to the facilities chief and ask them to go check on the cafeteria at Margate and see about that. And it was through discussion where she said she would put it on there. But I will also remind us that when the final DEFP comes, all of a sudden board members are throwing projects on there. $70 million is one of them. So I think it's important that we have the discussions now and that we're asking you to go back and look and see. I don't expect Margate Middle to get a cafeteria next year. It's a 5-year plan. So I'd like to look at what that issue is. They have a school that has 1,400 kids and a cafeteria that holds less than 200. There's clearly a problem there. They can't do a lot of the academics that they need because they have to have so many lunches. We looked at it when we were talking about Stranahan and why they needed a new cafeteria. So my ask is that we look at where it can fall in here and understand that it doesn't allow them to have assemblies in that cafeteria because it's too small. It is affecting their academics. So, and I'm countywide. I don't have a particular district that I'm advocating for. I advocate for all of them. But it's something they were promised a long time ago, and they didn't get it, and they're growing, and the cafeteria is not. So I think it's really important that you look at it. If it makes sense, where does it fall in here? It doesn't, obviously next year is full, but we have areas where there's more money coming in, and somewhere in the next 5 years, I would like to see Margate Middle, their cafeteria be addressed because it is not working for the academics of their students. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I really want to pick up on Ms. Hickson's point. It would be fascinating to think about Margate Middle School cafeteria. Something that has a direct impact on their ability to do academic things well, as opposed to some of the projects that are on this year's list. And to that end, Chair, I'd like to see kind of big ticket items out 5 years. What are the things that we know that are backlogged but we can't potentially pay for this year? And let the board decide, do we do a pool, which does not affect academic performance in my mind, or do we do a cafeteria at a very large middle school that clearly does directly impact their ability to do academic things well? I'll tell you how I'm going to vote on that, because our strategic goal is to become an A-rated district and to get everybody to the academic potential that they have. But I would propose that when we get this back, we see what those big projects are that are out there. And Ms. Hickson, I don't think that middle school cafeteria is the only one. I think there's a school called Bennett Elementary School that we promised an academic building years ago, and we didn't deliver that. There are other programs around, and I think we ought to see them, and then maybe with the superintendent we can have a conversation of how does a pool affect academic performance compared to a middle school cafeteria where they have 7 lunch periods where they got to squeeze everyone's schedule in order to get everybody fed. To me, that would be a much better discussion than just getting 1 year at a time. And to Mr. Alston's point, this can't be strategic if it's 1 year at a time, right? And if you have no choices, probably not strategic either. But to Ms. Hickson's point, I think it's time we start making strategic choices year over year and move some of those tiles around and say, hey, can we do the cafeteria next year and postpone the pool a year? Can we accelerate some of the synthetic turf fields where we have free funds that come up? I would appreciate doing that, Chair, and we've got time left between now and September when we approve this to start making real trades across years to make sure that we achieve our strategic goals.
Madam Chair, may I go sometime soon? The nurse is here to check on me in like 5 minutes.
Yes, please go.
I'm not sure if this is the right platform. First of all, thank you for putting the items in that need to be there, especially the roofs and the other things. I absolutely concur. Under IT and equipment, I'm going to try to squeeze a conversation in, which is the audit it's an audit. I want to add it to the audit, but it also is an equipment issue. The deaf and hard of hearing audio visual enhancement project, it's 13 months beyond the delivery date. I don't know if that needs to be here. It needs to be talked about. So at least in the audit, when we come to that conversation, I'm going to bring it up. But Mr. Superintendent, does it belong here?
Ms. Rupert, no, it doesn't belong with this item.
Even though it's about communications and stuff? Audio?
No, Ms. Rupert. Dr. Phillips, that's IT, correct? Yes, that's under IT. It doesn't have anything to do with these capital projects.
Okay, I'm looking at the budget workshop number 5, fiscal year 2024, and number 9, and it says IT/equipment.
Dr. Hepburn?
Go to page 9, Ms. Rupert.
I'm on 9.
And I think what you were referring to is already budgeted.
Show me where.
If I'm hearing you correctly. Oh, okay, this is talk. Go ahead, Ms. Marte.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Ms. Rupert, the deaf and hard of hearing project is funded in the current budget. There's no ask here for that.
Okay, so maybe just an update on the 13 months being behind delivery date and what that date would be. And I will take that as a follow-up, but I did want to mention it. You know me, I love Robin Bartleman, and I love to do Robin Bartleman puddle jumps, so thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any other board member comment? Okay, so I think really the direction is to continue the conversation.
We'll continue to take what the board told us today. Our next budget workshop is actually my last day of work, June 25th. We will ask the chair for a little bit more time so we can revisit the capital ask while we're trying to land the plane on the general fund. Thank you, Madam Chair, very much.
Thank you. The next item up is our student generation rate and school impact fee update study. I'll now turn it over to staff for a presentation.
Mr. Akabuso will be presenting. We'll just wait for him to move up to the front.
may begin.
Make sure your mic is on.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Chris Akabusu, Director, Facility Planning and Real Estate. I have here Neil Camp, who is our vendor or consultant for the study. This study is required to be done at least once every 3 years by the TRILA, which is the third amended and reinstated interlocal agreement between the school board, Broward County, and 27 cities. So the last time the study was done, what normally happens is the study is done. It's done in coordination with the county and the municipalities. It goes through a process. There's all kinds of schedules, which we have the schedule on the presentation, which is going to be shared. And then this is part of that process. After this, depends on what happens, the next step is to come to a formal board workshop. The board may take action formally to transmit recommended recommendations from the study via resolution to the Broward County Commission. And then the Broward County Commission, the goal is for them to amend the Broward County Land Development Code to pretty much include recommendations. Mainly the two outcomes, which Mrs. Camp is going to cover, is the student generation rate, which is the multiplier, the growth management section of the department I oversee, utilized to determine how many students are coming from proposed residential development, and the second piece is the school impact fees. The last time this was done was in 2020, and then it's due again for the again within the 3 years. So I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Camp to go over the presentation.
Just make sure that.
Can you hear it now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Nigel Camp with Banish. Right. Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay. So I think Mr. Akabuso covered the background. The presentation includes few summary slides to give you the main purpose and the results. If you desire, there's a more detailed presentation behind it. So again, this is a study that's required per TRILA, has two components, student generation rate and impact fees, and then the final results have to be submitted to the Board of County Commission. So the purpose of the student generation rate is to measure the impact the new development has. So it's sort of a multiplier that the school district uses for planning purposes. It also represents the demand component of the impact fee calculations. Impact fees cover the cost of new facilities, capacity expansion facilities, or debt service payments on the existing, on the facilities that were bonded, and there were also capacity projects. They help implement the capital improvement plans, and some of their uses are, again, classroom additions, additional technology, any kind of core facilities, debt service, and so forth. This slide shows the change in student generation rates since the last study, and you can see that for the most part, all categories decreased. That's a reflection of also the declining enrollment. And then this slide shows you the final impact fee results. And since your last study, we had a new bill that passed, and that requires fee increases to be limited to 50% and also be phased over 4 years. If it's up to 25%, it's over 2 years. If it's more than 25, up to 50%, it's over 4 years. And if the local government would like to increase the fees more than 50%, then they need to show extraordinary circumstances, and 2/3 of the governing body has to vote for them. So in the study, you can see that current adopted fees were ranging anywhere from $375 to about $11,000. And then next to it, we are showing the full capped fees. That's the maximum you can increase, or the county can increase without having to go through demonstrating extraordinary circumstances. And that increase itself would be phased over 4 years. So in the case of single family with 3 or fewer bedrooms, the fee would increase from $8,800 to $9,900 the first year, then to $11,000, then $12,000, and $13,000. So it's sort of a $1,000 increase. And the earliest these increases can be implemented is 2026, because another change in legislation was fees cannot be increased more than once every 4 years, and your last increase went into effect in 22. So the first time another increase can be implemented is 2026. So that's kind of shown on this slide. And then some of the comments received during the public workshops or through that process or oversight committee meetings included there's a decline in enrollment, why do we need an increase? Again, impact fees are used for any capacity project, and the school district still is paying debt on new stations that were built a while back. So those stations are available for new development to use, so that's part of the reason. In addition, even though at times there's a countywide capacity, it may not be in the right places. Anytime you are replacing, for example, portables with permanent stations, those are considered capacity. So as long as the school district is able to use and has a need and place to spend the impact fee revenues as projects, then the fees are basically calculating the value of the school infrastructure the new growth is consuming. There are concerns about impact fees effects on affordable housing, and I think that was also a discussion last time around, and school board increased the allowance for affordable housing. So that could be something to be relooked at. Some suggested that there's a need for a school master plan, kind of showing more of a countywide approach. And then there were questions about it's a large county, how do we show the benefit to fee payer? That's why you have 7 separate benefit districts. So each district, basically the money is collected in each district is spent in that district. And that's kind of how it's achieved. There was a question about student generation rates. Can they be done for high rises by bedroom? If that's the desire of the board, we can look into that analysis. And then any new stations in a given sub-area. I think that was a question, are there any new stations being added? I think from an impact fee perspective, anytime you are replacing portables, it's considered new, just because, again, portables are considered a temporary solution and they are not included in the fee calculations.
Ms. Camp and Mr. Akabusa, the board is ready for questions whenever
okay.
you guys are
Mr.
ready.
Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I know we all have looked at it in advance, so I'm just going to jump right in. So at least for me, I know I won't be supporting any increases come July. I think that's when we'll be asked to do something. Is that right, July? Okay. Let me jump to your second bullet where you reference the kind of the impact fees, the phasing of the fees. And I think you raised it from some of the public comment that was referenced before. But why, what's the rationale for raising fees while also closing schools, right? The optics just doesn't lend itself. Can you help me understand that?
Yes, so this is something school planning is one of the most challenging planning as far as all the infrastructures goes. Just because, again, when you have capacity in one school, you can't, and then somewhere else you are using portables to meet the capacity needs, you can't just take that, unfortunately, space and move it without really redistricting. You have the ability to redistrict and adjust it that way. But whenever we are looking at schools, the countywide average sort of misses the locational issues. And again, what the study does, it calculates the value of the infrastructure new growth is receiving. This is what's, whenever we are building these things, this is what it's costing, and that's the value that you are receiving. On the expense side, the project side, as long as school district needs to have a plan to spend these. Like if you were accumulating a huge fund balance, or you have no place to spend it, you eventually have to return those fees. There's a 6 to 7 year time period if they are not spent. So that's the part that takes basically care of the, is there a need?
Okay. And then let me jump to kind of the third bullet. And I think you referenced before openness to both, if we wanted to consider waivers for affordable and workforce housing, both?
Correct.
Or just one category?
And you can expand on that, maybe.
Sure. So the school board has been waiving impact fees, school impact fees, since 1987. Approximately over $6 million through that time. Currently, the school board has a resolution whereby $450,000 is set aside, and it's an administrative process whereby it's $50,000 per project, and then if there's a moderate income component, then it goes up to like $75,000. So we expend that money administratively, and then we provide a memo to the board twice a year to tell you how much has been spent. So the last time this was transmitted, it was, I think, about $375,000. And so the county said as part of the condition to amend the code is to opt it. So the board opted to $450,000. The county is now saying if you're going to have these increases go on, they want us to increase that pool of money. Now it's going to be up to the board if you want to do that, but that's a pool of money that we'll give the waivers from.
But you can't do, Madam Chair, just to follow, you can't do a full waiver for both groups?
Actually, the law, one other change in law was that if the local governments want to discount or waive fees for qualified, affordable, and workforce housing, they can do that without having to backfill. So that's actually a nice exception, because normally we can't just reduce fees for one land use without reducing it for everybody. So normally this is like under legal requirements, that's not allowed, but they made an exception for affordable housing and workforce housing as defined in the statutes, and it's based on the income levels and so on.
I want to follow you. You're saying it is permissible, something that
Yes.
that can be done?
Yes.
Okay, got it. So we're on the same page. That would need to occur in July, correct?
Board member, just to clarify, the school board, basically, this is in the Borough County Land Development Code, excuse me, waives up to 100% of whatever is due, right? So if it's 50,000 and my impact fee is 100,000, you only get 50,000.
Got it, okay. And then just kind of a thought, and actually, let me just see, I thought I saw this one. I think you referenced it in your comments, just kind of all the various categories. Have we thought about collapsing it?
It wasn't part of this study, but I think there are others who were interested in that.
I can speak to that a little bit. The last time the study was done, the Borough County Planning Council staff, administration, not the council itself, and then the county staff from the planning department sent a letter recommending to collapse the categories, right? The bedroom, because right now you have residential type and bedroom mix. So this side was too complicated. Now, the conversation was to collapse it potentially into 5 categories, but then potentially doing by square footage. But then the challenge becomes, if I take a single family, what is the average size between a studio and some mansion? I don't know. So yes, there's been that conversation, but it hasn't been discussed at this particular meeting.
It has not?
No.
Is that something that could be looked at maybe going forward?
I will recommend that because of the time frame, that maybe for the next study,
Right,
it gives us enough time to do that. Yeah.
Sure.
Because we have to look at the repercussions regarding revenue due to the school board.
Is that direction we could give now, or you want that direction in July?
You can give it now, you can give it in July, but that will be something, because again, for July, the school board is going to be making a recommendation to the county. You can give it now as a takeaway, and then we will communicate that, but you can give it now, you can give it at that time.
Okay, well, I've given it if there's no objection from the board, Madam Chair, for the next cycle. Okay, got it. Those are my 3. Thank you.
Any other board member? So I have a comment on page 5. So looking at this, so the fees are increasing each year, but we don't necessarily have to say yes to this, we can stay where we are currently now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so this.
I think only thing that may be good is because the generation rates changed, some categories are decreasing or not increasing as much. So it may be good to say we want to keep single family at pick one of the categories the same and then adjust everybody by the same percentage. So if current single family is 70% of calculated fee, make entire fee schedule adopted as 70% so that relations, the student generation demand relations are up to date. Like we are not charging anyone more than their fair share. Because the generation rates decrease, but it decreased more for some land uses. So they should be charged less than what they are now if you are, do you see?
So how come you didn't show that page? Or are you showing that page?
Oh, I wasn't because I didn't know that was the interest.
Okay.
But we can bring back to you and show what it would look like.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what that would look like because there's options here. You're only presenting one option. So I would like to see that option brought forward. What else do you need the board? Is that on page 7? Adopt resident student generation rates schedule. So I'd like to see the other option. Adopt a school impact fee schedule. Is there another option for that you're not presenting?
For the school impact fee, I mean, you can adopt the fees at any percentage you'd like or the county would like. So it could be the current rate, it could be not all the way up to 50%, something in between. There's a lot of flexibility. Only thing the board or county couldn't do is exceed the rates. But beyond that, and as long as all the land uses are treated the same percentage decrease, like we couldn't just discount single family but not discount garden apartments or whatever it is. So they all need to be treated equally, basically. But yeah, there's a lot of flexibility.
Madam Chair, just for me to add to that. So you have these recommendations, again, today for the workshop is, interaction with the board to get some kind of direction. So when we come back, we will then reflect those direction because you're going to be taking formal action, right? So if you have the 3 components, the student generation rate is the resultant of a formula, right? That's the multiplier we use. So we can't really change the rates because they are what they are, right? That's what we use for multiplying to determine how many students, right? So that's what it is. And as you see, they're going down. The impact fees, the schedule of the 4 years is triggered by statute that they cannot go up for no more than, you can't increase it for no more than 4 years. So if you look at the categories, they're only increasing by at least $1,000. Now, if the board, through this workshop, saying, okay, rather than 100% of what we're showing for the 4 tier, I want to bring them in at 75% or 50%, it's up to you, but not going below what the current adopted rates are, right? So whatever direction the board wants, bring it at 75%, 50%, but not below whatever it is now, we will bring that information, right? And then the third is up to the board. Like I said, the last used to be $375,000 that the board set aside. Your resolution, you opted to $450 from the last time. The board can choose, even here now, and say, hey, I want to make it $600,000 or whatever. And so we'll bring that again. So those are, I think that's going to be good for a proactiveness because I think, again, the school board has been waiving impact fees, right, contributing towards housing affordability in Broward County to at least since 1987. So the school board is still enabling. The school board additionally can say, okay, you know what, I'm discounting. So if you up the rate, you're then showing, I'm concerned, I understand what you're saying regarding the impact to affordable housing, I'm increasing the dollar amount. So again, it's up to the board.
Okay. It's really kind of confusing, but I'll just say this. I don't agree with the increases on page 5. I'd like to see you bring back lower numbers, and I don't want to increase the impact fee.
Could you share more? Why wouldn't you want to increase impact fees up to the limit allowed by the law?
That's just putting more burden on our citizens, our family. Oh, it's on the developer?
Business.
So this is a developer paying their fair share of, classrooms that are going to be required because they're building houses that have kids.
Mm-hmm.
And so...
But are they pushing that fee onto the person buying the home?
Part of it, but part of it is the person buying a new home that hasn't been built before is increasing the need for schools in that area. And one of the real issues is if you do this in Deerfield Beach, if you do it in large parts of Parkland, Weston, you really are creating a requirement for more buildings. You need more classrooms every time you add 20 or 30 more students up there. So the way that the development law in Florida works is that developers have to put that into the price so that it pays for that. They have similar impact fees for water connections and sewer connections and schools. So typically we would want to collect as much as we can, over time. I think this is a ramp, if I understand correctly, over 4 years to get to the maximum.
Correct.
Which is a pretty, I think, a generous policy to wait 4 years to get to that point. We certainly need the money. Our facilities are between $3 and $6 billion in arrears in terms of the need. And so where there's already schools at capacity and they're building thousands of homes. In downtown Dania Beach, Hollywood, 7,000 new condos. Fort Lauderdale, 7,000 new condos. Every year, Broward County has to add 15,000 new homes in order just to deal with population growth. So there is an advantage to try and collect to the extent that we can so that we can pay for the schools, and particularly in the areas where we're at or above capacity.
Okay. Does anybody else want to weigh in? Nope. Yes.
Just one more thing. It would be helpful if the board can, if you're amenable to the increasing the current allocation, then we can, as part of the formal action, tailor the resolution that the school board is going to do to say, okay, we're opting from 450 to some number. That would be helpful. If not, we through the superintendent can propose whatever we think is necessary.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I wanted to agree with Dr. Zeman. I think, we have a lot of financial pressure on the organization right now, and we are talking about, cutting costs, and I'm all about cutting costs. I'm also, all about trying to make sure that we can pay for facilities that we need and pay debts that we have. Thank you.
So to Ms. Leonardi's point, so in 2020, or every year, is Broward Schools getting back money from the impact fees?
The impact fees, school board has an agreement with the county. So every quarter, those fees are transmitted to capital budget via the 7 planning areas, right? And then once a year, the capital budget or the organization has to provide report to the county on how you spend the fees in compliance with what's in the code. So you get the fees 100%. Then you waive fees towards affordable housing, but you get the fees 100%. The county collects 2% for administrative transactions. You get the fees 100%, transmitted every quarter.
We're talking pennies here.
I'll meet up with you later.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Well, I heard two. We haven't heard from 5.
I agree with Dr. Zeman and Mrs. Leonardi. I think it's important that we're collecting the funds as they're building those developments to be able to increase the number of seats in our schools. And that's what the impact fee is for. As they continue to grow it and we have to grow our schools, that's part of what this is. I don't know if the percentage is exactly right or whatever, but I do know that I agree with the fact that we haven't been collecting what we could be, and we have facilities that are in the billions of dollars that need to be updated, and we need to make sure that we're doing this in a collective manner. So I agree with what Dr. Zeman said.
Mr. Fognoli?
Thank you very much, Chair. I am with you and Board Member Alston. Put all the pressure on Dr. Holness. Thanks.
Dr. Holmes?
Thank you, Board Member Fogan-Holy. But I am going to go with Dr. Zeman and Board Member Hickson and Board Member Sarah Leonardi.
Ms. Pham?
Well, I agree that we need the money. I just don't know that people are going to be able to afford to stay here, and that's my biggest fear. I see more and more families that can't even afford to move into the area. So I don't know that we are going to continue to grow until we get our housing costs, reasonable and lowered. It's very, very difficult to afford to live in Broward currently.
So you don't want to increase it?
I'm hesitant. I'm very, very hesitant because what is the breaking point for these? You hear the teachers all the time saying that they can't afford it. When are we going to reach the breaking point when maybe people will move out, a new group of people will move in that can afford it? But I think you're going to lose a lot of the native Floridians and the people that are currently residing here. I really do. I fear for that.
Ms. Rupert? Okay, we're at a 4-4.
There's agreement.
We're not voting.
There's agreement on the categories. Nobody objected to that, right, for the next cycle?
Will this come back for a decision at the next school board meeting?
July.
I mean, I think, Chair, we need options. What's the impact if we don't increase impact fees? What's the impact if we do?
Yeah, I wish that was brought today.
I would also ask that the staff bring the net impact that there is of additional students, because it's significantly more than the $13,000 per unit. And so over the course of 13 years of education, there's a pretty big impact on every new student that comes in. And so the County Commission is very jealous of Broward County School Board because we get to charge impact fees. They'll be interested in the discussion and how it ended up today. But if we can bring back options, I think we could make a decision at a school board meeting.
Okay, so the July 23rd is school board meeting, Dr. Hepburn?
Right. Mr. Hill or Dr. Wanzer, can you confirm July 23rd? Is that a school board meeting or a workshop?
That is a board meeting.
Okay, so I guess, Dr. Hepburn, based on the board's conversation today and what you think is the best interest of Broward County, and you'll bring that forward in the requested action.
Correct. Mr. Akabuso, can you state your takeaways just to make sure we've captured everything?
So my takeaway, like School Board Member Tori Austin pretty much said, we are okay to look at the collapsing of the categories in the next study. And I'm understanding to bring pros and cons regarding if you increase the fees, what are pros and cons. I've not really heard about if you're entertaining increasing the waiver dollar amount from $450 to some number. I didn't hear that. That may be helpful. But just to be clear, currently the 4 phases, we will bring the pros and cons, right, regarding the 4 phases. And then based on that, hopefully then the board will make a decision. So those are my takeaways.
And also heard the board chair mention about the different options if a 50% or 75%, so if we can talk offline about those.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're good?
Yep, we're good.
All right, moving forward to the next item. Next item is the Office of the Chief Auditor, Audit Plan Forecast Fiscal Year. Public comment, I'm so sorry, public comment.
Madam Chair, we do have one speaker. His name is Mr. Skeet Jernigan.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, is this on? Okay. I'm Skeet Jernigan, representing the Builders Association of South Florida this afternoon. We have some very strong concerns about the proposal to increase fees. We raised these concerns 3 years ago, and most of our concerns remain the same. It's been interesting to listen to the discussion here today. I think that one of the things that this board needs to fully understand and come to grips with is what an impact fee really is. And recent Supreme Court case out of California within the last 6 to 8 weeks has reconfirmed the position of Hollywood Inc. versus Broward County, which said that a local government must demonstrate a reasonable connection or relative nexus between the need for additional capacity facilities and the growth of population generated by the subdivisions or development in the area. In addition, the government must show a reasonable connection or rational nexus between the expenditures of funds collected and the benefit accruing to the subdivisions. What we have here in Broward County at the school board level flies in the face of this legal requirement. First of all, the majority of, if not all, impact fees collected in Broward County over the last 4 or 5 years have been used to pay bond debt, not to build capacity. So a fee is being collected from the homeowner, and that fee is supposed to provide capacity for the child coming from that home. But you have no capacity construction in your 5-year capital plan. So for the last number of years, the school district has spent all impact fees that have been collected to pay bond indebtedness under the theory that those old bonds built capacity that is now being utilized by new students. That's not necessarily the case. Old bonds, many of which were refinanced, were used to build not only capacity, but to buy equipment and equipment leases. So no analysis has been done of those bonds to determine how much of those bonds were utilized to build capacity. That, against a background where the capacity that we currently have, which may or may not have been built with the bond proceeds, is now excess capacity. No child is coming from a new home needing to have a student station seat built for them. There are 40 to 50,000 vacant student stations. They may not be in the right place, but they exist. And it's incumbent upon the school board to ensure that those vacant capacities are being utilized appropriately by the students coming from new homes. There should not be any overcrowded schools in this county. It's a difficult political situation to address, but there should not be any overcrowded schools in this county. So the Builders Association is opposed to any fee increases, and we would like to continue to be a part of this conversation, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you very much. I'm the school board rep to the advisory committee to the county commission on plan development and the like, and we actually discussed this legal case last month right after it had been decided. I would ask that when we bring this back, that we ask our general counsel to provide us a quick assessment. The county commission's attorney has done the same. They might want to share it with you. And as I said before, the county commission is quite jealous of us because we get to recapture some of this. And the case that has been cited today, I think, ought to be presented back to us from our council on what impact that might have. The county commission had a very clear opinion about it. It would have no effect on us. But I understand that, not all taxes are good taxes. But impact fees are, a longstanding way for communities to assess the specific people that are causing the additional tax burden to be required. So new people move in, you need new sewer, you need new water, you need new schools. And they pay a very small portion of what that seat costs over the lifetime of it. And so I look forward to a full conversation on this when we get this back as an item. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, the next item up is the Office of the Chief Auditor Audit Plan Forecast Fiscal Year 2025. I will now turn it over to Mr. Rhodes for a presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. Today we're here to present to you all our proposed audit plan for fiscal year 2025. And before I get started in looking at the actual plan, I wanted to kind of give you an idea of how we looked at this and how the process worked. And beginning with the very first paragraph of the Policy 1700, Office of the Chief Auditor, it states that the primary objective of the Office of the Chief Auditor is to assist the School Board of Broward County, Florida, with its oversight responsibilities, as well as assist the School Board's Audit Committee, which is identified with its advisory responsibilities, in addition to assist the Superintendent of Schools and District Management with their strategic and operational responsibilities. And with that thought in mind, put together with, I've spoken with each of you since I've been task assigned, and one of the things that I had underscored was the fact that having been gone from the school district for that 12-year period, a lot of things shifted, specifically the risk and the areas of risk. So it was important for me to come in and get a really a good understanding of where that risk is, in order to assist in all of those areas that I just listed from that first paragraph of our Office of the Chief Auditor policy. We tasked an outside firm to take a look at and perform an audit risk assessment, at which point they were able to determine from the many questionnaires that they received, and then the interviews and conversations with the various chiefs and leaders throughout the district, as well as the board members and some of the audit committee members. It's very qualitative in nature to identify the age-old question, what keeps you up at night, or what is it that you think is going to keep you from achieving your operational objectives. From that, we were able to glean from the district-wide risk assessment the areas of highest risk, and to incorporate those along with other areas that we already maintain coverage over, and measurement and testing of internal controls, to be able to put together what I think is a great proposed audit plan, knowing that it is subject to input and some suggestions along the way. With that in mind, I wanted to, we attached the risk assessment, which was really more than anything for your review and consideration. And if you have any questions about that, I would be happy to address those. But more than anything, it led to the development of what we're here to talk about today, which is the proposed audit plan. So we've broken down the proposed audit plan into various areas. And for simplicity's sake, we'll just identify that there are areas that we perpetually review and test. It takes up the largest part of our staff to do so. For example, we have about 10 internal funds auditors that are just looking at one school right after the other, going through the entire list throughout the years, which is a statutory requirement. We also have a group that consists of about 8 people, which is the property and inventory control group, and they do the same thing. They're moving from one location to the other to try to account for all of the district's assets, and to ensure that those who are charged with accounting for those district assets and management are doing so, and doing so in accordance with the appropriate policies, procedures, and state statutes. I mention those two in particular because, you know, we have to tie these things back to what do we do with this work that helps the daily lives and learning environment of the children. And when it comes to the internal funds, those are funds of the children. And to look at 100% of those each year is and what I would see to be a huge benefit to the children and the money that they raise or that other folks raise and donate into those funds that we would then monitor and account for and report back to you. So you have an understanding and a sense of confidence that this is being done in accordance with the rules that govern that. The same thing goes for the property and inventory work. We have slightly retooled the property and inventory process since just shortly after I came on board, because we got a new property and inventory manager who was a 21-year veteran of the Marine Corps, and one of the first things I asked him was, what is it that you do when you come in to a new operation and you're head of that operation? And he said, I do a full assessment. I try to take a look at what happened before that day so I can be accountable for what I'm accountable for and what my people are accountable for, and ultimately to identify the weaknesses in the process or the opportunities for improvements, even though it might not necessarily represent a weakness. In doing so, he worked on a new standard operating procedure and took into consideration all of the various rules, statutes, business practice bulletins that we have throughout the district, and put together a program that is now putting a little bit more emphasis on the requirement of the semi-annual inventory by the folks who are responsible for those assets in those various schools and departments. It's been working out very well, and as we talked about before, it's a living document. I heard that mentioned earlier. It's a living document, and it's being improved every time improvement opportunities show themselves or a need for improvement is identified. So staying on that first page, looking at the items that are really just kind of perpetual, we're looking at the schools, departments, payroll, overtime, overpayments, the constant calculation of these wages and these things that go on. They come to us at different times and in different ways. We look at those things and we identify the risk. Using those risks that we identify, we put together an audit program. Say again? I'm sorry. We use a series of internal control tests to identify what's happening with those items as well. The behavioral threat management has become an in-house item that's going to be looked at quarterly by our group. And when I say quarterly, that means that they'll be reported on quarterly, but they will be looked at early and often throughout each of those quarters to lead up to the reporting mechanism. And then the last is that we provide oversight and management of the group that identifies and looks into the contracts that are providing this district oversight of the bond program through its completion.
Mr. Rhodes, if
Yes.
the board's okay with it, I'd like to go to questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Board member questions? Dr. Holness?
You can come back to me. I'm trying to get
Okay. Board member questions?
Okay, back to me. Okay.
Dr. Holness?
So the presentation is completed, right? We're just going to go in. Okay. Okay, so I'd like to request that we add the deaf and hard of hearing audiovisual enhancement alert project to the audit plan. There has been significant concerns with the implementation of this system. There has been significant delays, and I think that it would be in our best interest to add this to the audit plan. So I would like the board to weigh in on that and see how we can proceed.
Okay. Ms. Hickson?
I know a large portion of the time that it's behind is because the board directed staff to start, and then it didn't start for almost 6 or 7 months until it came up to us that it hadn't started. We were under the impression it was moving forward early in 2021, I think, right? Before 2022. So I think once it kicked into gear, it went on the path that it was supposed to, but I'm going to guess an audit will just show that somehow the ball got dropped in that very beginning, probably 6-7 months of us thinking it was on track, and it hadn't started yet. So I just wanted to kind of put that into context a little.
Understand.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much. Mr. Rhodes, how many vacancies do you have in your department right now?
We have 4 vacancies currently.
Thank you so much. Do you have the staff and contract resources to complete the audit plan as you've described it today?
Yes, we do.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Alston?
Actually, I'll start there because I know before we started with that conversation around staffing and then kind of consultant works. That's good to know. So deaf and hard of hearing, let me just go backwards. That was around what year?
Mr. Rhodes? 2021?
I think that's right. It's right before 2022.
Got it. Okay. I just wanted to confirm. So your intent, Dr. Holness, is just to look at what went wrong during that period with leadership, et cetera?
Right.
Got it. Okay. I support that. I won't say any more. Based on prior guidance to the board during that time period for this board. So my question is, and I know, Madam Chair, we had, I know there was prior direction around when there are audits or reviews that come from outside entities. I believe that typically comes directly to the chair or the superintendent or you, Mr. Chief Auditor. When you get those from outside agencies, how do you typically handle those?
Well, the first thing is to take a look and determine whether or not the nature of the allegations that are contained in those complaints are within our jurisdiction. And if they are, then I would look into it at what I call a desktop review level, which is using open sources on the internet, just to try to use that and any internal systems that we have access to determine if there's any way that we can identify that an inquiry, and that I use that term differently than an investigation, to determine if an inquiry is even justified to look into this, if it is within our jurisdiction. So once that happens and I get to the point where I believe that using my professional judgment, an inquiry is merited, I would then take that to the chair of the board, bring the chair of the board up to speed on what it is that is happening, and to determine if there is, again, through the policy, the check and balance to determine whether or not the chair agrees that this is an item that rises to a level that should be investigated or audited. And once that determination is made and we've identified that that is in fact what the direction we're going to go, then there's a responsibility per policy to notify the rest of the board members that this is going to be ongoing. And then at that point, depending on the circumstances around the complaint or allegation, there in some cases will be confidentiality rules that will apply, and in other cases, depending on just how public it is, that might not be the case. But then at that point, the inquiry would take place, determine if good cause is found to take it into an investigation or a full audit, and move forward with it in whatever way we find to be the necessary way to address and report it to the board.
Got it. Let me just follow up. And actually, let me just make this comment out of the gate. We've had our one-on-one briefing on this. I have no additional things to add. So thank you for what's been presented. I think it's big picture, comprehensive, in line with what we've seen before and more. So just want to make that point. Now that I've said that, one point you just made actually caught me a little off guard. So I think you made the point that the board chair can give the green light to go forward on an audit. Just talk through that process, and there's a reason I'm asking.
Sure. Per our policy, that is identified as the check and balance to make sure that before we do anything outside of our audit plan, that I would be checking in one-on-one with the person that I report directly to, which is the chair, until such time that that would be determined to have been good cause, then everybody would be notified of that. Now, I know that I can do and will do a better job of communicating with individual board members when this happens, but right now, I've explained to each of you some of the places where my office is shorthanded and where I'm doing a lot of different things. When I'm a little bit more free to do that, my intent is to make sure that each board member is much more up to speed on these things over and above perhaps a cryptic notification.
Right. And by the way, my comments are not criticism based. It's more process. So if there is so back to the initial question, when there is an inquiry from an outside agency that comes to Broward County Public Schools, your process is you get it, you triage or do a desktop review, you determine if there should be an inquiry. If it is warranted, you then notify the chair. So I'm going to make sure I'm repeating your process. At that point, the chair will make a decision if the green light is warranted on proceeding with additional steps. Is that correct?
Yes. And then the notification.
So if the chair decides to yes, green light, or to red light something at that point, when do you notify the board of the initial inquiry that came, and subsequently, if a decision point was made by the chair, red light or green light? Any chair, by the way. I didn't even know this was, I'm just listening. So explain that process.
Let me back up a little bit, because you reminded me of something I may have glossed over a little bit. Okay. Some of these notifications that we receive don't simply come to me.
Right.
They come to a small group of people. The allegations contained in any given complaint may have an audit-related or an investigative component. It may also be strictly personnel issues. So in that triage process that you kind of just identified, it would be first and foremost to identify if there's any audit component to this at all. If there is, then it would be that desktop part that we talked about to determine whether or not that there is a justification and even a responsibility to look further into that to determine if and where it should go. And because of the way that the policy is written up, that's the way that the other things that I've described to you, why they happen. Meaning contacting the point of contact for the chief auditor, which is the chair, and then notifying the entire board before any action would happen officially.
Do you anticipate where any board chair could, say no to green lighting some additional inquiry, where you have, in your professional judgment, you believe you should move forward? How do you handle that situation?
That's a great question. But the way that I would answer it is that there is a check and balance built into the policy for a reason, because no more than a chair or no more than a chief auditor should simply have the ability to undertake an investigation or an audit on their own. There has to be some determination that there's either good cause or there is information available suggesting that good cause could be there. So I haven't had a situation where, at any point in my professional career, where my professional judgment was in any way impaired by somebody who gave, we'll call it what you called it, a red light. However, I do have to say that I have a professional responsibility over and above the responsibility that I have as an employee. My contract spells out pretty much what the policy says. For that reason, it would have to be some pretty extreme circumstances where I got a red light before I would jump outside of my lane and try to start doing something on my own. Because I do believe that there are some cases where board members have access to information that I don't. I may bring something that looks strange, that looks like it needs a review, and there may be a perfectly good explanation for that that was not known to me prior to that discussion. And I always leave room for that, because the way that I look at auditing or investigation, I take a legal pad, I put a line perfectly down the middle. Anything on the left is things that disprove this allegation. Anything on the right prove this allegation, because I don't get paid, and none of my people get paid an extra dime to go out and actually come up with a substantiated allegation. The facts are the facts, and that's all that there are to it. That's all that there is.
No, and I appreciate this conversation just around this one and then the next one, as we talk about independence and audits, and I appreciate that. Is there anything in the policy that prevents you from notifying the board when you reach the point where you have discussions with any board chair?
There's language that touch on that, but in the way that you just described it, I don't think it's spelled out.
Okay, and I appreciate this chair, at least I've seen from afar. I only can do it up here on the dais, because I know that there were at least one or two where the entire board was notified. I'm just making sure, regardless of who the chair is, that process is clear, that there is true independence, and when there is some outside review, inquiry, and you've made some decision point, that the full board is notified, right? No one person should be able to, use my words again, red light you. Mm-hmm. And of course, on your side, clearly there should be a green light from the board, ensuring that you move forward on whatever the item happens to be. So I just want to make sure, I don't know if that's already spelled out. If not, I think that's something that we should look at as we're talking about just the process here.
To some degree, what you just described is spelled out in that the audit plan cannot be unilaterally changed by the chief auditor. The audit plan would have to have the knowledge and concurrence of the board. But if I, in my professional judgment, believe that the audit plan needed to be updated or changed, I think that I would be able to make a pretty strong and compelling argument for why that would have to happen, or you wouldn't see my face in your offices for sure.
Or let me say it differently. The area that you have other, I think that's what we called it, right? Just kind of those other buckets of potential things that could come up, known or more unknown. That's kind of what I'm referring to, right? Yeah. I'm assuming that's where that will fall, right?
Let me find it. Yeah, that is a part of where you would find it, and I guess, let me back up. For purposes of this audit plan, that is the most relevant place that you would find it.
Right.
Yes.
So if something were to occur, technically it's already a part of the plan, because you have contemplated the work hours. I won't call them man hours. There was an elected who snapped folks' fingers for that, right? So you've contemplated work hours for a potential review, investigation, looking into whatever, right?
Yeah, but there is a caveat to that, and that is that in that line item for other, it says note per policy 1700, special assignment may serve as substitute for audit. Substitute is the word where we would have to identify how would we rejuggle those resources to make this priority investigation or audit remove something else that was already in the audit plan, because either that or to come back up and say to the board, the one thing that I'm not looking forward to saying, and you guys probably aren't looking forward to hearing, is if I'm not going to rejuggle my resources to make this work, I'm going to need some money to be able to pay someone to assist us as an outside resource.
Right.
So either way, depending on the priority of it, I think that we would get concurrence before that would happen. There shouldn't be any problem. Like I said, if it wasn't something that I believed required that, I don't bring every item that might pass my desk to the chair or to the attention of the committee or the board. Sorry, unless I really firmly believe that this is something that should become a priority. And that's where the professional judgment piece is always lingering.
All right, and the last point, and the only reason I raised this board is when I was chair during 2022, that period, there were times that things did come from the outside, and I made sure that the entire board was notified. because sometimes it might have went to the superintendent at the time, or the chief auditor, just whomever. So the reason I'm asking these checks and balance questions is really to make sure that everyone is always in the loop, so you are fully informed about things that could come up from whomever. So that's why I raised those points. Thank you.
Understood.
Thank you
Thank you
for your
very
feedback.
much.
Yep.
So I have some comments. First is, and maybe I missed it, I need to have a key to identify some of these words, OCA, PI. I mean, I could figure them out, but for the public, I think it's to have a key somewhere is helpful. Maybe I missed it. It might be, is it on a page?
So just to be clear, we're talking about definitions of terms of art that might be found in this document?
Well, like under assigned auditor and audit area, OCA, PI.
Right. Yeah.
I'm just saying if there could be a key, just so the public can cross-reference what those mean.
I want to follow up with that again for clarification. Were we still looking at the policy, or are we now looking at the?
Oh, I'm on the
You see,
chart.
it's the chart. So it's from the chart. So I
Yeah.
think you're doing the color code,
Right.
and
Yeah.
you see it, the color code
Yep.
and the acronyms.
Right.
Yeah.
So just for clarification, somewhere you're asking that there would be a legend that would spell that out to make it much easier for the reader in the audit plan?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then, so one big glaring thing that jumps out on me is audit number 3, the safety and security plan, and then the activity scope reference in there. So these things are so crucially important because I'm thinking that you're going to audit these things, then you're going to find some compliance issues, and therefore that affects the safety and security at that school. So my question is, in this long list of projects and audits, for me, this would be number 1, to make sure that we get through before doing like caps and gowns, for example. And so I'm asking to prioritize this ahead of everything else, but in your mind, like how's your team prioritizing this?
So if you look at the heading for that page that's identifying this, sorry, not the heading. In looking at these items in general, these were all high-risk items that we identified. And so they're not put in any specific numerical order of like a hierarchy of importance or priority. But if the board would like for us to do that, we can go back through and we could take a look at what, again, using professional judgment to do that would be the best way that we could do that and put those in an order. These were really more in an order to show the difference between what is perpetual, what is in the current plan, what is in the long-range plan, and what things are on hold.
Mm-hmm.
So if that pleases the board, we can put that in that order based on priority from beginning to end.
I think it's helpful for the board to see what you're prioritizing, because again, I'm going to say that for me, I would like the safety and security to be prioritized, as the outcome of this audit is going to directly affect safety and security of our students at our schools. So as opposed to, you doing the caps and gowns audit, right? It's important, but not as important as the safety and security audit. Does anybody want to weigh in on that? Do you agree, disagree?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Agree.
Understood. And not just caps and gowns, but other items like that. Some of them have a certain amount of, they need to marinate before you can do it. Because like right now, it wouldn't make any sense to go do a caps and gowns audit before they've actually gone through graduation season completely and we start to take a look at what's happened. But your point is well taken, and that goes for any other audits that wouldn't rise to the level of the safety and security of the schools. There are other areas in here that look at things that touch on the safety and security of the schools. For example, when we're looking at IT audits of, say, focus, there is information in there that's very sensitive that we would want to make sure not only did we get what we bargained for, but it's functioning as intended, and that the safety mechanisms and the controls are in place to protect the information that's in that system. So that's another way of looking at that safety and security component, and that would be something that, based on what I just heard from you and the general consensus of the board, would be that also would be something that would necessarily be moved up that list of priorities.
Okay, thank you. And just for understanding, when you put in the audit area OT, you put that all in red, did the red signify something?
No, it was just a color coding. Red is not intended to identify like emergency or high risk. All of these items are high risk. No, I think it's a great question. Just like yellow isn't necessarily anything that's approaching high risk. It's just we had to have a color coding that made it easy for everybody to understand that there is a different function for each of these things and to identify what that function is.
Okay. If you could just follow up with the board, though, with, I guess, the priorities. What is the top priority? Because, and I'm not going to speak for you, if that's a top priority of yours, does that mean that is what your team is trying to accomplish first?
Well, as I mentioned at the outset, we have about 18 staff auditors that are specifically assigned, unless there was some reason to reassign them, to recurring and really, I just call them perpetual audits that are happening in internal funds and property and inventory. With the remaining part of the staff, some of them are identified for operational, which could be anything from an operational to a performance audit. They're kind of like designated hitters, if you would. And then we have a very small construction outfit that, as we get closer and closer to getting past the bond, it would naturally be that at some point in the future, I would either ask the board for more resources in that area, since we would now have to provide more coverage in-house, or find a way to cross-train the existing staff so that we could have some of those operational folks that I said are kind of, they do various different things. We could put together a bigger team if needed to be able to look at contracts or projects or things of that nature in the construction side of the house. So the remaining part of the staff is, we have a few clerical, although we're down to only having one vacancy in clerical right now, and we're working very hard to fill that one. The other vacancies that we have are primarily in the internal funds area, which is an area that we have actually in internal funds and property and inventory. Historically, we've had a little bit of turnover, and when we can get that to stabilize, things will be a lot cleaner and easier for us to get through both the perpetual audits as well as the audits that are listed 1 through 18.
Okay, I'm going to try this one more time to say my question in another way, so I just have clear understanding. So the safety and security audit plan, that's going to, your team is going to make it a priority and try to accomplish that in the next X amount of months?
Yeah, any audit that we do, we will have audit procedures in place to test internal controls to find out if there are safety and security issues in any audit that we would do. Just the same way that we would do the same thing to test to see if there is fraud present in any audit that we would do. We usually are pretty able to pretty quickly rule that out, but to answer your question specifically, yes, all of the ideas from the input that I received today, we will make sure that not only are they listed in the audit plan that way, it will be my instruction to staff to ensure that those items are the first tackled.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Let me try and say it a little differently if I can and square the circle here. There's a teams that are qualified to do specific audits.
Yes.
And those teams are going to do those audits because they're really good at internal controls, they're really good at real property inventory, those kinds of things. To ask for a single priority list would be difficult because the auditors specialize in what they do well. And so when you get a plan, all of these are going to get done, and they're going to get done in the cycle that allows them to get the right data and report it out. So if it's an academic one, they're going to do it over an academic year and put that together. But I think that the challenge is that as a board, we're curious about what's going to fall off the end if something does fall off. And we're curious about things like what's your contract spend and what is it your contract auditors are working on that might be able to be accelerated, because if it's a safety and security issue and you have a contract auditor, you might be able to turn to them and get them to do it right now, whereas your staff, you have this many auditors, they can do this much work over the course of a year. Contractors could flow in as things are required. So that's, I think, something that the chair is asking for to add to the plan, to kind of make sure we understand that if we run out of staff people, if you have higher vacancy than you thought you'd have, if contract money goes away or contractors aren't available at the old prices and so you don't get as many contractors, what aren't we going to do? What's kind of going to fall off the plate in the course of the year, or what's going to get done in a way that's just maybe samples at a smaller rate than would otherwise? Is that possible to put something together like that?
The short answer is yes. But I would like to also say that it's a very astute observation on your part, because it is the way that we use those extra resources. They become resource multipliers for us, and we use them in some cases when something pops up. When the board asks in the course of a year, they might say, hey, we want you to take a look at this, this, and this. If we don't have the internal resources to do it, that's going to be the external resource that we're going to use. The other thing is that to get to the other part of your question is just the way that budgets look as the year progresses. You have less and less money. Look at our audit plan. We will have less and less projects. So to say right now what project, or to give you an idea what project would drop off, the best thing would probably be by looking at the way we're going to reorganize this prioritized list. You would probably look at number 18 and go, there's the one that's going to fall off if a special project pops off. I think that's a pretty safe way to look at that part of it. And again, knowing how many people that we have that specialize in IT, or the number of folks that we have that specialize in contract, those are also necessarily places that we would use external resources. But this year, like the last year, we start off and we're more than cautiously optimistic that we'll have enough funding to help pay for those external sources that are going to multiply us. But we never know. And if and when that time comes, there could be a situation where the board could say, we really want you guys to look at this. This is a very hot ticket item for us. It's an area of concern for the board as a group. We might have to say to you, we can do that. We want to do that, but we would necessarily have to ask for money to be able to get those additional resources, or start to drop things off the bottom.
Totally preferred. I'm just trying to amplify the chair's point.
Yep.
It is the purview of the board to help you prioritize audits.
Yeah.
So if you can figure out a way to communicate back to us either what's going to happen no matter what, and what's probably going to happen, and here's some things we do, and we hope that there's enough staff and contract dollars to do it. I think the board would like to look at that and say, yeah, hey, that makes sense. Or, hey, you know, there's some puts and takes, or pushes and pulls on those things. So if you use us to do that, then what you're expressing is kind of the general positive impact that a board can have on an auditor.
Well, I'll do that.
All right, we're all good. Moving on to the next item. Thank you very much, Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes.
And we're...
Madam Chair, it's Nora.
Oh, go ahead, Nora.
I'm not sure if it's covered because I had to step away for the nurse, but I wanted to make sure that there was a mention for the deaf and hard of hearing visual enhancement audio project. It's 13 months beyond delivery date. Someone needs to take a look at that. That is a safety issue for not only our students, but also our employees.
Okay. So
if we're talking safety,
that will be
definitely
added.
have to include this.
Yeah, there was two. Yes, it's added to the list.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next up is the update on the Office of Inspector General Services. Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This presentation is to update you on the process to secure services of the Inspector General to the school board. So for the last 8 months, the Office of the Broward County General Counsel, the Office of the Inspector General, and my office, with the help from the Chief Auditor's Office, has been negotiating over the terms of an interlocal agreement. The product of those negotiations and collaboration is before you in this item. And I just wanted you to have the opportunity to take a look at the clauses and the provisions in the agreement before this becomes a reality. One of the things that will be happening next week is that, and just to back up and make sure that everyone is on the same page, as you know, we, as the school board, we were not under the jurisdiction of the Inspector General. So that necessitated requesting special election to occur with a resolution to expand the jurisdiction and the authority of the Inspector General to include the school board of Broward County. So next week, after all of these months of collaboration, next week the county, the Broward County, is going to consider a resolution, and also they will be looking at the ballot language that will be going to the ballot for election on November 5th. And so that election, as I said, is November 5th, and the county will be looking at those provisions in the resolution and the ballot on June 4th next week. So very quickly, just to go over the major provisions of the agreement, this will be an interlocal agreement that, in addition to the expansion of the jurisdiction of the Office of the Inspector General, that we need to have this in place to be able to have the services of the Inspector General. The purpose of the ILA would be to provide Inspector General services to the school board, and those services would be provided pursuant to Section 10 of the Broward County Charter. One of the things that has been very clear from the very beginning with the Inspector General is that they want to maintain their independence. They don't want to have any changes or encroachment to their to the provision of services that they have pursuant to Article 10 of the charter, the Broward County Charter, and so we were very respectful of that, and that's part of what is in this ILA. Of course, one of the things that is very important is to have the school board cooperation that's found in Article 2, and it just states that the school board, district officials, employees, and providers must fully cooperate with any investigation conducted by the IG consistent with Section 10 of the Broward County Inspector General Charter for the county. Even if there is no or lack of cooperation, that office has the ability to issue subpoenas, so I'm sure there will be cooperation one way or the other, but that is one of the things that I know the board was very interested in having that be part of the investigative process. The cost of the Inspector General services, I just want to remind you that in the event that there is success in expanding that jurisdiction on November 5th, that the board will have to incorporate this as part of their budget because we need to pay for those services. The initial services that the OIG has identified are found in Appendix A. They include an investigations manager, a special agent, senior auditor, assistant legal counsel, and so on and so forth. They're all listed there. And I also, in addition to the agreement, I have provided you with a table which is a summary of the major provisions in the contract. The initial fee is still to be determined depending on how much all of this is. I know that I will be asking Mrs. Marte and Ms. Moriwala to figure out how much this would be for the upcoming year. Let's see, anything else that I would like to highlight here for you. So in the event that there needs to be any additional funds, the OIG will provide invoices and they will explain what the shortfall fall is, and then they would ask for additional funds if necessary. A couple of things that I do want to go over with you that I think are important is the manner of determination of the agreement, which is a little bit different here than in other usual agreements. So here, for any reason, the parties can terminate the agreement with a 30-day calendar written notice. That's nothing special. But what is special is that there is a wind-down period. And that means that even if there is a notice of termination, if the OIG is in the middle of a particular investigation, again, because they don't want their services to be compromised by, the school board all of a sudden trying to terminate an investigation that they maybe are not, going to like results of. So there is this wind down period, and so the wind down period means that they will complete whatever investigations they have pending, and they will just not take on any new investigations at that point. So that is a unique feature of this agreement. The indemnification clause is somewhat unique as well. We are indemnifying, or we would be indemnifying the Office of the Inspector General, just like we would indemnify one of our employees to the same extent as one of our employees. If we would hold harmless, the OIG's office from any claims against them, any demands or liabilities. If they are sued as a result of services that they're providing for the district, we would pay for their attorney's fees. And again, just as an employee, we would not be liable if in the event of intentional or reckless misconduct by the OIG's office. And I believe that's, in a nutshell, the update. I don't know if there are any questions.
Mr. Alston?
Yes, I can't wait for this to be on the ballot, and I can't wait for it to pass. I recall the initial conversation, Madam Chair, and I think Board Member Foganoli, I think you all kind of pushed this a while back. So let me jump to page 14 and 15. Similar line of where I was earlier in the meeting. So why exclusions on certain groups? And if fraud is found today, so let me use the term fraud, that jurisdiction today falls under the chief auditor, or because it's waste, fraud, and abuse, is that the auditor, or is it siphoned out to another independent agency, i.e. state attorney, et cetera? So kind of a two-part.
So I think I may need some input from the chief auditor as well, but as far as the reason for the exclusion is because the Inspector General's office does not have jurisdiction over, they would not do an investigation over certain groups. And those groups are the ones that are excluded here, which are the school allied groups, PTA, booster clubs, and so on and so forth. So that is just something that they do not have jurisdiction per their Article 10 of the Charter. They would not have jurisdiction over these groups. The inclusions are the exact opposite, right? So those are the groups that, pursuant to Article 10 of the Broward County Charter, the IG's office would have, if we were, let's say we were part of the county right now, they would be able to do an investigation over these groups of people, and those are the school board either appointed or elected members, the superintendent, the advisory committees where they are appointed by the board.
So you're saying, Madam Chair, just to follow up, that if we wanted our, let me go back to the organizational chart, that we left all of our advisory committees on our school district organizational chart, that links to the board, that links to the superintendent, that is a part of the fabric of what we do. So you're suggesting that we cannot include them a part of scopes and services of the OIG. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So now, based on that, if there is fraud, waste, and abuse found today, My assumption is that falls under the chief auditor's jurisdiction. Is that correct?
It depends.
Okay.
I think we have a current case that has received some notoriety in the papers regarding, a booster club. And so where the appropriate place for that would be the state attorney's office. And I think that's where it resides right now, that investigation. Likewise, if there is an issue like that comes up in the future, that's where it would go. Additionally, even if we had the services of the Inspector General, one of the things that they do within their the parameters of their duties and responsibilities is that they are able, and powers I should say, is that they are able to decline the investigation of a particular item if they feel that there is another agency that would be more appropriate for that. For example, if they receive a complaint related to ethics, they may very well say, well, we see it, but we believe that this is better handled by the Commission on Ethics, and they would refer it to that, or to the state attorney's office, and so on and so forth.
So, back to the second part of the question. If there is waste, abuse, fraud found today from these particular groups that are excluded, how can that be reported today to the chief auditor? And then the chief auditor makes a determination on how to refer it out? How is that handled today?
Ms. Rhodes?
It still comes down to whether or not there is a jurisdictional connection. So, for example, if the statutes say that this or that group or this series of clubs or groups are not part of the jurisdiction of the school district's chief auditor, then that would have to be referred to someone else, exactly as she had described before. Sorry about that. Exactly as Ms. Batista had described before. I'm going to stop using that term.
Sorry, let me ask it, let me be more targeted. Do you have jurisdiction to investigate or review waste, abuse, and fraud from any PTA that falls under or that is loosely or directly connected, dotted line to the Broward County School District?
I couldn't give you an exhaustive list, but I think that there are some groups like PTAs and PTOs that do have a connection to the school board. But if I got such a complaint or a referral, I would have to do a complete review to determine whether or not I have jurisdiction at that time. So for this whole list of groups on here, I couldn't tell you if I do right now or not.
All right, so as a follow-up, if I could just ask, for these clearly excluded groups, I just want to know if all of these groups fall under your current jurisdiction. Clearly, they're being excluded from OIG. I understand that. Clearly, I understand if it can be referred to state attorney or some other third party. But curious if this falls under your jurisdiction, or what falls under your jurisdiction pertaining to these groups that we have maintained on our organizational chart, and that many of our volunteers and community, me included, are also members of. Does that make sense? Just want to know your jurisdiction.
Yeah, that does make sense. Historically, the list of electeds, well, now electeds, employees, vendors, those are all areas that we would have audited in the past. This list of inclusions are things that historically I would not have seen the Office of the Chief Auditor look at. The exclusions are still somewhat just unknown to me, and because I'm always going to maintain my independence and objectivity, I would never go out and try to push to put any of these people under our jurisdiction. And I go back to my original response, is that at this point in time, as I sit here today, I do not know if any of these excluded groups fall under the Office of the Chief Auditor.
Right, but you'll get back to us.
Say again?
In a follow-up.
Yes, I will.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, I just want to thank Ms. Batista and all the staff for putting this together. These are small documents. When you get them in the end, that took hundreds of hours to put together. But this one makes a lot of sense, and I'll second what Mr. Alston said. This will pass. This will be helpful for something around $1 million, $1.5 million, I suspect, because it's 6.25 FTE to do this. Out of 6,000 million, this is so smart to have an IG that can do all the critical work of an IG, do it quickly, do it well, do it professionally. Under the jurisdiction of Broward County Commission is a great step for this body and for our school system. So thank you very much for doing all the work, and I look forward to putting this issue to rest.
Thank you, and I support this, and I also greatly appreciate all the Broward County Commissioners and the OIG for bringing us in and bringing us to the ballot for a vote. One thing I would ask is that we allocate space in our budget and we start earmarking money that we're going to have to spend to support this. Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Marte?
We'll make sure that happens at the workshop on June 25th, Madam Chair and Dr. Hepburn. And to be clear, next year would be prorated, right? If it's adopted in November, it's a half year's expenses for the first year, right? I just want to make sure I'm accurate.
That is correct, even though there may be some startup expenses, which, you know, will not.
Ms. Montowal will estimate that, and I just sent her the OIG budget from Miami-Dade, which also has 6 FTEs incidentally, which would be a good benchmark to develop a budget for the board.
Do you mind if I ask, what does it cost Miami-Dade for the 6 FTEs they have?
Including expenses, $892,000.
Yeah, that's a great deal.
Mrs. Pham?
Yes, to Mr. Batista through the chair. Ms. Batista, are they going to have an office location set up in the Casey Wright building?
One of the provisions in the contract states that we have to provide a site here if they request it, but right now they are thinking that they do not need that they will stay where they're at. And they have the room to add more personnel.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any public comment?
Thank you, Ms. Leonardi.
Any public comment? Ms. Leonardi?
Yep, I just wanted to thank everyone for their involvement in making this happen, and I'm looking forward to this passing. I think it will really help with building community trust in the school district. Yep. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you. All right, no other questions. We'll move on to our next item, which is redefining our schools.
You are on schedule, Chair. Way to go.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. Mr. Strauss, our South Region Superintendent, will start the presentation ASAP, and I will provide some supplemental comments as he's presenting.
For the record, we are ahead of schedule, Dr. Zeman.
7 minutes.
Okay, we'll take the 7 minutes. Not that we're going to try to utilize them, but we'll take it. So, good afternoon, and our next presentation for redefining our schools. Just want to make sure this is okay. There we go. First, we want to start off by sharing with everyone back when we had our meeting on the 14th, the board deliverables. So, kind of from that workshop, board came back with some deliverables for the superintendent, and they're right here on the screen in front of you. I'm not going to read every single one, but some key points. Wanted to talk about adding the closure of 8 schools, stakeholder committees, and also using some of the same criteria under enrollment, historical significance, underutilization, school performance facilities, and sufficient adjacent capacity. Along with that, the board asked for how the district will interact with the community, as well as doing pros and cons. And so through this presentation, we will share that. For this presentation, and this is just a start, and you'll see this at the end of the presentation, the board direction that the superintendent is asking for is to establish a threshold percentage for seat utilization to guide the redefining our schools process. As an agenda overview, we'll go through the problem and theory of action. We'll once again talk about criteria and data analysis. We will look at district seat-wide utilization. And we will also talk about community engagement, as well as redefining school boundary timelines, and then the pros and cons, and then finally, once again, that board direction that I just showed you. Problem and theory of action. The problem that we have is BCPS enrollment is declining, and our footprint is too large. However, if we resize and repurpose our schools, then we will retain and recapture our students. So, and as you see there under the problem, just want to make sure everyone's on the correct numbers, because we've thrown out 50,000, 49,000. Right now, the empty seats is 43,000. I just want to be very clear. And that's due to the states changing in April of permanent capacity, no longer including the modulars, which knocked us from 49 down to 43,000 empty seats. In addition to that, Broward County as a whole has over 300,000 school-age children, with roughly 200,000 attending our schools, 50,000 attending charters, 50,000 attending privates. Then we also have a number of students that homeschool. As we said with resize and repurposing, we want to inform by providing data-driven information and engage with the community by collaborating with the students, parents, staff, and the community. And finally, by retaining and capturing, improve student-centered learning opportunities, increase parental and community involvement, and be more fiscally responsible. So on the next slide here, we have some of the superintendent redefining goals. And so we have from the top to the bottom is, as we stated, reducing the footprint to align with enrollment, to optimize our facilities utilization, optimize student outcomes and experiences, be the choice for students and families, offer innovative programs where students live, promote equity and resource allocation, strengthen capital reserves, and exhibit fiscal responsibility. On to the next slide, which is our data points. Our data points are some same ones that we had and some additional ones based off the board ask from or deliverables. We have the enrollment concerns with seat utilization, benchmark enrollment, then permanent capacity. We also have the 160-day enrollment. That's looking at what it was just, I mean, obviously 160-day was just 10 days ago, roughly. So we looked at current enrollment. Then we also looked at April permanent capacity. We looked at sufficient adjacent capacity, the school type, school grade, age of the facilities, once again, anything that's built before 1960. And then the student demographics within a school, we look at percentage assigned, meaning bounded assigned that are attending, and percentage attending charter. On this next slide here, we dove into those data points, and here's what we came out as a result, and I'll walk you through this table here. So when we looked at it for under enrollment of under 55%, we came up with 18 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, and no high schools. When you look at it under 60%, that adds up to 25, 5, and 1, under 65, 34, 13, and 2, then ultimately under 70%, 45, 17, and 4, once again accumulates as you go from left to right. In the parentheses next to those numbers where you see 37, 11, and 0, that talks about sufficient adjacent capacity. So I just want to point something out here. So we have 66 total schools that fall below 70% in percentage seat utilization. The number that's in the parentheses that says 48, 48 of those schools have sufficient adjacent capacity, but I do want to make a caveat, and it's a very important caveat. That is if we looked at it only at one school at a time. And so the example I would say is we have 2 schools that are neighboring each other, and they're both underutilized, and we're both closing both of them. Necessarily, the schools that are around them might not be able to absorb them. However, if we're only doing one, then we can do that. So I just want to be very clear, although the number is 48, that number would be a much lower number once we closed a school, because there's some impacts that would have happened on the surrounding schools. I just want to make myself very clear to the board as well as the public.
Before you move on,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Strauss, I just want to make sure for the board direction that we're asking for, this slide and the next few slides are very key in showing you the seat utilization and the number of schools under the percentage of seat utilization, so we can get direction about what we want to start with this redefining process starting this summer. So that's going to be key in addressing the additional criteria. So the seat utilization is very important in helping us identify what schools need to be addressed. Because that number could fluctuate if we say under 70%, if we say under 55%. So the next couple of slides are, plus this one is key in helping the board provide some direction to staff.
All right, on this next slide, this shows just elementary schools. I want to be clear, as the title suggests on the top of the graph here, on the scatter plot. So the schools that are listed by orange dots, those are schools that were identified that have below 70% seat utilization. The blue dots are above, or 70% and above. As you can see, the considerable amount of orange dots that are over on the left side and at the higher mark, it shows that there's a higher expense per student to run those schools than the schools that are on the blue dots over towards the right side. So therefore, higher enrollment typically leads to lower cost per student. Under-enrolled schools typically cost more, the inverse there. And then some schools do have higher costs due to ESC programs that exist on their campuses. So that's a look at the elementary. And as we now look at the middle school, you'll see very similar, with the orange dots being over on the left side, higher expenses per student, and the blue dots more occupying the right side of the graph. And those same trends continue. And just a reminder that at small schools, they often do not have all programs or specials or electives that are available for the students. And we've talked about that before in other presentations.
So before you move forward,
Yes.
Mr. Strauss, so just for the public and the board to really understand why the cost is so high, additional operational costs for a smaller population of students in a building that can house more, so severely under capacity. Also, the district supplementing small schools to ensure they have enough teachers and have the possibility of providing special interest or programs and academics to students too. So that increases the cost for students at those small schools.
And the last of these slides are the high school, and obviously there's less high schools, and there's a few that show up there, and they're also, once again, the lower the enrollment or the lower the seat utilization, it becomes at a higher cost per student. And as you know, Dr. Hepburn just mentioned, it costs more to provide resources to those at a per student basis. When we look overall at schools in general, because there's always been a ask, like how much, if we close a school, how much would there be a savings? And obviously each school would have a unique dollar amount savings, but on average here, it's estimated that elementary would save about 1.8 million, a middle school 2.7 million, and a high school 4.3 million for savings in regards to that. As we move forward into the next slides, it's going to show you a progression of our schools. So this first slide shows you where all our schools are located throughout the district in the different colors there. And then on the very next slide, it's going to show you where all charter and private schools are located throughout the district. And then the next slide here shows you everything, where all schools are located all over the district, right? Here's all the charters, private schools, and all our traditional schools throughout the district. Then what we're doing is taking that as a visual and now paring it down to show our schools that are 70% or less than 70%, and then you'll see us going downwards in that regard. So this slide is for 70% Below 70% utilization, you'll see obviously less colored dots. On the next slide, 65%, under 65%, fewer dots. Next slide, 60%, fewer dots. And then ultimately 55% for the least amount of dots there. But in regards to, you start seeing a clustering of schools into certain locations throughout the district. Even when you go back and forth between the slides, you'll see that there is portions of the district that have more underutilized schools than other portions of the district. Now into talking about community engagement. On this slide represents the approach that will be taken, and I think, I don't know if Dr. Hepburn, you want to speak a little bit more on this, then I'm going to speak on this. I know this is...
Yes, this is probably one of the most important parts of this redefining process coming up, starting this summer and throughout the fall. We've heard loud and clear that the community felt like they were not engaged in the process, that they didn't have an opportunity to have real intimate discussions with staff. And for us, we started out defining the problem and also talking about our theory of action of how we're going to address these concerns. So we put a lot of thought in how we ensure that the community feels like they're fully engaged, to also provide assurances by working with our advisory chairs. And also we took the feedback from the board about creating stakeholder committees too. And also ensuring that we're going out to parents, students, and also staff throughout that journey so that we're getting as much information, we're defining our problems, we're talking about our theory of actions, we're going out to specific communities with specific challenges that are unique to them, and also providing options that staff has vetted that are high value, provide the best outcomes for students, so they at least have some options that can start the discussion. And during that opportunity where we're engaging with the community, we may learn more about different opportunities that we may not have identified, or being able to enhance the options that we presented to that community, and hopefully coming out with something that benefits the district, the community, and especially our students when we go to those different areas to have these conversations. So number one, we're talking about engaging and empowering community members to be a part of this process. Mm-hmm. And empowering is a very powerful word. It helps them to understand that they're going to be a part of this decision, and that they have an opportunity to help to own it with us. Also ensuring that we're gathering a lot of input and feedback along the way. Also defining access and outcome guardrails. This is about providing assurances that resources are going to be equitably distributed. Programs is going to have a defined K-12 continuum or articulation, because we understand the articulation between some programs are non-existent between middle and high, or elementary and middle. And some programs just have a strong halt, and then that kid doesn't have another program to go to support their interests that they started at a different level. And achieving results together, that's just about building trust. Along the way, we've heard about the distrust, we've heard about the past, and we want to take this opportunity to build trust with our community, parents, faculty, and staff along this journey also. And at the end of this journey, we know it's going to be some very tough decisions that have to be made, but we're hoping that going out to the community, doing this in the methodical and engaging way, and at the end of that journey, we optimize our student experiences, ensuring that they have the best learning opportunities possible. So we've already talked to our advisory chairs. What month are we in? My months are collecting together. Actually, this month, I'm in our advisory chair meeting, and we've told them that we want them to be a part of this journey, that we're going to work with the advisory chairs to provide a level of assurance before we actually go out to the public, start building our stakeholder committees. Just to make sure we're doing this the right way and everybody is engaged and empowered along the way. And so you can go to the next slide, Mr. Strauss. And I don't want to take it over, but go ahead.
If you want,
yeah.
I'll hand it off. So timeline-wise, so this is if we're looking for the 25-26 school year. This is the timeline that's on this slide. So as you just heard Dr. Hepburn talk about the engagement part, so he pretty much spelled it out. If you look at June and July, we would talk with cities, faith-based organizations, city leaders, civic associations, and also start orienting and training those advisory and stakeholder committees in the month of June to prep up for when the school returns back in August. Then in August, that's when we're meeting with principals, assistant principals, staff, students, but more importantly, then have a school board workshop to identify schools and propose process and timeline. And then we're into the community engagement piece, which would be the months of September and October to approve the process in schools that need to be addressed. From that process, develop scenarios, and continue that community engagement and receive recommendations, and then do rule development or to present feedback from the community and get consensus on final proposed changes. That would take us up to November, and then in November, the school board would, make the meeting to adopt proposed changes, right? So we would stop in November, and it just coincides with, as you see at the bottom of the slide, the proposed first choice application window is the month of November. So as we would make final decisions, that window would be open still and allow parents to make application within our first choice or school choice window. And that would take us, like I said, all the way up through November. And then we would have that second semester to do all the further planning, because as we said, the 24-25 school year would be the planning year for the implementation for 25-26. And I want to allow Dr. Hepburn if there's something that he wants to speak further on.
Yeah, so I want to put a stamp on the Orient and Train Advisory and Stakeholder Committees. That also includes my cabinet, also the regional office staff, regional SUPS directors. Everybody's going to be a part of this process and making sure they're well trained to facilitate these conversations the right way, that we're all sending a common message, but we're also, if we're going out to specific communities, they know how to facilitate the conversation based on that specific challenge within that community for the things that need to be addressed. So we come out with some form of consensus about next steps. Understand these are going to be some tough decisions for some communities, because there's going to be some school closures, but there's going to be some repurposing, there's going to be some reconfiguration as we go through this. But I definitely want to put a stamp on that to let the public know that it's not just Dr. Hepburn, Dr. Wanza, and Mr. Strauss show again. It's a community effort, plus with my staff, to go out and facilitate these conversations.
So the next slide is if we delayed and went to the 26-27, you're going to notice the boxes, the languages are identical in the boxes. So it's just when we're doing this versus what we're doing. The what stays the same. The when would adjust a little bit. Obviously, in June, July, we would still do the same thing. In August, we would still do the same thing. But then instead of only having September through October, we would have September through April of 25 to do the community engagement, which would be, you're talking about 6-7 months of engagement. And then May through December of 25 to do the next steps. Then that would put us already in the 25-26 school year for the implementation for the 26-27 school year. Nothing really different except basically another year added on in that regards. So then you ask for pros and cons implementing in 25-26, and then the next slide will be 26-27. So if we do 25-26, which was originally stated in our original redefining plan, you're going to reduce the underutilized schools earlier. You're going to optimize the facility, and we're going to see cost savings on an earlier schedule than we would, obviously. The cons, there's a little bit shorter window for stakeholder engagement, as I just shared with you, a couple months versus about 6-7 months. For transportation remapping, there's a con always, because whatever decision is made, then transportation has to hurry up and catch back up to whatever the boundary changes exist. And then there's also the potential timing of school choice. As I mentioned, that board decision would happen in November, right when that window's open, so it cuts it a little close, but it's still available. And then phased implementation, depending on what is chosen for each of any of the schools and what needs to be adjusted. For instance, there might be some facilities adjustments that need to occur because you're reconfiguring grades. So there might be a phased implementation that has to exist through that. And then finally, facilities assessment. We don't have enough time to do a full facilities assessment in that shorter time span. If we move to 26, 27, the pros and cons, obviously the first pro is we have a longer window to continue that stakeholder engagement. We're still going to have facility optimization just in a year later, and we're going to have fewer logistical challenges because we'll have a little more time to do that. From a con standpoint, you're still going to have the annual boundary process, and it's still going to have to take place, and the transportation remapping is going to still take place the same way in a little bit of a rush fashion. You're still going to have phased implementation potentially, depending, once again, what is decided by the board and the superintendent to make adjustments by school. Finally, the facilities assessment. Still, we said, I think before, that the facility assessment to a true full one would be over an 18-month period, so it would cut it short just to even have that information, to even have those community engagements. You'd still be doing them through that time. And finally, you would delay the cost savings by a year in that regards. So once again, just want to remind everyone of the timeline as we sit right here on May 29th at the board workshop. On June 18th, there would be a decision point by the board at that board meeting. And then you're either going to say we're going to implement for the 25-26 school year, or we're going to implement for the 26-27 school year. And just once again, to see that slide one more time, receiving board direction to establish the threshold percentage for seat utilization, under enrollment that is, to guide the redefining our schools process. And that is the conclusion of our presentation.
Thank you. Public comment, Aaron Gold.
Hello, board and superintendent. First, I want to congratulate Dr. Hepburn on the formal swearing in as superintendent today. It is with great hope that we rally together for our students. Thank you, superintendent and board members, for listening to the community over the past few weeks. It was so important to reevaluate this process, to prioritize data, develop models, and make no decisions without community input. The presentation today is a significant improvement on the previous version. However, today's proposal for the community engagement process, description, and timelines is still insufficient. I very much appreciate what Dr. Hepburn said on slide 20 about empowering the community. However, where the timelines were listed and key stakeholders were listed on those slides 21 and 22, we were missing parents, we were missing SACs, we were missing PTAs, we were missing staffs. And it is so important that we are explicitly including those groups on those stakeholder lists. Also, on the timeline slides, key parts of this process are slated to take place in June, July, and August. Those months are incredibly challenging to engage families, so I would strongly caution against that plan. Given the options presented today, I ask you to please opt for a slower timeline rather than just rush the process, and to please strengthen this plan. This will ensure that the community is engaged, that your deliberation includes discussions with and not just presentations to the community. A key aspect of this redefining our schools process is developing parental, staff, and community trust in the district. A relationship based on dialogue and transparency will see increases in enrollment and rising achievement. Rushing this process will not generate that trust that is so needed and in fact will undermine it. My other ask today is to please deliver a process that expands high-quality programmatic options across Broward County. As someone who has studied the history of American education, I am a strong supporter of public school districts. I know that schools best serve their communities when they educate students to explore, to find passions, to dream, and to have aspirations for a better future. Please, as you approach this process, do not just consider the efficiency of seat utilization, but rather the quality of education each and every student will receive when they take their seat in every Broward County school. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Furtick.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Hepburn and board members, for what you've done with this process. When I first went to a meeting in January, there was a lot of anger. When I went in May, well, kind of so. But I feel like you have come up with a process that may lead us where we need to go. So I thank you for taking the time to do that. I want to reiterate what Aaron Gall said about pages 21 and 22. I believe you will be successful if you empower your community, your parents, to do what needs to be done. These are our public schools. They belong to the public. And you may be a governing board, but you will make better decisions if you have an empowered public working with you. So I encourage you to make that one amendment. I heard Dr. Hepburn's words, so I know it's there and what you're intending to do, but I would just like to see it on paper. I would also hope you would start with a simultaneous marketing program. I've been concerned as you actually named schools with anything that might be perceived as a deficiency that you could actually risk losing students in this process as opposed to gaining students. You met here a couple months ago, and many of you spoke about the kinds of programs that you could bring into schools and what that would do. And so I hope there's more conversation about that and that you have some professional guidance and how to sell that to the public. And the facilities assessment, Ms. Aladev, I know you spoke about that a couple months ago and cautioned against doing something without good information. I'm just wondering where that is in the process, because I saw it as a con. But if you could get that finished, I think it'd be a plus. Thank you again. We all look forward to working with you, and I think we can say that around the county. Please involve us. Thank you.
Thank you for your valuable feedback, information. Any other public comment? Board member comment, Mr. Olson? Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you. Thank
Say
you for
your
being
name.
here today. Juliette Sterla. I just wanted to take this time to say that you have an opportunity here to make our public schools great. I want my children to go through public schools all throughout high school. Let's take a look at this plan. Let's follow what we've been talking about, what Mary Furtick has said and Aaron Gohl, and let's make this your time to shine. And we want to be there with you. We want to help you. And I want my kids to go through this public school system. So let's take this opportunity and let's expand on it.
Thank you so much. Mr. Olson?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me thank you again for a difficult round. I don't know what round we're on, Mr. Strauss, whatever round that we're on. So thank you for the presentation, and Mr. Superintendent. Actually, let me ask the easy question up front. Is this the Hepburn plan?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So now that we've established that, and I think we all know, enrollment is down. Our facilities, we know what the needs are. Our district reserves continue to, unfortunately, decline. And, I'm still of the opinion that we need immediate action. I know that we've had continuous conversation with the public, that we would take some action months ago. I think we did do the right thing to, quote unquote, hit the reset button to have additional conversation. But I'm in favor of us continuing forward. I think that we all have been supportive of, more academic programs, more academic offerings, program additions. I don't think that's been most of the concern or heartache from the community. I think it's been more around the closing of schools. How do we get there? What are the data sets, which is actually where I'm going to focus again, similar to kind of where we were before. So I know that the last slide referenced 2 decision points, one around the under-enrollment with a percentage, as well as, I know we'll get to it, in a couple weeks, what is the right timeline for implementation. So no surprise, I still don't support using under-enrollment data as a baseline, right? Because I think we all know the original subset that I carry with me every meeting, right? Because it continues to highlight really what that graph showed, right? Black communities, Hispanic communities, South County, and really along the 95 corridor. So we know that, right? We know what those, who those schools are. I think we all have that data set. Let me ask kind of the one key question, because I know under the Lakata plan, he was very clear that high schools were being left out. So I just want to start there as a baseline. And I know we included kind of both elementary, middle, and high schools. Are high schools on the table initially? Let me just ask that question.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, every level is on the table.
All right. So what will be helpful to me, Mr. Superintendent, is, and I know we've kind of seen some of this, but dollars that have been invested in all schools, if you're going to continue to use, the capacity utilization information, right? So what those resources look like. Not just dollars, but just in a couple different areas. So that's kind of first point. And I know we've seen some of that, but I don't know if it's been, at least for me, to the level that makes sense. Secondly, every part of the county, I think as we saw before, had under-enrolled schools, and there was only one board member district that did not have under-enrolled schools. So I'm going to continue to stay in the same lane of I support a countywide comprehensive approach. I appreciate you putting that up front. And I'm hopeful that once we get to whether it's, a couple months from now, or I should say 25, 26, 26, 27, that whatever number of schools there are, the 7 or 8 schools, that it really reflects a countywide view, not just clustered in 1 or 2 or 3 areas. So that's my feedback. I appreciate kind of the reset, I'll call it. I'm still in favor of 25, 26, so I'm actually jumping ahead, giving you more than what you didn't ask for. I haven't changed my position there. We've had continuous dialogue with the community, and I believe that the resetting of the community conversations between now and then can meet our needs. So that's my feedback.
Do you have anything on page 26?
Well, do I have anything on the percentages? I do not. I don't support that as the baseline. That was kind of what I said out the gate.
Thank you. Mrs. Hickson?
Thank
May I
you.
go on the list, please?
Yes.
I have a couple of questions and then a suggestion. On page 12, where it listed how much we would save per level, is that a one-time savings or per year savings?
It's per year.
Dr. Hepburn?
I would say per year savings, because we're not operating those schools anymore. So.
Okay, great, thank you. As was mentioned on page 21 and 22, I'm pretty sure it is an oversight, but where it says meet with principals, assistant principals, staff, and students, we're missing parents. So I think that was I'm sure an oversight, but parents aren't listed anywhere on here. They're not listed under stakeholders, and they're not listed under BCPS.
Okay. So it's not an oversight. We're very specific, knowing that parents and other community members would not be available until school starts. So I appreciate the feedback from the speakers. In community engagement, that encompasses, we probably need to spell it out more, but it encompasses parents and other additional community groups, because we know this summer people are on vacation and things like that. So that's why we're targeting municipalities, faith-based organizations, and the like during June and July. Once school starts, or before school starts, we can talk with our principals and assistant principals. And then once school starts, we could talk with our staff and our students. And once we get into the beginning of the school year, we know parents are revved back up in parent mode. They're back from vacations. Their kids are in school. Then we can start engaging with our parents, our PTSAs and SACs. So we'll spell that out more when it says community engagement, just to make sure everybody understands that they're part of that process in the September, October portion of it.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson, I just want to point, on slide 20, it clearly starts off with parents, students, and staff. So collaboration speaks on slide 20. It is involving parents And then to Dr. Hepburn's point on the 21 and 22, community engagement, obviously, parents are the community.
I just think we
Understood.
need to do a better job of
Understood.
spelling it out because
spell it
it looks like we're not including them. I also just want to mention, we're going to get to it, but on policy 8010, it already has criteria for closing schools, and it says enrollment below 70%. So we have a policy that dictates that already. If we're going to change it, which is fine, we'll have to also address that when we come to the policy. So I think it would be important to get the information now so we can, in a few minutes, go back to what the policy is, because by policy it already says enrollment below 70%, which is on page 58. So I think that's important. And I think we all want to do this as quickly as possible, but I would say if we're going through a community engagement and we say we want to do it in 2025, that's when we want to start the process. But in the process of getting to there and we realize we don't have enough time, there isn't enough information, we need to engage the community more, I think we have to allow ourselves as a board, because it's our arbitrary date. We have to allow ourselves to say, this was the goal we had, but we are realizing, and I would hope that the staff would be able to come to us and say, we know this is the goal, the end goal that you have, but we haven't been able to engage the people. What if a hurricane comes through and things have happened and we're not able to get those meetings together? So I don't want to have such a hard deadline on that. I think the answer is we want to do it as soon as possible, but not in the respect that we're speeding everything up and running through to just check a box that we met with people, because we really need to sit down with each individual community and roll this out with them. Let them be a partner with us, because then we won't have meetings where people are angry at us because they've made the decision along with us. They've given us, well, if we close this school, then here's what we would like to see in the community, what we use this school for, and this is how we can work together on it. And I think if you try to speed that up, it's going to take away the trust factor and the transparency of us including them if we're just trying to hurry it up. So I would like us to be able to do it the 25-26 school year. I've been asking since I got here in 2020, but I don't want to do it at the expense of doing it right. So I don't know how that lands on the year time, but I think that that's really an important piece to talk about. And finally, you didn't really have this in here, but we talked about it last workshop, and then we kind of skirted over it. The land that doesn't have schools on it right now, that's possible to sell, which is stuff we could be doing now that's separate from repurposing the schools. There was something mentioned, and we didn't really discuss it, but that particular land in Parkland that Mrs. Al-Hadef had mentioned about selling it to the highest bidder, I really would like to ask the superintendent and hear what my colleagues have to say about having a discussion with Broward Health and the city of Parkland to see if they could agree to what would belong there, if it made sense to sell it to Broward Health, and ask them if they would include a space for Eagles Haven in that agreement, and also that they would provide opportunities for our health occupation students if they provided some kind of health center there, but do it in conjunction with the city of Parkland to make sure that it makes sense, because Broward Health already owns a big chunk of that land, and if we can get them to agree, I know you had mentioned Eagles Haven, if they agree that they're going to give them a space with no cost to it, it would benefit us, even though it may not be the highest bidder. It still helps our students in a way that makes sense for a really long time. So I would like to ask my colleagues how they feel about asking Dr. Hepburn, just to have that initial conversation, see where everybody is, and if that would be something that makes the most sense for that piece of land.
Elena? Sorry.
Okay. So Alana Barrero, alternate student advisor. I would like to know if the board would be open to the consideration of appointing at least 1 to 2 students for the stakeholder committees. We would love to further extend past SGA to try to reach as many demographics as possible to make sure all students are truly included in this process. As another suggestion, maybe to lay off the weight from some of you guys, we could obviously appoint students to these positions to make sure we're getting the best representation while still meeting all those demographics. Thank you.
Thank you. Landon? Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. Probably the biggest issue we'll face as a board for a long time. I do appreciate, Superintendent, that the problem is clear and that the theory of the solution is clear. I think that that could color a lot of the confusion and disappointment that we got from the community if we all speak with one voice. Our problem is that we have too many facilities, not enough students, and our goal is to do K through 12 education really well. This is a case of local short-term pain so that we can have county-wide long-term gain. And any educator will point out that there's a formula for spending money to get educational excellence. And there is no entry in either the debit or the credit column for facilities. They're neutral. Education capital and education quality is what matters to give you educational outcomes. The facilities are just what you need to get it done. But our biggest issue is going to be a big fight about facilities, which don't enter into the production function of education. Isn't that interesting? Dr. Hepburn, your charts show that your question may not be specified the right way. If you look on the charts that are provided that show the cost per student and the percent enrollment,
I know where you're going.
what you see, I apologize, I think it's 11, 10, and 9. You can see that there's a direct correlation between cost and number of students, not percentage enrollment. And if you ask anyone in the charter school business, what will they tell you about schools? 100% full, 1,000-person elementary, 1,500-person middle, at least 2,000 people in your high school, if you want to operate at the efficient level. So what I'd suggest is that the question on page 26 might not be specified the right way. It might be more of an emphasis on the size of school than it is on the percent capacity. Do I think it's appropriate to close a small school that's 100% full and doing fine academically? It might. It all depends on what fits in the innovation zone and what allows us to spend the most money on education, not on facilities. It's pure economics. So what matters here? Size matters, percent of capacity matters, academic success matters, the room to place students in adjacent schools matter, X factors matter, legacy matters. This board is fully qualified to consider all those things in the decisions that we make. We just need the data. We need to hear from our community. And then we need to get real. Let me tell you how real we need to get. Nobody on your staff has pointed this out yet that I know of, but every year we can close 5 more elementary schools. Mr. Strauss, you pointed out there's 800 kids on average in an elementary school. Ms. Marte, you've told us a few thousand times that we're going down 4,300 students per year over the last 10 years. That's equivalent to 5 elementary schools per year. And here we're dancing up here about whether we'll close any schools in another year, or do we wait 2 years? I think the inevitable answer is yes. School year 25, yes. School year 26, yes. School year 27, and we'll keep doing it until we're spending what our solemn oath tells us to do, which is to spend all our money on educational excellence and educational capital, and as little as possible on facilities. Of course, the community matters, but the community wants us to have great education for your children. It's what I want for my 3 kids that are going through public school, and it's what I would demand as a parent. Make the decisions that allow my kids to have the best teachers, the best curriculum, the best educational capital and quality, and I'll be one happy parent participating in that process. $1.8 to $4.3 million per school. A couple months ago, we thought it was around 2 to 5, so we came up pretty close in our initial estimates. I think we need to use all data for all schools in order to make the best decisions. I think we should do it in school year 25 and 26 and 27, and then forever until we get this equation right. And then when enrollment starts to build back up, because we're an A district and we're the best system, we're already the biggest system in Broward County by a long shot. We're 4 times bigger than charters. We're 4 times bigger than private schools. We have the best real estate. We have the best teachers. We have the best compensation package. We have huge advantages, and when our enrollment starts to click back up, we have to make sure that we have space to build more buildings, to increase capacity where we need them. But we have to learn from charters, and we have to learn from private schools. 1,000 kids in an elementary school to reach a peak economic gain and academic outcomes, at least 1,500 in middle schools, and at least 2,000 in high schools. So it's really more the number than the percent enrollment. So I think our policy may be 70%, Ms. Hickson, but the data suggests that there's huge economies to scale, and that means you're paying a lot of money if you're below them by too far. I think the community engagement is an issue of quality more than it is timing. If you had the right facilitators, well-trained, with a common message, talking about local short-term pain, because there will be local short-term pain when we close schools, in order to have long-term county gain. But point out that the kids who are in schools that close will go to another Broward County public school if they choose to, and it will be better resourced. It's very likely to offer even better educational opportunities than the schools that closed. Chair, that's all I have on this issue, but I look forward to us working with the superintendent and staff to make sure that our message is clear to everybody. This is not easy, it's not painless, and it's the right thing to do. But we need to get on the horse and get going, because the last thing we need is to be vague about our goals or vague about what we're going to do. Otherwise, we're not going to get the kind of community engagement we want. There won't be any pressure on the system for all the people to participate in a way that allows us to do well. I will share, Mr. Superintendent, that I've gotten a lot of feedback from county commissioners and city commissioners and mayors who all want to be actively engaged in schools. It's almost like they woke up and realized they had schools in their cities. Some of them have known that all along, but now all of them know of it because we're in the middle of a crisis and they're hearing from a lot of their parents. But they do want to be involved. I think they want to help us raise money, for some schools, which will be great. That might be a real tipping point for some of the schools in question. And I look forward to participating and supporting you and this process as we go forward. But I think we need to close the 8 or whatever the right number is in 25. We need to then keep going with the process through 26. So I would stack your community engagement model and just keep going. It's just you stop every November and say, okay, what's the list this year? We are 30 to 40 schools oversized. And I wish that weren't the case. But that's primarily driven by birth rates, but it's secondarily driven by people having choices to go to more charter schools and more private schools than we've ever had in Broward County. Thanks so much, Chair.
Pam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want the public to be blindsided. I want you to be aware of Florida Statute 1002.33 and Section 8 on there provides that if a district school board has property that's available because it's being surplus, marked for disposal, which means sold, or otherwise unused, it shall be provided for a charter school's use. So I'm not certain if many people are aware of that. Now, Dr. Hepburn has spoken to the board in the past about partnering with charter schools, because apparently this, to me, as I interpret it, seems like a first option. So if we do sell any schools off or lease any schools, charter schools would be the first ones that have that opportunity before a government, before a city coming in and saying, we'd like to put a shopping center, we want to buy this. They have the first option. That's my interpretation. So, Dr. Hepburn, I know you've talked to the board about partnering with charter schools. If you would speak publicly on what you envision with that so we get an idea.
First, Ms. Pam, Ms. Batista needs to say something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and I can pull up the statute, but the interpretation of that language in the statute, I believe the language states that the properties will be made available to the charter schools to the same extent as district schools. So if that's the case, and district schools are not being given the ability to, use the property in any way, then that is the same rule that would apply to charter schools.
Yes, it says public schools in what I'm reading. But
Right.
yes,
Right.
that's my interpretation as well.
Right, but that doesn't mean that we are not able to sell a property if we wish to do that, and we would have to sell it to the charter schools instead of, someone else. Certainly, if they bid and the price is right, then we can sell it to anyone.
Okay, so if the charter schools are the highest bidder, they would get it,
Sure.
period. So they're still in the voting pool there.
Right.
It's not, they can't be shut out or discriminated against.
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So I know Dr. Hepburn had said that he had some ideas about partnering with charters. I think it's important we need to discuss that, since that might possibly be occurring.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Chair. I would say this. I think in this process of going out to certain communities where there is a large amount of charter schools, there may be opportunities for us to collaborate and coexist in a symbiotic relationship for the betterment of our kids in our county.
Can you just describe what you envision with that?
I can't describe it right now. This is an organic process, and I think when we go out, we start having these discussions, we present our options as far as what we want to see in a school, or if it results in a school closing of some sort. Us working together for the betterment of our students, I'm pretty sure we can come up with something that supports the interests of the district and our kids.
I just felt it very important that the public is aware of that provision out there, so they understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would, especially for closing schools and schools that will be repurposed in a significant way, I am hoping that we will certainly have significant community involvement. I look at the PowerPoint and I am concerned. I think that, I don't just want us to do this to dot our I's and cross our T's. It's important that the community really feel that they're involved, and I'm concerned about, for example, engaging the community over the summertime. I think that will pose some challenges. There are many civic organizations that don't have meetings in the summertime. So I would much rather that we get it right in the wrong time than we get it wrong in the right time. And so I would much prefer that we slow down the timeline so we can have the required community involvement that's necessary, rather than just doing this to say that we did it. I think it has to be authentic, and I believe that in making it so, we do have to consider the months of the summer would not be the ideal time to try to engage all community stakeholders, and I would like this to be extended, even if we slow the timeline down in order to do so. In addition to that, I would like to see us start at 65% utilization in terms of looking at any schools that will be closed. I don't think any school that's above 65% should be closed. And so I am hoping that we could start at that number. I did mention in the past that it is equitable and that it is necessary and that it involves significant community involvement. So those are my points. I would like to start at 65%, slow the timeline down, and make sure that we are truly trying to get community involvement and input in a very collaborative way to move forward, rather than proceeding with a timeline, trying to meet a timeline to say that we did it, as opposed to doing it in an authentic way. Thank you.
Ms. Leonardi?
Thank you. I completely agree with Dr. Holness's piece about doing it right in the timeline. I have a few questions first, though. How is the choice window impacted by each timeline? I just want everyone to be very clear about that.
Dr. Hepburn?
So I'll start, and then Mr. Strauss said Mr. Beck can provide additional follow-up. I would say for the first option of 25-26, the hopes is that we come to the board with whatever school closings, reconfiguration, and repurposing. Simultaneously, the choice window would be open at that time, and so it would be publicized immediately what that next step is, and parents will have the options to start applying for choice opportunities. For the next phase, the additional timeline of 26-27, the only difference is we're widening the time frame of collecting community feedback, but at the end of that journey, there'll be ample time for parents to be able to apply for choice programs once we make an announcement about next steps for certain schools in the district. And anything to add, Mr. Strauss or Mr. Beck?
I almost would say it almost similar, if we do it for 25-26, it's would fall right in that announcement period. And if we did it in 26-27, it would fall in that next year's announcement period, too, relatively speaking. So it's just a year. I mean, it's just a year, the time difference, but relatively the windows for those years would be the same time what he just described.
Okay. So I just want to be clear. Will a board vote take place right before the window opens, or is it just an announcement that this is what the board will be voting on, and then the board votes in the middle of the window?
Our hopes is that the vote will happen in early November, or that's our hopes, so that there's ample time. There's mostly an entire month for families to make some decisions on choice applications and to exercise that window.
I mean, I would strongly encourage a vote takes place before the window opens. What is the plan for a facilities assessment in either timeline? Because I see that the needs assessment that we're going out for won't be complete either way. So what is our plan to assess our facilities for each?
So a couple of things, and Mr. Dorsett, you can weigh in on this too, and Ms. Marte. So we have the previous facilities assessment that we can utilize, but we also, the knowledge that staff currently has about each facility, we're going to utilize and leverage that to make the best decision possible about needs for facilities, if there's upgrades that's going to have to happen, or if the upgrades are too costly to help us make decisions about what we're going to do with schools that may be impacted. But because the facilities needs assessment that we are trying to procure will take 18 months to complete. So.
Okay. And when you say previous facilities assessment, you mean the one from 20? Yes,
there's one from 2014, but that's just utilizing a portion of that, but the knowledge that the staff, the maintenance and PPO staff have about the facilities that they work on every day will also be considered to help us out. And also with the knowledge that the facility task force, we can leverage that information too.
Okay, I would not advise us to use the needs assessment from 2014. Not only is it 10 years old, but it resulted in a grand jury investigation and quite a scandal with the bond. So I would really like to see like a demonstrable plan for doing a facilities assessment in either timeline. I appreciate the knowledge our employees have, but I would really like to see that like written down and have some measurables to look at. And even then, that's problematic, considering what the grand jury recommended back in, I guess, in recent years. I can't keep track of all of the different reports now. To the point that we've heard reiterated throughout the day, the community feedback timelines really need to be explicit in the groups that they're going to include. So SACs, PTAs, I would include our labor groups and our meet and confer groups. And you and I spoke about this yesterday, but including student groups as well, SGAs, BCASC, even groups like Latinos in Action and things like that. Our students are the people that we are serving directly. And, when I was a teacher, I had kids tell me what they want in a school. They will be very frank, and they will go where they want to go. So we really need to be deliberate about including them in this process. I had Lou Naylor, a super volunteer parent community involvement task force, reach out, talking about reaching people through Parent University. I know that's been very successful, so I hope that we can involve those groups and those methods of communication. Another theme that we've heard talked about today is quality education and quality programming. And, we've talked about it a lot throughout this process. If we provide those things to our schools, to our students will come to our schools. And, the conversation, I know, dwells a lot on closing schools, but I think it also really we need to emphasize how are we going to bring kids back, how are we going to offer quality education and programming, and that does not happen by recklessly closing schools in the name of ripping a Band-Aid off. And if we are going down that road, my fear is that we will be using all of our logistical power, all of our manpower dedicated to triaging communities with closing schools instead of improving our quality of education and improving our programming. So I'll leave it at that. In terms of board direction, I do think we need to follow the policy and look at 70%. If we want to change the policy, I'm open to that. But I think we do need to look at a percentage threshold because otherwise, it does not make any sense to me to close a school or close a program that is highly successful with students that are going to that school that aren't under-enrolled. I think it's important that we also look at projections. So maybe a school is under-enrolled right now, but its enrollment is increasing, and we wouldn't want to close a school that looks like that. And the historical piece as well that was referred to in the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so
Don't forget me.
Go ahead, Ms. Rupert. Sorry.
Yeah, you forgot me. That's okay, girl. Thank you to my colleagues. I agree with very much so with Ms. Leonardi and my colleagues on the floor. I'll make this succinct like I usually do. To Ms. Hickson's request to have land discussed with Broward Health, et cetera, via the superintendent, I would support that. I would support the student advisor's request to have 1 to 2 students as part of our stakeholders group. Policy 8010, which recommends below 70%. We would have to look at that. I am closer to 60%. That would be my recommendation. Okay. And as
You said 60%, Ms. Rupert?
Sorry?
70? I thought she said 60%.
I did.
She did say 60%.
I did. I said 60.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you for the clarity for that. When we talk about stakeholders, I know it was we're just putting a few down. However, I'm not going to belabor the point. SAC, staff, PTA, but even more importantly, innovation zone in school communities. Why do we need to recreate the wheel when we already have innovation zones for areas? Those people facilitate very well in their area. So I would highly recommend that we include the innovation zones because we're already doing it. Parents understand innovation zones. They'd be more willing to have a big conversation that way. So that's my one request for that. And as for when to start it, I would prefer 26, 27, so we can get a lot more buy-in than what we're trying to push and get to. And I do appreciate Ms. Kitson saying that if we go forward with 25, 26, we would at least give ourselves permission to slow down the train. I'm afraid that we are trying to get this done in a timely manner because we want to be fiscally responsible, but we also have to be beholden and appreciate our number one stakeholders, our parents and students. So those are my comments. Did I not answer any of the questions, or did I leave something out, Madam Chair?
No, you're good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so a couple things I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about there not being a board vote in the period of time to say we're going to close 8 schools, whatever the superintendent, the number he comes up with. Not naming the names of the schools, but just to say that there'll be 8 schools that will be closed. What I'm concerned about is that we go through this huge process, whether it's to the 25, 26, or the 26, 27, and then there's some ultimate vote at a later period of time, and the staff, community has gone through everything, and the board votes it down. So whatever the superintendent, whatever you can do to get the board to vote along the way to commit to getting to the end point. So that's concern number 1. Concern number 2 is that I agree there needs to be community engagement. However, I know there was also a lot of frustration within the community engagement that we just had, and people getting upset within the process of the community engagement. Is my kid's school going to be closed? Is it going to be closed next year? And then those parents saying, well, maybe I should go somewhere else because there's going to be more stability. So that part of communicating to the stakeholders needs to really be on point and give them so they don't have that feeling of frustration, because I clearly saw that. And I don't, so that's why I was apprehensive of doing a longer time period, because now we're just extending that instability, frustration with our families. And it's not just the parents and the students, it's also the staff that works at that school. Am I going to have a job? And those concerns. So we have to also think about the staff at the school. As far as the facilities needs assessment, I mean, I've said it from day one, that is paramount. So if we get down to a certain group of schools, maybe you look to do a facilities needs assessment on those groups of schools, which you would be able to do within one of these periods of time, not having to do every one of our Broward County public schools. Because to use the 2014 facilities needs assessment is ridiculous. That can't happen. We have to come into 2024 and do current facilities risk assessments. I don't want to make the same mistakes twice. And so that is a top priority, is that facilities risk assessment on any of the schools that we're going to consider closing. I agree with the student stakeholders in the committees as far as the land in Parkland on University. As far as, I already discussed this at the last meeting. I agree with selling that land. Dr. Hepburn is going to be having meetings with the city of Parkland, and, you know, what I would say to the superintendent is that however you're going to bake the cake, whatever that looks like, making sure that we follow state statute on selling any land and following all of our policies and getting appraisals first, that, you know, you're going to get the maximum amount of money for that prestigious piece of land, which there is not much left of in the city of Parkland, and also working in collaboration with the commissioners and the mayor and the city manager of Parkland. So that's what I have to say about that. And also I do support space there for Eagles Haven, for the mental health of our students and teachers, to be able to have space there for free, and any other student services that whoever it is can offer to our students. And then as far as the utilization piece of it, the percentage, you know, I guess what I'm struggling with is just throwing out a certain percentage, because that percentage shouldn't be the only factor that we're using to make these decisions. For me, I want to see other factors. And do you want to speak to that?
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, it is not the only criteria, it is one of many. If we go to slide, help me out here, Mr. Strauss, what slide number is that?
It's 4 or 5.
So if we go to slide 7. So other criteria would include, of course, we're talking about the enrollment concern, which is the seat utilization number. We're asking the board to give us direction on, so we can include that in multiple criteria: benchmark day, permanent sufficient adjacent capacity, historical significance, school grade average for the past 5 years, age of the facility, and then student demographics. And I think there's probably a few more that we've captured, but it's one of many criteria. We just need to get direction from the board of what seat utilization to include in the list of criteria, so we can start identifying the schools, the specific schools that need to be addressed.
Okay. And if a school is at, how many schools do we have at 60%?
60%, that was
31.
31.
And how many do we have at 55%?
22.
So I will land at 60%. Those are all my points. Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. I had a couple of questions, and I just would also like all of my colleagues, or our colleagues, to weigh in about the idea of Broward, having a discussion with Broward Health and the city of Parkland. And the reason I really push that about Eagles Haven is that if it's not a health facility that's on that space, I don't know that it makes necessarily a lot of sense for them to want to put a space in for Eagles Haven, where if it's a health facility, mental health falls into that, and I think you would have more people feeling better about going somewhere for mental health if they're also going there for physical health. So I'd really like everyone to weigh in. I know Ms. Rupert did, and I don't know that it just makes sense to only put it to the highest bidder, so I'd like everybody to weigh in on that. But I have a couple of questions before that. We paid AECOM, if I'm not mistaken, $1 million to do a facilities assessment. So what did we get for that $1 million? Dr.
Hepburn?
Ms. Marte?
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. The fee was to write the RFP to find a company to do the needs assessment. They wrote the scope and breadth of the work.
$1 million.
I know. Okay, so do we have, what have we done with that document?
Dr. Hepburn?
I apologize, Mrs. Hickson. I'm going to have to get you a follow-up. I believe I know they completed the work. I don't know where we are in the solicitation process, so I don't want to say anything that might violate the cone or anything like that. I'll have to get you a follow-up. I will tell you that there is significant current information about all our facilities that between Mr. Dorsett and the SMART program, we have access to when we start honing in on the measures. So the number of outstanding work orders, the amount of money we've spent with SMART, and to the point of honing in on a number, once the board comes up with what their threshold is, Dr. Hepburn can have Mark and his team and Shelley Maloney and some of the program managers go out and do some of the assessments to a smaller population.
Okay, and I think that's what Mrs. Alhadeff was referring to, is once we have a number of schools to go out and see what makes sense. I would also like to ask Dr. Hepburn, along with one of our public speakers, that along with this repurposing, that we're marketing what we do have, because everyone keeps saying that we're going to give our students a good education. Our students get a great education in Broward County Public Schools. I've been around to every single school. There's robotics in elementary school, there's debate programs, they have firefighting in some of the areas. I don't think that people in our county understand the amazing opportunities that our students have across the district. So I think it's really important as we're repurposing and redefining what schools look like, we need to let everyone know what's happening now so that they don't feel like they're we're just going to do better. We're going to have more of these great things, but I don't think we talk enough about the amazing things that are happening in every single school across this district. So I think that should be part of what this is also. I'm okay with the 60%, but I'll say when we get to the policy 80-10, we're going to have to change what it says in that policy. And I think our June vote should also, to Mrs. Alhadeff's point, say the number of schools that were, so whatever we're voting for come next school board meeting, it should be a definite number of schools that we've decided for this time, and to Dr. Zeman's point, maybe next year we do, more as we're moving along. But I think our vote should be on the specific criteria, including how many and then what things we're going to use to decide what the names of those schools are. I think that should be what we're voting on. And again, I'd like to just hear my colleagues about the Broward Health part.
And the vote should also be what year that we're going to be doing this.
Well, I agree with that, but I also, as I mentioned before, if we're moving towards that goal and we realize that there is not enough time, I think we need to have a clause or some grace where it changes, because we're making an arbitrary date. And if things happen and it just doesn't make sense to do it, then I want staff to be able to say to us, we know that was the goal, but we're not going to do it to fidelity if we do it at that time. I don't know what that looks like, but I think we need to give ourselves that space. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes, ma'am. I want to just comment on the Parkland land option and maybe all land options. I think we need to fulfill our responsibility to the people of Broward County and always get a competitive bid. And then we can also have an alternate bid so that we know what we're giving up. So in Parkland, the land is worth X, but Broward Health will pay $3 million less. But then they give us the two things that you mentioned. We now know that that's a hell of a deal. And it'll actually help Broward Health to set a price. So if we can get what the competitive appraisal is, put it up for sale, figure out what the highest bid is, and still have a second bid that we can choose between, it's legal to do that, but then we know what we're giving up. Sometimes, like with the Broward County easement out at Fordman Elementary School in Nova, they just ask us, and we're going to go spend millions of dollars condemning a street that they're just going to use for a street to get into Broward College, and we could have used it together. And if they really felt that strongly about it, they could have helped pay for it. They gave us an easement, and we have to be, I think, as business-like as possible with the government money, just like we would with our own money. So if we can do a competitive bid or at least an appraisal, and then ask Broward help, what would you do, and could you do Eagles Haven, and could you do, a training program with X capacity forever for that area? That could be great. One other body that I would include in that discussion, because it's not too far off, is at least one representative from Coral Springs as well.
Yeah, and all I really want to do is be able to say to this, give the superintendent some direction. Like, does it make sense for you to start having a conversation with all of these people? I'm not saying we're saying do it, yes or no. I think that makes the most sense to have two plan. Here's what it would be, but we're going to get all of this if we go. What are we getting for the difference in the money? I don't think we should just say the highest bidder and that's it, because I don't know that that helps us, because it's a one-time thing where we would have those services for a long time afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand Board Member Hickson's point in terms of having a facility that's there for physical health, and that would, it would make sense having a mental health facility, Eagles Haven, on a facility that provides physical health as well. However, I do agree that I agree that we should have a competitive bid, but instead of the highest bid, maybe the bid that suits us best depending on what's being offered. So that would be my direction.
Can you say that again? Instead
Instead of the highest bid, maybe the bid that would suit us best, depending on what the comprehensive offer is. So it's not just monetary. So this could include, if Broward Health has additional options that they provide to us, that would be great, but I also believe that we should go through the competitive bid process, and instead of just looking at it from a monetary standpoint, we look at it from what's being offered comprehensively by any of the bidders. So I'm similar to Zeman.
Ms. Pham?
I like the idea of starting to compile schools so we can start looking at them as soon as possible. I think we should include as many people as we can over the summer. I don't think we should make any decisions, but they should be included in discussions so we can start getting input early on. And I think that once we feel comfortable with a certain number, then, as you said, Mrs. Aldep, we need to stick with that. I've seen there's too much vacillation. We're at 60 schools, and then we're at 5 schools, and then we're at no schools, and we're just all over the place. So we need to be sure of ourselves and confident in our decision and stand by it. So no more of this wishy-washy going back and forth. No. So anyway, I feel comfortable, especially with Dr. Hepburn going forward and leading the charge and starting to really look at the situation and what's best for the county.
And what percentage utilization? 60%?
Well, certainly I feel like we should start at 70%. And then we can, based on Dr. Hepburn's recommendations of how many schools, we can back off of that to a lower percentage, to 65 or 60, move down the scale. But I think initially we should stay at the 70%. I don't know how many schools fall into that category, so I don't want to move off the mark until I know. Thanks.
Okay. All right, Dr. Hepburn, takeaways?
So takeaways, we're going to bring back information for 60 to 70%, because I didn't hear any consensus on that. Also, we will ask the board, I have here board to vote on the number of schools to close in June 18th. So we'll wait for that specific number on June 18th from the board. In addition, this is more so work that we'll do over the summer with our advisory committees and also our student advisors, also to appoint student members to the stakeholder committees. In addition, and also bringing back information about facilities needs assessment, the plan of how we will carry that out to ensure that we have the right information to address the facilities needs of our schools that may be impacted during this process. I have that noted also.
And then I think wouldn't it be important too for us to vote on the timeline?
Yes. So we will bring back this deck with the additional information so that the board can vote on the timeline, also vote on the specific number of schools that they want to possibly see close at the end of this journey, and then most of the work as far as stakeholder committees, working with our advisory chairs, most of that work will be done during the summer as we build out the groups to help with the facilitation of this process.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, staff. All right, the next item up for this final item is the school board policy review project, rule development. I will now turn it over to staff for a presentation. No, okay. Okay, staff, you may begin when you're ready.
Madam Chair, if I may, so staff is preparing, and as you know, obviously the board has had an opportunity to look at the policies that are before you today, and then you can determine if you want us to go through a presentation or if you want to move to questions for the respective policies.
You guys want to go to questions? Okay, we will go to questions. This is public input on the policies. Any public input on the policy? You can begin.
I think did we sign up? I think I signed up.
You may begin. Is the microphone working?
It's going up and down.
Just hold it down with your hand.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. Okay.
You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and staff. I just want to thank you for acknowledging all of my emails. I really appreciate it much. I just want to speak specifically to the policy. First of all, it was former policy, the 5.1, the enrollment and withdrawal. My ask is that on the updated proof of address, that you reconsider them not allowing to just have someone to just present a receipt as proof of address. Anyone can go and get anyone to write like a name and anything on it, and it kind of can create a non-integrity situation. So to just consider that not being allowed to be used as proof of address, just a regular rental receipt. The other thing that I would like for you to consider is within the email I sent to you, based on the new appendix online only version, second revision, the new pages that I would like for you to review with my thorough email to you is now on pages 10 and 11 and 23 through 27. So those are the new pages I would like for you to reconsider. And then finally, I would like for you to look at the Florida statute. I just want to bring your attention on the policy, the new revised policy 6400, the Florida statute for the parents is not specifically the Florida statute, however, which is on the page 11. However, when you go to policy 5070 on page 64, they do have the correct Florida statute stated. So you have two different policies, and one actually has a Florida statute, and the other one does not. So I just want to bring that to your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Grief? Okay. Mary Furtick?
I'm sorry, I signed up because our Parent Community Involvement Task Force report is on, so I'm here if you all have questions, and so is Lou Naylor, who's really done all of the work. And I don't think this is the right time, but I'll just say that our task force at our last meeting, which was not enough time that I could send it to you timely, did vote to support the other advisories on, I think it's 11:20, with not accumulating the time for the chair. So I didn't know if that was coming up today. If it is, I can speak more, but if not, I'll speak another time. Thank you.
Brandy?
Thank you.
Brandy?
Hi, my name is Brandy Siri, and I'm going to donate my time to Nicole Morris. Thank you.
6 minutes? Nicole Morris?
Good afternoon, Nicole Morris, Coral Springs, Florida. First, I want to say thank you to Mr. Beck for coming and presenting to us time and time again and for answering all of our many questions. We appreciate you. So I'll start with the policy 8010 concerns. Removing level of service from policy. Last year, Demographics presented a red line policy to the Long Range Planning Committee that changed the over-enrolled definition to line up with the level of service definition that is in the growth management policy. The definition would be 110% of permanent capacity or 100% of gross, whichever is higher. Something changed between then and now, and instead they are just removing concurrency and level of service from the boundary policy altogether. Demographics has said that boundary changes are never done based on level of service. However, this was stated to be one of the only two legally binding considerations during last year's boundary change. If the level of service is 110% of permanent capacity and 100% of gross, then the definition of over-enrolled should be the same or vice versa. You should not be telling developers they can continue to build in a zone while simultaneously telling a community that they need a boundary change because the school is gravely over-enrolled, as is what happened last year. This does not provide consistency across the district. Not all schools have portables, so schools without portables would be considered over-enrolled at 100% of permanent capacity, while others with an unusually high number of portables may go to 130% of permanent capacity. Also, on the growth management site, it states that public school concurrency could result in a boundary change. The departments and policies are contradicting each other. Community boundary proposals. As it is currently, every year in October, community members are able to submit boundary proposals that they see a need for in their community, and the board has to review them. If this is removed, the only proposals considered would come from the superintendent. If a community member wanted to advocate for a boundary change, for a boundary proposal for their community, they would need their board member to add it to the agenda. This would not work if you have a board member that may have bias for one community over another. Demographics has stated that this change is needed because you all are inundated with bogus proposals every year. Only you would know if that's the case. School choice. Okay, so Ms. Collins has stated that she came to DAC twice. She came once. The first time she came, she walked up to the podium. She said, "I'm not ready to present," and she left. That was in April. Then she came to North Area. Before we got to page 2, there were so many concerns because we had a 44-page policy that we were asked to hurry up and look at. Like, we were asked to get her on the agenda, and we had so many problems. We said, "Could you please come back? This is 44 pages. We have so many concerns." We still had demographics. We didn't have time to look through it. She refused to come back. So here are some concerns that we had with school choice. Monitoring and reporting, it looks like it was put back, but they are changing So as it currently is, you have to accept reassignments up to 102% of your capacity. So they are changing that to capacity will be determined by the School Board of Broward County. It's on a school-by-school basis. So here is a problem we have with that, is that doesn't provide consistency across the district. So some schools may be accepting reassignments up to 100%, and others may be only at 80%. And instead of making it clearer, giving more instruction, they're muddying the waters. It's less clear. They're watering it down. And I have a concern with that, because when we realized that they weren't accepting reassignments at Park Trails, I'm trying to figure out how I can see this better. When they weren't accepting reassignments at Park Trails at 77% of their capacity, we looked through some records and saw that shortly after there was a conversation with North Area, Ms. Collins' office and the principal of Park Trails, where they said, I think it would be beneficial to begin the conversation to develop a plan to meet the school choice legislation while discussing the uniqueness of the combined boundary. So I would be concerned if they're taking out thresholds that says that you have to do this and go to a school-by-school basis, because that gives everyone room to do what they want to do at different schools, and that doesn't seem fair. I would also ask that you look at all of the diversity guardrails that are being removed from both policies. I think in the middle of closing schools, if you're taking out language that says that any one student group is guaranteed an equitable educational experience, and you're taking that out, then that kind of tells you where we're going with closing the schools, and they know what they can't keep up with. So that's my comments. Thank you.
No other public speakers, board member comment? Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. My first one is policy 1090, school board professional development. On page 1, I'd like to make a motion to add something.
We're not making motion. Workshop.
Oh, sorry. That was before. Sorry, I'd like to make a suggestion under number 1 on page 1. So, well, there's more than one, but in the red part there, where it says school board members are encouraged to attend conferences, meetings, and activities. At the end of that paragraph, if we could add, if P cards are used for registration and the board member is not able to attend the professional development, they must reimburse the cost charged to the P card.
Mr. Hill, do you have where that's going to go in the policy? If we get consensus, do you have exactly where?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Wanda.
Right,
So I'll put that in section 2 or rule number 2, which talks about if you charge.
The school board will reimburse. It talks about this being reimbursed, but it doesn't talk about if you've already charged the P card and you're not able to go, then the school board member should have to reimburse the district for not participating in that.
Yes.
Are my colleagues okay with that?
Professional development.
Okay, you have consensus on that.
Thank you, perfect. On policy 8010, on page 58, I already mentioned this, but it says there in that, let me go to page 58, sorry. It already talks about closing schools in this particular page, and it has 3 requirements. So if we're going to be changing those requirements, I think that this document should reflect that. I'm not going fast enough to get to 58, sorry.
Through the chair, may I speak to that?
Dr. Wanza?
Mr. Beck?
Am I on? Can you hear me? No? Yes, okay. So there's 2 different pieces here. Thank you, Mrs. Hickson, very much for the point. First off, there's a definition of under-enrollment, which is referenced elsewhere in the policy of below 70%. And I don't think there's any controversy there. You know, we're facing an under-enrollment crisis in our district right now, and we're enrolled at 80% district-wide. So 70% should be sort of a trigger for the board to start to look at schools. It doesn't require any action on the board's part, but it is sort of the the threshold where we would start to consider a school under-enrolled and look at options for either increasing enrollment there or somehow otherwise utilizing that facility. So in the section you're referencing, though, the three conditions for the three criteria for determining school closure, and this could be open to interpretation, but a school should by these criteria, would be considered available for closure or consolidation if it were below 70%. That's meets the under-enrollment threshold, or if there were significant facilities challenges that, or the facilities were obsolete and it would cost a significant amount of money to bring them into parity with other facilities, or otherwise the operational costs of the school were prohibitive. So it doesn't have to include all of those things, but it should include one of those things if you're going to designate a school for closure. And these criteria do, none of the criteria identified by the superintendent in his presentation were standalone criteria, but all of these should inform that process, we feel.
Right, I don't disagree with any of that. I'm just saying, on page 58, when you go there, it says, schools that are being considered for repurposing, consolidation, and/or closing shall be identified using one or more of the following criteria. So my point is, if we're closing schools and we're setting criteria, it should reflect what's in the policy. So whatever we're making changes on as we go through the process of repurposing or redefining, it needs to be changed in the policy so that they align. And we were having a discussion on what we thought the percentage was. So if we're going to change the percentage from 70 to 60, then it should be reflected in the policy. It sounds like we didn't have consensus to do that, so we can leave it there. I just wanted to be clear, there is a policy that lays this out, and if we have specific, we had a list, and there's way more things on the list we heard today than there is in this policy. So they should be the same, is the point I'm trying to make. Whatever we land on in what we're doing to close schools needs to be reflected in this policy. So I don't know if we can write it all out today because we haven't finished that process, but before we vote on this policy, it needs to be clear what we're using for those criteria.
Madam Chair, may I really quickly address that one? So my advice would be that if you're looking at 70% as the threshold to just start looking at schools, then it automatically checks the box of this policy because that meets one of the criteria. So you only have to, you've met one of them just by being below 70%. If you decide that you want to refine that in your process, in an annual process, and only focus on schools below 60, 55, 50, or whatever threshold, that doesn't contradict policy because they'll still meet that below 70% threshold.
Right, that was just my point. What if we're going to make changes, we all need to be aware as a board, there's a policy that directs this. So if we tell on the June 12th, whatever day that is, we say, no, it's 60, we better not be voting on a policy that says 70 because they don't match. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Dr. Wanza?
So the current policy language says below 70, right? So if you're at 60, that's still below 70.
Correct.
However, but to your point, Mrs. Hickson, I'm certainly taking notes for Dr. Hepburn. What I would offer is wherever the board gives the superintendent direction through a vote or what have you on the 18th, then we need to make sure that that direction is not in conflict with whatever the board votes on when this policy comes back for final rulemaking.
Right, that's basically my point.
Okay.
Thank you. And then the last one is policy 1140, which is the parent involvement. On page 5 of that policy letter, when it talks about who makes up the committee, D should be 2 parents, not 1. I don't know why it got changed. And E should be 1 business, not 2. Somehow those numbers got flipped from what it was before.
Dr. Zeman?
Just a quick point on this. A lot of work that went into this. Thank you all very much. I would prefer for page 58 that you referenced to just change one word, which is instead shall be, I would say it may be. It is the authority of the board, according to Florida statutes, to open or close schools. And having a policy that says we must meet these things creates a false perception in the community that if you're at 71%, you're safe. Or if you're at any, just a little bit over any of these things. And it gets them into details that I don't think are appropriate, because this is a really complicated factor about opening and closing schools. And we ought to have the authority as a board to make decisions that allow for the health of our system and to allow it to achieve its goals, which is great education. So I would always be careful to kind of set a perception that if you just trip over these three numbers, you're safe. I don't think that that's true, and I think our policy ought to just say that these are things that we would consider in decisions related to opening or closing schools.
I do not think we should ever make a policy that says may, because then it's not a rule, right? You can or you can't. It's always silly, and we had personal issues where may was the terminology, and that is how we landed in a lot of places with people not here anymore. So I am not okay with putting may instead of shall. Either it's a rule or it's not. If we don't want to put it as a rule, then just get rid of the whole thing. But may is just too ambiguous.
And just the counterpoint to that is, when we pass policies that tie the hands of the school board, we take serious actions against people if they violate the policy. We ought not to do the same thing. So if we create a policy, it better be toothy and something that we mean. And I can think of lots of circumstances where there are specific instances of appropriate and well-meaning closures of schools where they don't meet these three criteria. So my preference for a policy would be to say, here's the things that we'll consider in closing a school, so that everybody knows what we think about along the way, rather than to have tripwires. And so, we can decide to tie our hands or not, but my preference is not to do that, particularly on something as serious as closing a school.
Any other board member? Pam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to bring your attention to policy 6400, and the number all the way to the right is page number 1267. And if you look close to 3/4 of the way down, there's a paragraph there that talks about scholarships specifically. And what I'd like you to note is that you have, sorry, someone's beeping in and I need my phone to look at this. Oh, God. Sorry. According to the Department of Education, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 scholarships available, and some have been omitted. I think we need to be inclusive so parents are on notice of what is available and out there on this page, 6400. You want the middle number? Mine doesn't have any other numbers. That's the only number on my page. It's 1267. No. That's what I was provided.
6400?
It's policy 6400, school choice.
The front page, it's on the first page, right? Toward the bottom? Is that where you are, the second page?
Yes, yeah, it would be page 1. It doesn't have it
Yeah.
printed on there. Okay? It's about 3/4 of the way down. It goes into scholarships. It talks about choices, innovative programs, magnet schools, and then it goes into scholarships, opportunity scholarship program. And then if you look on page 1287, it gives a definition of that. But there's there's several scholarships that have been left out. Specifically, what we need is the tax credit scholarship is not included in there. The Hope Scholarship is not included in there. And I think you should also, although McKay Scholarship is now referred to as the Family Empowerment Scholarship, you should include formerly known as, because many people know it as the McKay Scholarship. Has been around a long time, until at least people get familiar with the new name so they know it's a acronym, or it's a synonym for the same scholarship. So that the scholarships I have here, which I contend should be included, a Family Empowerment Scholarship, Florida Tax Credit Scholarship, Hope Scholarship, McKay Scholarship, which again is a synonym for the family empowerment, but people don't know it as that. Opportunity Scholarship, the New World Scholarships account, and then there's something else called Facts and Figures. I'm not quite sure if it says what that is. I don't think that's a scholarship. That's just in reference to that. So that would be included. Also, you should include a paragraph what they're all about. You have on page 1287 a paragraph written, what is the Opportunity Scholarship? So no one knows that the Hope Scholarship is such an important scholarship. That's a scholarship that's available to students that are being bullied, harassed, they've been involved in fights, they've been injured, they've been assaulted, even raped. So that's an important scholarship where that student gets the right to leave that school. They don't have to stay there anymore. They don't have to be re-traumatized and go to the same location. So we need to put in there that that's available for students as well as the other ones. In addition, you also have the Empowerment Scholarship on page 1301. I would just suggest that you keep them all together. You have them in more than one location. You have it on page 1287. And then you have, that's where the Opportunity Scholarship is. And then you have the Family Empowerment Scholarship, 1301. So paragraph for each, define each, and try to keep them together. I would suggest you lay that out. In addition, on the very, very first paragraph, about halfway down, it says that the settings for education promote understanding of diversity, tolerance, and fair play so that the positive tenets of a democratic society. That's an inaccurate statement. We are a republic. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and to the republic for which we stand. Also, I think that can be interpreted as a political statement or a political affirmation. So I would just ask that that be pulled out or that it be corrected because we are a republic. And I have here a list of the difference between what a republic is and what a democratic society is. So I'll pull that up for you. Okay. Okay, in a republic, the people elect representatives to make laws according to the constraints of a constitution. In a democratic society, a voting majority has almost unlimited power to make laws. Minorities have few protections from the will of the majority. So I think you're going into dangerous territory. So I would, again, recommend that you remove that. It talks about here, republic, a constitution protects the rights of the people from the will of the majority. Democratic, rights can be overridden by the will of the majority. So, in an effort to say apolitical, that should be removed. So, that's all I have to say about what I have. Thanks.
Landon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick one, and it's on page 29 of 39 of the policy, 35 if we're looking at the booklet. Under College Academy at Broward College, B, application process. Is there an opportunity for one of the admission requirement or admission opportunities to be through the PSAT? That's what other dual enrollment processes accept. So in addition to the ACT, SAT, PERT, and AccuPlacer, I know at least Broward College and FIU accept the PSAT score.
Dr. Wanza?
So either Ms. Collins or Dr. Toomer will answer that question.
So through the chair, our experience has been that the students that take the PSAT, their scores don't translate to the same degree of success as in others, but we still can take that into consideration. Simone, I'm sorry, Ms. Hollingsworth?
No, Dr. Toomer, I was going to say the exact same thing and just say that we could look into that because it was the same thing, the information that I had as well, so thank you.
Any other questions, Landon? Okay. If that is allowable, I agree with Landon. We should add the PSAT. All right, so what is the next steps for these policies, Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Wanza?
So we thank the board for their input today, and whatever we gathered consensus from the board on, the policies will be revised to reflect that feedback from the board, and then they'll come back to the board in July for final rulemaking.
June.
Quick question. Did you also capture some of the concerns of the public speakers? We might not have weighed in on that, but I think there were some very valid points on things that the public speakers had brought up.
Do you want to give us, so we do have the comments that the public speakers made, but I didn't hear board members give us consensus on saying, you know, we would like to see certain language reflect some of the feedback that was received today.
Okay. Well, as one board member, for sure, the Florida State statute concern where it was written properly in one policy and not the other. So it should be consistent across the board. Yes, ma'am.
If we may, good afternoon. We may address that. The Cowden Card, we did review all the statutes and confirm that they are indeed accurate. Staff then went behind us and checked them again to say, and they are indeed accurate. We believe the misconception is we didn't quote the statute verbatim. We basically provided the statute and gave the gist of what the statute means without using express language. We had got some direction from the board previously. There's no reason to just re-quote every statute in its entirety. This 40-page document probably been 80 pages, but it is an accurate statute. The language that's reflected is an accurate statement consistent with the statute. It's just not verbatim.
Okay. So if there's confusion, I would just, do we have to write it out? Can we just say the statute number? Do we have to add verbiage to that?
Honestly, we would actually prefer just to put the statute itself, but we received feedback that the public that will require the public then to have to go read every statute. So we try to have a balance of not just putting the statute only requiring them to go look it up, but rather giving them the gist of it, what the statute represents. And if they want greater detail, then they can go look at the statute expressly. So it's the board's pleasure. We received feedback on both ways, and we try to come with a middle point of providing some information without verbatim, but not just referring to the statute by itself.
Okay. It seems like it's maybe giving a little confusion, though, if we're not doing it verbatim. If we're condensing it, it seems to some people in the public that it's missing something. So maybe it makes sense if we're going to state it, that we just actually state the statute.
Any other board member comments? You have your direction? Hepburn?
Dr. Wanza.
Yes, we do, particularly as it relates to the policy on demographics and school boundaries. And I think that's one of the greatest concerns,
yes,
that whatever is the final direction of the board on June 18th, that policy is not in conflict with the final direction from the board. Other than that, and yes, it will come back in July because we have to go 28 days. So it'll come back in July. Boundaries will be coming in June. At the June 18th meeting, the other policies will come to July 23rd.
Just one more thing. When we're talking about the school choice, I do agree that it needs to be consistent. If we're having reassignments, there should be a consistent number that we're saying they're going to allow one school to do one thing and one to do another. We're talking about consistency and transparency. I think that it needs to be clear.
So we'll make sure the policy language does provide for consistency, but I think one of the things that may be confusing, and Ms. Collins or Mr. Beck, whichever one can speak to it, is if I'm just going to use an arbitrary number, right? So school is going to be at 100% capacity. That number may be different for my school as opposed to your school.
Right, I don't have a problem, right, and we should, if we want everyone to be at 100% capacity, then that's the number. Right. I may only need 20 kids to get to 100%, so I agree with that, but if we want to reach 100% capacity for everyone, shouldn't be up to the principal that, okay, well, I'm going to be okay at 80% capacity because we want everyone to try to reach 100. They may not, but they should have the opportunity to reach that based on opening reassignment seats.
At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student success to share? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. There have been some concerns regarding the implementation of Focus, which is coming soon, shortly, and I just wanted the superintendent to weigh in on any kind of concern about transitioning briefly, and then I'd like to give a suggestion or direction.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, Dr. Phillips and I and his team that are implementing Focus, we're in constant communication. As of right now, there are no concerns that would prevent us from having a great implementation and going live shortly, especially for the SSS module, which is the portion that we're going to utilize for our ESC compliance issues. So I'll actually ask Dr. Phillips to weigh in if possible, to provide any specific concerns from his end that he's discovered recently. But over the past couple of months, been intimately involved in meeting with their team to find out if we're going to have a good implementation, if there's any barriers that we need to be concerned about, how is training going, and all the nuances to make sure we have a good rollout. And we'll be actually going live this summer just to make sure we can work out the kinks before the start of the school year. Dr. Phillips, anything else to add?
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. I don't have much to add. I don't have any concerns. We've been working on this project for 2 years now, since the board approved it in May of 2022, and specifically we've been working on the SSS module since December, January of 2022-2023. We've put thousands upon thousands of staff hours into standing up the system. Very robust BPO workshops with the ESC committee and those stakeholders that ESC has brought in. I also have 2 ESE compliance specialists on my team, on the IT team, as business analysts that have been working nonstop to set the system up. So at this point in time, I do not have any concerns.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, can the implementation process include a survey to be conducted after, say, 6 months, assessing the end user's experience, which would include ESC specialists at our schools district-wide and all the appropriate school-based staff, so on the management of the IEPs, and can that result be shared with the staff? Because I would like to get feedback to see if this is really working. So would that be possible after 6 months of implementation to provide that to us in some sort of a survey of district-wide of the ESC department?
Yes, we can actually provide a survey.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And
Madam Chair, just one more thing and I'm done. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge several outstanding scholars from Plantation High School. Amir Wallace, recipient of the Gates Millennium Scholarship, Gabriela Martinez and Watson Louidor, recipients of the Machen, Florida Opportunity Scholarship.
Okay. Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I wanted to, I guess, hear from my colleagues. I think there's been a lot of conversations happening nationwide about cell phones in schools, and I know that one of my former appointed colleagues mentioned this on his way out. I'd really be interested in having a discussion or a workshop, and I'd like to know if my colleagues would be interested in doing the same, about trying to limit cell phone use in our schools in different ways. Different districts are doing that. Of course, we have safety considerations to look at. I'd be interested to look at, survey data from students and employees and parents about their support or opposition to different policies around limiting cell phone use in our schools. I think we're seeing a lot of data now on the impacts on mental health and academics of our students. So I'm just wanting to hear from my colleagues if they'd be interested in having that discussion as well.
Okay. Ms. Pham?
Thank you. I just wanted to send out a big shout out to Nob Hill Elementary. They're located in Davie, and they've taken multiple school trips this year, and they took advantage of the local community, and they went to the old Davie School. I don't know if you've ever been there. And they learned how to wash laundry by hand with washboards. They also went to the Bergeron Rodeo and got to see some of the animals over there performing. In addition, they went to Flamingo Gardens and the Museum of Discovery. And I think it's really creative, and it's great that the school is using local places to travel to that are much less costly and to show their students what this community is made of. In addition, this was their first year that they did a spring showcase, and the children were fabulous. So I would just like to thank this parent that sent me this long email saying how glad she is her child is there at Nob Hill, and how wonderful and caring the staff is with their children. Thank you.
Ms. Pham, can you weigh on the surveys and the cell phone? Surveys from Dr. Fulness.
Actually, no, I can't. This one. I'm going to give it some thought.
Ms. Dixon? Yes for surveys and cell phones? Okay, and I'm a yes for surveys. For the cell phones, I would like it to go to the Technology Advisory Committee first for a recommendation, and then if they make a recommendation, let it be voted by the board.
I guess I'm wondering how that works. Does that like automatically go to the Technology Advisory Committee, or someone has to put it on the agenda?
You work with your appointee, and they bring it up at the meeting, and then they can vote on it there, and then it comes back to us in the school board meeting.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
And the survey is surveying our students and staff about cell phone use?
No, that.
What was the? Oh, okay, your survey for
focus.
For
The ESD
focus.
department.
Gotcha. I
Yeah.
was a little confused.
Yep.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
All right, so this scheduled order of business for the school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. And it's before